Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Copyright Web Novel Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Songs and Dragons. This FIC is a spin-off of Enchanting Melodies, my previous HPSI FIC. Since it's pretty long, I'll do my best to make sure that you won't need to read it to enjoy the story, though you'll catch a few extra details if you do. I hope you enjoy it. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaenyra Targaryen stood above the training yard in Dragonstone, happily watching her three eldest children sparring in the yard. They were growing so quickly. It felt like it was barely a few moons prior, when they barely fit in the palm of her hands, and now they were training under the supervision of some of the best knights in the Seven Kingdoms, and they surely would join them. And yet, she couldn't help but feel some grief as she saw Harwin's features on every single one of their faces. He would never get to see them grow up, never see Jace rise as king of the Seven Kingdoms. He had died the fire in Harrenhal alongside his father, and the future queen of Westeros was sure that it was either Alicent's work or that of her wretched father. She had to admit that the last few years were quite hectic. Everything that happened since Laena's death felt like a dream. Laena's tragic death, Harwin's and Lionel's deaths, and Otto Hightower's return as Hand of the King. The only upside was her marriage to Daemon, and even then, it wasn't quite what she imagined. She always admired him in his youth, dreamed of him whisking her away in a spur of passion, and ruled beside her, but something in him had been different since Laena's death. Something was missing. Their nights together were passionate, but there was something missing that she had with Harwin, a tenderness that should have been there when they looked in each other's eyes, one that was present when he looked at his daughters with Laena and his sons with her. It was the right decision to marry him, an answer to that wretched half-brother of hers taking Viagar and binding him to her cause instead of rushing to fight another war. Yet, she always felt like she would have been happier marrying Daemon. But her happiness could come later, after she ascended to the Iron Throne, as her father decreed. Alicent and Otto seemed to believe that it was the support of the lords that would give them the throne. In a world without dragons, perhaps that would have. This was proof of how little they understood their legacy. How could a few swords and armies matter if they could be burned in minutes? It was a lesson that Aegon Targaryen taught Westeros almost a century ago, and yet it seemed that the Hightower did forget it, until Aemond claimed Viagar. This was the moment that the Hightowers became a threat to her possible ascension, and now, she needed to be careful. Sure, she still had the advantage in numbers, but Sunfire was growing quite quickly, and adding in Viagar meant that Otto had options, something that she really didn't like. She took a gulp of wine from her goblet, deciding to put these thoughts to rest. She would worry about the throne later. For now, she would look at her son's training with pride. Her thoughts were interrupted by Eric Cargyle, her new sworn shield, who was appointed to her after Harwin's death, bowing towards her, "Your Grace." She motioned for him to rise, and he did, but he looked hesitating for some reason. "Speak your mind, sir." "I'm not quite sure how to say this, Your Grace, but there had been some concerning reports from some of the small folk. I wasn't sure if I should bring this to your attention, but what I have seen was quite odd and slightly disturbing." Rhaenyra was quickly running out of patience, and she gave him a sharp nod, while Syrinx let out a screech in the distance. The knight stiffened and spoke quickly. "I was in a tavern in one of the villages below the Dragonmont. There was a man there, a fisherman, who told a most curious tale in exchange for a few drinks. I heard my fair share of tall tales, but this was different. He spoke of his son falling from his boat. He spent hours swimming, trying to find him, fearing the worst, only for the boy to end up on the shore, talking animatedly with a well-dressed woman with golden hair, who had saved him as he drowned. The woman even gave them a silver coin, wishing them well. I asked for proof and he showed me the coin. I bought it off him for a gold dragon. Her sworn shield handed her a large silver coin, which was surprisingly heavy. It had the carving of a dragon on one side, and another bearded man on the other, but it was undeniably silver. There were markings written there in a language she couldn't read. Rhaenyra would never say that she was the best scholar out there, but she could recognize most dialects in Westeros and Essos, at the very least. Not waiting for her to continue, Eric seemed to finish his story. I took it to a jeweler, since I thought that someone might have been making counterfeits, but even after hours of work, he couldn't even make a scratch. I hit it with a sharpened axe, a hammer, even my sword, but it was there, indestructible. The only thing that I've ever seen with the same properties was Valyrian steel. Curious, I went to the beach where the fisherman said he found a man, trying to trace his steps, and... Please continue, Rhaenyra insisted. And there was a manse there, on the beach, seemingly having merged with the cliff itself, a lot like the fortress, Your Grace. I didn't believe my eyes, but I swear that it wasn't there a moon ago. The future Queen of the Seven Kingdoms gave him an incredulous look. Someone built a manse on my island without me knowing about it. It seems so, Your Grace. It was quite large, Your Grace, and made of some sort of white substance that seemed to melt together, much like this fortress. That seemed absurd. The materials and manpower necessary to build a large building would have made keeping it a secret almost impossible. And the fact that it used what seemed to be some sort of Valyrian construction methods, something that was lost to the world with the Doom, made it all the more concerning. Magic was involved. She could feel it in the coin in her hand, humming faintly. She needed some confirmation, but a sorceress under her command would be a great boon. She heard of the Red Priests in the east, and their supposed control over fire, and the sea snake had told her of his time in Asai by the Shadow, which, while unsettling, was still the home of some very powerful beings. The faith was going to side with the Hightowers either way, so their discontent would be useless, but the potential power, as well as introducing Valyrian stone once more to Westeros, was bound to get the support of a lot of lords hoping to renovate their castles. It would also cement her father's decision to keep her as his heir. But that was still speculation, and she was getting ahead of herself. She needed to know more before making any commitments. What else can you tell me about the manse? Aside from the stone, it was a few stories up, with a small garden in front of it. But the building itself looked odd. I think it was inspired by some SSC buildings, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Your Grace, but buildings are not my speciality. However, I did try to question the woman by knocking on her door, and a man answered instead. He wore odd clothes as well, and called himself Harry Potter, the last Paviral, whatever that meant, and that the woman was his wife, Daphne Potter. That disappointed Rhaenyra slightly. Their names sounded undull, which meant that the chances of there being some remnants of Valyria from Essos were very unlikely. But that didn't explain the strangeness of the situation. Nevertheless, the methods of construction could be useful on their own, and the coin in her hands, probably taken from some old Valyrian ruin, would be worth far more than normal silver if her sworn shield's words were true, and she had no reason to doubt them. Suddenly, she had a small spark of recollection at the name. Potter. She spoke up without meaning to. Wasn't that the name of a knightly house in the Reach? The Cargyle knight scoffed. No Westerosi noble, especially a knightly house, would raise a man like this. He was unarmed and looked like he could barely swing a sword, let alone last more than a few seconds in a proper fight. If I had to make a resemblance, I'd say he was an acolyte in the Citadel, perhaps a young maester if he wasn't married. There's definitely some sort of noble blood in his and his wife's veins, or, at least, they carry themselves like nobility. There was also the other name, Paviril. Now that was an odd name. It wasn't quite Valyrian, but it seemed somewhat close. A lot had been lost in the Doom, after all. If so, why not use it? It was far more dignified, and even if he had inherited it from his mother, it was better than Potter. Now, it felt more like a title, but she had no idea of its significance. Curious, she asked, and was this Harry Potter forthcoming? Gods no. He told me, in no uncertain terms, to fuck off, the knight asked, before blushing as he realized that he cursed in front of the crown princess of the Seven Kingdoms. She snorted in amusement, only to stiffen as she registered the words, "You introduced yourself as my sworn shield, correct?" "Yes, Your Grace." He told me that they were travelers and that they were staying here for some time as a change in atmosphere, whatever that means. When I asked the man if he had gotten permission to build his manse, he simply shrugged and asked if the dragons here had gotten permission to build their nests on the Dragon Mont, and then to go away. He then closed the door on my face. I tried breaking in, but I could barely make it budge. Even my sword didn't seem to dent it. I decided to come see you to request more men to break through the manse so that the man would face justice under your grace's judgment. Rhaenyra suppressed the mirth she felt at the shame her knight felt, as he failed to deal with a single unarmed man and his wife. Still, the gall of that Potter to compare himself to a dragon of all things irritated her. Dragons were the symbol of their house, beasts of magic and destruction given form, who had forced the Valyrian freehold, the greatest empire in history, in blood and flames, and that Aegon Targaryen only needed 3 to conquer all of Westeros. This needed to be handled delicately. The possibility of some sort of indestructible silver and Valyrian stone was too much of a prize to remove. Their undul names and arrogance aside, these travelers could prove themselves to be a boon to her cause. Just to make sure, she'd get the Maester to look at the coin to see if he could find its origin, as well as its potentially magical nature. A voice behind her spoke up, he compared himself to a dragon. She hadn't heard Daemon come, so transfixed by the oddness of the situation. It was strangely ironic. He was a man who loved being noticed as soon as he entered a room, but sometimes, he could be as silent as a cat. Yet, this was another problem, Daemon had heard them, and, as she expected, he found the comparison to a dragon to be quite vexing as well. Rhaenyra could hear the rage in his tone, his purple eyes almost looking like they were glowing, and a screech in the distance. Her husband's bond with his dragon was a strong one, enough for his temper to bleed through the connection. She raised her hand and calmed him soothingly, "My love." He didn't let her continue, "Don't tell me to calm down. A foreign lord and his wife built a manse on your island without your permission, and had to gall to insult our blood, our legacy, to your own sworn knight. You cannot show mercy for such dishonor." "I am not showing mercy. They will pay for what they said, but the benefits of Valyrian stone could make me tolerate it a bit more." "A very likely tale," he scoffed. "Do you not think it odd that a supposed Valyrian treasure came into our hands like this, in these times? Given how their names sound so undull, this is likely a plot from that cunt Otto. Perhaps he wishes to make you look like a fool, or to sow trouble in your rule over Dragonstone. I know not, but you cannot show weakness. Not now." That stayed Rhaenyra's hand slightly. She wasn't entirely convinced, but her husband had a point. Why would a traveler, anyone, really, decide to stay in Dragonstone of all places? The manse showed that this Harry Potter and his wife were likely wealthy, and they could have stayed in the Summer Isles or even in the city of Bravos. Hell, they could have gone to the Driftmark or Spicetown, and Corlys Velaryon would have eagerly accommodated their stay. Instead, they went to the frankly dreary island of Dragonstone, where the only things of interest were the dragons, and her, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the prize was too much. Was it truly a coincidence? Could Alicent's spies find out about the man and offer him a place in King's Landing? No, she couldn't risk it. Before she could make a decision, Damon grabbed the silver coin from her hand, put it on the table, and spoke up, "Perhaps this will prove it to you." She barely reacted as he took out Dark Sister and swung the sword onto the coin. Yet, it didn't move. There was a sharp clang as Dark Sister struck it, a clean sound that cut through the air and silenced the training yard for a moment. The vibration rippled out across the stone table, but the coin remained exactly where it had been, utterly unmarred. No dent, no scratch, not even the faintest sign that it had been struck by one of the deadliest blades in the realm. Her husband stared at the coin for a long time, the silence between them weighty. Then, slowly, he sheathed Dark Sister, not in defeat, but in something colder, heavier. Interest and curiosity. "Where was this manse you spoke of?" he asked Queely. He said quietly, voice edged with interest more than anger now. "I want to meet this Harry Potter. Personally." "Don't be reckless, Damon," Rhaenyra chided, but she already knew that her husband's mind was set. "Don't worry. I will take Caraxes with me. Perhaps he will learn some respect at the sight of a dragon. If not, I suppose he won't be useful anyway. It wouldn't do for the Greens to use him. And, I'm very excited about this story. I picked the period before Dance of the Dragons because it gave me a few ideas about the lore, and they were interesting. I took some inspiration for this chapter from a story called Thy Good Neighbor by Blah. It seemed very fitting, and I liked how it introduced the characters. Don't worry, this is just for the first chapter. The rest will be vastly different, if it wasn't already. Go check out if you haven't before. It's amazing. Anyway, I hope you like it, and please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 2, Impulsive Hospitality. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Even after decades flying on Caraxes' back, Daemon Targaryen couldn't help but smile at the euphoria he felt as he soared through the air. He wasn't happy about many things these days, and wasn't that an understatement, but he was one step closer to securing his family's legacy, which his brother had done his best to ruin over his rule. He had allowed the Hightowers too much influence, making the court resemble that of an Undul king instead of the one belonging to the conqueror's legacy. He could see it, slowly occurring, the Maestus and the Faith's slow influence over the crown. He had done his best to steer Rhaenyra's children to get them to learn what it meant to be a child of Valyria. They were young, but he had to admit that Jacaerys was promising. He had the steel of a future ruler and took his duties very seriously. His younger brother, on the other hand, reminded Daemon uncomfortably of Viserys. He had inherited his mother's kindness, but none of the fire in her veins. Nevertheless, despite their nature as bastards, Daemon would support them, so that his family's legacy wouldn't be forgotten, as it would have under the reign of the Hightower spawn. Perhaps, his child with Baela would be of the correct coloring, and they could put this mess behind them, but that barely mattered compared to the possible loss of their legacy. People often thought that Daemon sought the throne, and while he was tempted in his youth, as he had been his brother's heir for a while, his marriage with Laena had strayed these thoughts completely. It had been an act of desperation on both their parts. She was desperate to escape her wretched betrothed, and he was desperate to get married after the bronze bitch's death, hoping that Viserys wouldn't tie him down to another Undul woman. She had been the only potential Valyrian bride left, and they had done so. He never expected to love her. She completed him in a way that he never thought possible. She was just as free-spirited as he was and loved testing the waters throughout his marriage. Just watching her soar on Viagar, just happy to be in the sky, just made him smile in the air. Her death had made the world seem greater, left a void inside him that Rhaenyra and all the power she could promise him couldn't fill. Instead, he decided to focus on safeguarding his family's future, and gave his daughters with Laena the lives they deserved, as Queen and Lady of the Driftmark respectively. The reminder of his wife's death sobered him in the air, and he commanded Caraxes to circle around the Dragonmont, doing his best to be vigilant for a possible attack from a wild dragon, before gliding near the beach where his wife's sworn shield said a manse had been built. It didn't take him long to find it. The manse wasn't completely hidden, and he had to admit that the night had been right to be overwhelmed. The entire structure looked like it was made from a single stone, much like Dragonstone was, and the architecture was very different. It was more akin to an amalgamation of Essex and Westerosi architecture than anything else. He had never seen something quite like this, and Daemon was well traveled. Nevertheless, he landed his dragon with a loud thud and commanded Caraxes to release a loud roar, to intimidate the upstarts who had come here, to his family's island, and built a manse without any permission. That ought to scare them shitless, and as he expected, he saw the door to the manse opening. Good. Now, he only had to get down with Caraxes and see the look of awed terror on this Harry Potter's face. It was a guilty pleasure of his. And yet, as he landed, he didn't see any fear or awe, just a man giving him an unimpressed look, standing casually. Cargyle was right. He was unarmed, and his clothes were quite odd. He was wearing a long brown coat, obviously finely made, but without any of the ornaments the nobleman likely to have. Then there were some sort of weird clothes beneath it, but what was most striking was the Myrish glass that was held with metal, which he was wearing on his nose, in front of his green eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if it was some kind of far eye that he'd never seen before. He also understood why Cargyle immediately assumed that he was a nobleman. Despite the lack of luxury, a peasant or a merchant didn't have this kind of presence. It was like Daemon was looking at a walking contradiction that just wouldn't make sense no matter what he tried. The man raised his eyebrow in greeting. "You're loud." That brought whatever Daemon had been planning to say short. Here was a man who was faced with a man capable of reducing his entire home and life into cinders. And yet, he had the gall to say that he, the rogue prince, was loud. He should have been angry. He had every right to be. He was being disrespected, but the lack of fear, the lack of hate or scorn, or anything other than mild irritation at best, was something that the rogue prince had never seen before. Instead, he simply burst into laughter. "Are you not afraid of Caraxes? I'm assuming you're talking about the dragon, but no. Should I be?" "Yes," Daemon insisted, feeling incredulous at the moment. "Then I apologize. I'll do my best to be properly frightened the next time I see one," the man replied dryly, in a way that Daemon honestly missed, since his time fighting in the Stepstones. "I like you," the prince then declared, to the man's obvious confusion. "That's nice, but it still doesn't excuse the noise," the stranger replied before turning towards Caraxes, "but I have to admit, he is quite the specimen." Ignoring Daemon's protest completely, the man walked out of the manse and moved towards the blood Wyrm. Caraxes hissed at the approaching man, and Daemon could feel the man's probable demise. He tried to do something to stop the man, only for Caraxes' rage to turn suddenly to fear in a fraction of a second, and slowly move back, as if trying to appease the man. Seeing his partner's obvious apprehension, Daemon instinctively reached for his sword, ready to kill the man at any moment, whatever amusement he felt at the man's actions disappearing immediately. "What are you doing to him?" "Nothing," the man replied calmly, "I'm simply looking at him." "I was right. He truly is quite a specimen. Do you know that your dragons are not natural? I don't mean it as an insult, but they're obviously created, not naturally evolved. Yours seems to favor a more serpentine form, likely from one of his ancestors. He's intelligent. Very intelligent. Likely a result of your bond with him, or is it what allows the bond in the first place? Some very impressive ability to sense magic as well. How curious. Damon raised Dark Sister, pointing it at Harry Potter's back. The man seemingly turned, amusement in his eyes, before Damon suddenly realized that his sword was in the man's hand. He traced the surface of the blade, his ears to it, as if listening to something, and shaking his head, "What a bloody little weapon you have. 14 souls empowering the soul of an unborn dragon, with 2 types of steel. One is obviously enhanced with some blood of some sort, with fire properties. Not quite like your dragon, but something similar. The other is familiar. Ah, dragon glass. The steel is almost infused with dragon glass. Spell forged under a magical flame, of course. Hardness, sharpness. No, this is just the byproduct. Eternal. Quite a weapon, if a little inefficient. It will serve you well, especially against most magics. As long as they can't overpower the souls maintaining the enchantments, of course." Damon understood maybe half of what the man muttered, yet stood completely silent as he was handed back his sword without anything. Never in his life did he feel so completely overwhelmed. Had the man used magic to steal his sword? Or was he so fast that Damon didn't it being taken from him? The man turned and walked back to his manse. Damon wanted to say something. He didn't know what it was. He wanted an explanation, to tell the man to stop and face him, but the words simply wouldn't leave his mouth. Yet, the man paused right as he neared his door, and spoke up, "Aren't you going to come in?" Damon silently followed with Dark Sister in his hand, still ready to attack at any time, and followed the man inside. He would have his answer no matter what. The moment he stepped inside the manse, he had to restrain the urge to gasp. This place had some luxuries everywhere, yet not. It was weird. There were seemingly glass items all over the place, as if it didn't cost a fortune to manufacture. There were porcelain plates to beggar an entire house. There were paintings and portraits hung everywhere, but what was curious was the lack of gold and jewels, unlike most nobles he had met. It was akin to only showcasing half of their wealth on a whim. He was so caught off guard by his surroundings that he hadn't seen the woman with golden hair, seemingly tending to some plant. No, now that he was looking at it, it wasn't any normal plant, but an extremely small weirwood tree, with minuscule red leaves, and a face carved into it. The woman didn't greet him, seemingly preoccupied with the impossibility she was studying. The man sat on one of the chairs, and he motioned for Damon to do the same. The prince was too overwhelmed to argue and just sat down. "So, I'm guessing you didn't make such a ruckus for no reason. So, let's start with the introductions. My name is Harry Potter. This is my wife, Daphne." The woman raised her head and nodded at him before returning to her task. Her husband chuckled, "Don't mind her. She tends to be absorbed whenever she sees something new that interests her. I can't exactly complain. This is a habit she got from me after all. Now, as I said, I'm guessing that you didn't come here for no reason." Damon stiffened slightly, finally finding a comfortable topic, and threw the silver coin to Potter. He was about to speak up when the wife raised her head for the first time and looked towards him, her blue eyes meeting his violet ones. "Where did you get this? How curious." "That was exactly the question I was planning to ask you," the prince answered back. He looked towards the man, waiting for him to chide his wife or something, yet the man didn't seem concerned, and the blonde didn't relent, this time with her voice much firmer. "I gave it to a fisherman and his son." "Did you steal it from them?" "Steal it from them? Do you think I am some common thief? I am Daemon Targaryen, brother to the king, Viserys Targaryen, the rogue prince, rider of Caraxes, the blood Wyrm. I have no need to steal silver from a peasant. Quite a long list of titles, you have there, mate, the man retorted, but that doesn't explain how this coin came to your possession. One of the guards bought it on a whim from a fisherman who had drunkenly boasted of the tale. He paid him an entire gold dragon for it, more than what he probably makes in a year. He noticed that the woman hummed, seemingly content, before turning back to her tree. Damon turned towards her husband, expecting some sort of explanation, and yet nothing came, only a look of amusement. The rogue prince gritted his teeth and asked, "So, where did you get this coin?" "Where else?" the strange man retorted, "I got it from a bank." Now, where they got it from must be quite the story. Silver so easily trades hands nowadays. Perhaps it belonged to a mercenary at a time, or a carpenter. Oh, the stories such a coin could tell. "Silver is also normally not indestructible," Damon retorted, "and I'm quickly tired of these word games of yours." The man snorted, "Then why didn't you say so?" "I'm afraid I don't know much about the coin's mintage. Goblins are quite secretive with their metal smithing. And I never really cared to look, to be honest." "Goblins?" Damon asked despite himself. "Ah, yes, very quick to anger and very slow to forgive, these people. Extremely territorial over their magic, especially when it comes to their artifacts. So, the coin was made with magic, but not their own. Were the goblins some sort of people, a remnant of Valeria that had retained their magic somewhere? He needed these questions answered and quickly, and where can I find these goblins? "Oh, I don't think you have the means to reach them. You might even say that they're out of this world," Potter responded while snickering at something that Damon didn't understand. That was the limit. Whatever little patience Damon Targaryen had long dried out, "By all rights and laws of men, I have the right to kill you and burn this entire place to cinders. You have come into my family's island and built this place without any permission, and now, that I come to you in good faith, you think that you can just mock me." He felt Caraxes react to his anger and screech, but it was strangely subdued, before turning silent suddenly. Harry Potter, though, still had that amused expression on his face and was unaffected by his threat. "My dear, you're talking with the same assumption that you, somehow, have any right to decide any of our actions, that your laws and crowns affect us in any way. You can no more command me than a peasant can do a dragon." Damon felt some sort of invisible pressure, making it harder to breathe, and yet the man didn't raise his voice. He didn't even frown. He still had that infuriating smile on his face. Then a voice spoke up, "Harry." And just like that, the pressure disappeared. Damon gasped and heaved slightly, and it took a few seconds to recognize that it was the man's wife who stopped him. Yet, the woman didn't seem angered or even annoyed. "Come on, Harry. You promised me that we'd move around a bit, and while that tree is interesting, I'm curious about this castle of theirs. Besides, they have a point. We were pretty rude, just setting up this place without any permission." The man, Harry Potter, huffed, seriously, "Deaf. You said that you chose this place for me, right? I want to meet the locals. You do realize that they'll do their best to drag us into their mess, right?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Are you seriously telling me that you're concerned about a bunch of muggles and their dragons?" Muggles? What were muggles, and why did the woman call them that? And why did Damon feel like he was in the middle of a marital spat more than anything, and that their dragons, their house's pride, were being belittled so much? He was tempted to say anything in retaliation, but the man's response brought him short. "Of course, I'm not worried. But they'll be annoying." The blonde just gave him a severe look, and the man deflated, while muttering something that Damon couldn't hear under his breath. He then turned towards the prince and spoke up, "Fine. Expect us at your castle tomorrow for breakfast. We'll answer any questions you have then. Goodbye, Daemon Targaryen. The rogue prince barely had any chance to protest before being escorted back out of the manse. He was outside when he processed what he had just experienced. A part of him wanted to rage at the man and his arrogance, to take Caraxes and burn everything to the ground. And yet, another part of him remembered the pressure he felt when the man got irritated, and he hesitated. In a way, Daemon had gotten what he wanted. Harry Potter and his wife were coming to Dragonstone to explain themselves to their wife. Unfortunately, he didn't know if this was such a good idea. He didn't even get to ask the man about how he built the manse in the first place. And, I'm not sure of Daemon's characterization in this, to be honest. I read Fire and Blood years ago, so I might have misremembered a few details. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 3, Mystifying Welcome. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaenyra Targaryen, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, waited impassively in the Dragonstone's great hall. It was almost completely empty, save for her family seated at the long stone table. Platters of food sat untouched, steamed greens, roasted boar, warm bread still letting off steam, filling the room with a scent that only made the silence more unbearable. She sat at the helm of the table, surrounded by her family, her fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the table. No one lifted a fork. If someone were to look at her, they wouldn't know the anger coursing through her veins. It had taken her years to master her expressions, but she had to admit that she didn't think she would have gotten so annoyed by this Harry Potter. She wanted to yell at Daemon for his misstep. He went to confront this Harry Potter the previous day, and had returned shaken, telling her that the Potters had agreed to come to break their fast with her and her children that day, something that she didn't appreciate. Rhaenyra had expected them to come for a petition, not something as intimate as this. She liked to break her fast with her family, without any courtly matters distracting them. It was something she wished her father had done with her in King's Landing. Instead, there was always a member of the small council or some important lord. Of course, Alicent was always there, and Otto, when he was still Hand of the King, and they constantly undermined her, tried to do their best to distance her father from her. She did her best not to make the same mistakes with her children, and she was proud of the men they were growing to be. Daemon knew for a fact that this time, the start of the day, was reserved for family, and yet, he decided to invite this Harry Potter and his wife, two people who were supposed to come to her, begging for mercy, for their trespass. She had raged at him the previous night, but he seemed oddly subdued. The fire that often coursed through his veins, the anger, ready to swallow everything at any moment, was all but gone. She thought that it was because he drank too much wine. After all, her husband barely returned to their bedchambers in the middle of the night, obviously drunk, while proclaiming that the Potters would break their fast with them the following day, nothing more. She had raged at him, and instead of arguing back, he just stood there, without saying anything. Wine, if anything, made Daemon reckless and frayed the tight control he held over his simmering rage. However, she saw none of this last night. If anything, he was more subdued and calmer. Still, Rhaenyra could understand why he agreed to make the meeting with the Potters private. Talks of magic and sorcery were not ones that she wanted to be public. She could only imagine how Alicent would twist the events, spread rumors of her consorting with demons or something as abhorrent. She had always been so small-minded. That didn't mean she had to be pleased with this arrangement. Her children were seated beside her, Jacques, Luceris, and little Joffrey, but they weren't alone. Bela and Rena sat across from them, chatting quietly, their heads bowed close as they laughed at something Luceris whispered. Jace, ever the older brother, was trying and failing not to smile too much, his shoulders stiff with the weight of expectation. Rena's eyes kept flicking toward the entrance, nervous, while Bela looked far too unimpressed with the entire ordeal. Daemon hadn't wanted his daughters here. He claimed it was unnecessary, that they shouldn't be involved in affairs they didn't understand yet, but Rhaenyra pressed him, and he relented. She wasn't sure if it was pride or fear that made him wary, but she wouldn't let him hide the girls away from something this important. Not when the future of their house would one day rest on all of their shoulders. Daemon, for his part, sat far too relaxed beside her. There was a tension beneath it, she could tell. His fingers drummed softly against the table, his eyes locked on the door, but his posture was loose, settled. Her husband's misstep wasn't exactly why she was angry. Instead, she was raging because of one simple fact: they're late. She had sent a welcoming party to escort their visitors to the castle nearly half an hour ago. Courteous, formal, discreet. And yet, here she sat, at her own table, in her own hall, with her children and husband, waiting like some minor lady for a pair of errant travelers to grace her with their presence. Rhaenyra Targaryen did not wait on anyone, least of all strangers who built manses on her island without permission and spoke to her sworn knight like common fools daring the storm. She tightened her grip on her goblet, the polished silver creaking faintly beneath her fingers. If this were some game they were playing, they would learn quickly that she didn't take well to mockery. Her husband didn't speak up at her statement, and she muttered, "I have half a mind to take Syrinx and just burn their manse to the ground for keeping me waiting." "You're just saying that because you're hungry," Daemon joked back, but there was something else beneath his attempt at humor. "Now, you speak," Rhaenyra complained, "I've been waiting for you to say a word since we came here. I've been having a lot on my mind. I'm assuming that this is about our late guests." Her husband took a deep breath and snorted, "Yes. Guests. That's what they are." "What happened yesterday, Daemon?" she couldn't help but ask. "You have been different since your visit to the Potters." Daemon hesitated for a fraction of a second before taking a deep breath. "I don't know much of it myself. I'm still trying to understand it. But I know one thing for certain: this man, Harry Potter, is dangerous. Very dangerous. I could feel it in my bones. Do not underestimate him and do not anger him. You're talking as if he were some demon." "We have a small army of guards outside and enough dragons to burn a kingdom to ash in mere days," she answered while snorting. "You don't understand. Caraxes was afraid of him. He actively tried to avoid him, to flee him. He used to play around with Viagar, before." He trailed off at the thought of his dead wife before shaking his head and continuing, "I felt Caraxes' fear, and it was beyond mild panic. I didn't even think that dragons could feel like this." That brought her short, and for the first time in their conversation, she didn't know what to say. After all, what could she say about a dragon being afraid of a man? No, Daemon had to be mistaken in some way. Dragons were a power beyond men. They were what allowed Aegon Targaryen to conquer an entire continent with just his sister wives. They were what allowed her ancestors to conquer most of Essos, building the Valyrian freehold, before the Doom, of course. If there was a power that surpassed theirs, that somehow allowed a man to pose a threat to a dragon, then it would have been known by now, much like how scorpions are infamous for Merax's death, despite it being a lucky shot that went through the dragon's eye. So far, no magic had ever come close, with the fate of whoever tried over the years ending in the same way, fire and blood. Instead of needling Daemon about the experience, she chose to change the subject. "And what of the magic, the coin and the stone? Did you get any answers?" Potter proclaimed that the coin was not of his own creation and instead was minted by a people that he called goblins, who appear to be quite secretive of their magics. I believe that they might be a colony of Valyrian sorcerers who survived the doom, but they did not elaborate on the subject. Perhaps the means he used to build his manse were of a similar origin. I cannot tell for sure, but I could feel it. The man is a sorcerer, perhaps even his wife. Rhaenyra did her best to hide her excitement at her husband's answer. If what the man said was true, then these goblins provided an immense opportunity. Inviting them to live somewhere in Westeros wouldn't be that hard, especially with her father's love for their homeland. His wretched hand, Otto Hightower, would oppose it, of course, but she knew that not even his hold over her father would be enough to prevent her from witnessing a fragment of the glory of Valyria in the Seven Kingdoms. And if they refused to come, then trade would be an option, and Rhaenyra would make herself indispensable to the realm through trade alone, much like Corlys Velaryon was. Given her alliance with the Sea Snake, this could easily cement the Black's position in court and in Westeros as a whole. Despite her best efforts, her husband seemed to sense her excitement. Do not underestimate this man, Rhaenyra. Harry Potter told me, after a second examining my sword, how Dark Sister was forged. 4 and 10 human souls were sacrificed, and that of a dragon egg. That is what he said. Men have been trying to discover how to forge Valyrian steel for centuries, with no avail, and you are telling me that a random man did it with a glance. I did not take you for a fool, Daemon, to believe such a boast. I am no fool, Daemon gritted out, his eyes almost glowing in suppressed anger. Before calming down, he wasn't proud of what he said, or even proclaimed that he could imitate it. I know that look in his eyes. It was akin to a warrior watching a duel or a maester reading an interesting book. He was studying the sword, not boasting. What I am trying to say is that magic is not something either of us has encountered before, and we do not know its limits. We have to be careful. Rhaenyra hummed in agreement. It wasn't common for Daemon to recommend caution over action, and so, she had to give his counsel some serious thought. It was something her father would do. For all her love for him, she had to admit that he was a weak king, easily led around by his small council, specifically Otto, whose words he seemed to worship. The man might as well wear a crown, given that he practically ruled over the Seven Kingdoms. She could see the damned man's influence when her father had all but banished her to Dragonstone after her wedding to Daemon. He hadn't exactly put it into words, but she hadn't received any letters since returning to Dragonstone after her wedding. Not that she was planning on going there frequently. As much as she hated it, she had to leave her father alone with her enemies. With Otto at hand and the aftermath of the incident at the Driftmark, Rhaenyra knew that her children would be in danger for every moment they spent in King's Landing. That's not to mention that she didn't wish for them to grow with their every action watched and judged with whispers of their parentage always on everyone's lips. Her best choice was to replace Otto as hand, curb some of his influence at the capital. But she would have to wait until her children grew to do so, when they would be old enough to fight their own battles. This Harry Potter might hold the key to eventually oust Alicent's father from his position, but she wasn't so sure. Now, on to finding some leverage on that potential sorcerer. What of his wife? Daemon hummed. She barely spoke, instead focusing on some potted miniature weirwood tree that she was taking care of. I'm not sure if she's a sorceress or not, but he seemed to listen to her counsel. She's the one who convinced him to come, but she treated this more like a casual visit than any concern of meeting the royal family. So, the man listens to his wife's counsel. That might be an avenue to convince him if he proves to be obstinate. Yet, she joked, so, I assume that your theory of this being a plot by the Greens wasn't correct. I do not think that even Otto would ever risk inviting this man to our shores. And even if he could, I do not think that he could get someone like Harry Potter to follow his commands. She was about to reply, only for Jace to complain loudly, Mother, can we break our fast? We're all hungry. Before she could say anything, the doors of the Great Hall opened unprompted. That was odd. Normally, her guards would have announced someone entering. She turned towards the door, ready to demand an explanation, only to freeze as she saw two people entering the room casually. One was a man, thin, of relatively normal height, with very unkempt hair, and green eyes that were behind some odd contraption made of glass that resembled a very thin far eye. He was wearing some well-made, yet odd clothes, much like Damon described them. His wife, a beautiful, golden-haired woman with blue eyes, wore a simple yet fine dress and stared at them with a neutral smile. She could feel Damon stiffening slightly next to her, and Rhaenyra finally understood why he had been so unsettled the previous day. Looking at them, especially the man, felt very similar to staring down a dragon. They had this presence, some sort of power, that seemed to emanate from them. Her guards unsheathed their swords, ready to attack the intruders at once, who looked at them without any concern on their faces. Seven hells, the woman's smile had even remained soft, but Rhaenyra couldn't help but notice that her eyes tracked every guard's movement like a hawk surveying prey. Rhaenyra raised her hand, stopping them in their tracks, and was about to introduce their guests, only for the man to smile widely. "Sorry for being late. We've been admiring your lovely castle. Very impressive, but you seem to put dragons on everything for some reason." Before she could say anything, her eldest, Jace, spoke up and gave him a curious look. "That's because we ride dragons, silly." "Perhaps," Potter explained with a kind smile on his face, "but most people also happen to ride horses. Should they also have statues of horses all over their castles?" Rhaenyra released a breath that she had been unconsciously holding. The man obviously had a weakness for children, or had, at least, known how to interact with them easily enough. Jace's adorable, thoughtful look on his face almost made her heart melt. He then answered, "But horses didn't conquer Westeros, dragons did." The man, who was possibly a sorcerer, nodded sagely, as if her son gave him a pearl of wisdom. "They did. But this castle was built before the conqueror was even born." Jace's eyes widened in disbelief. "I did not think of that. Is it because they fly? But so do ravens and eagles, yet there aren't any here." "Me. I've always liked owls the best. One of my oldest friends happens to be one." Her boy giggled at the absurdity of the statement. "You can't be friends with a bird." "Is that so?" the man answered with a twinkle in his eyes. The moment he finished his sentence, a white bird, an owl, she recognized, swooped into the room and landed on his shoulder. He gave Jace a smug grin. "This is Hedwig. She's been my friend ever since I was around your age, maybe a bit older." "She's beautiful," Rena retorted in awe. The owl turned towards its master and hooted proudly. Potter snickered and turned towards the young girl. "Well, she seems to like you as well, princess. Tell you what, why don't you spend some time with her? Hedwig likes to be pampered a lot, but be careful with your food. She's a bit of a glutton." The children nodded eagerly, and the white owl flew towards them in a surprising form of intelligence for a bird, and perched itself right next to her smiling children. With that interruption out of the way, Rhaenyra was finally able to snap out of her shock and properly greet her guests. "I, Rhaenyra Targaryen, Crown Princess of the Seven Kingdoms and Princess of Dragonstone, bid welcome to Harry Potter and Daphne Potter." The man nodded and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your invitation and hospitality." He then brightened and clapped his hands. "All right, with all of this out of the way, I believe we have some very important matters to attend to. Breakfast. I'm famished." Rhaenyra gave the man an incredulous look. She wasn't exactly used to this kind of informality at her table, least of all from someone she hadn't even decided if she considered a guest, a trespasser, or something else entirely. The absurdity of it all, entering unannounced, joking with her son before greeting her properly, speaking so casually in the seat of House Targaryen's power, made her want to clench her jaw. And yet, he didn't seem mocking, not exactly. Just casual. Like this was an ordinary meal with ordinary company, even his wife looked vaguely exasperated, as though she'd told him to behave and already given up. Rhaenyra, for all her poise, didn't know what to make of it. Something about the entire encounter felt off balance, like a dream that veered off course without warning. But one thing she knew with absolute certainty, whatever came next, she would never forget this breakfast. And, I know some of you will ask why Daemon is keeping things from Rhaenyra about his encounter with Harry, and it's mostly a mixture of shame, disbelief at his own experience, and not expecting Rhaenyra to take it seriously, which you kinda see with the Valyrian steel. I'm a bit rusty with my knowledge of fire and blood, so I might get some characterizations a bit wrong. If I do so in a big way, please let me know. The idea was to essentially have Rhaenyra have a million plans on how to use this to her advantage, only for Harry to appear like a wild card and flip the board completely. I'm excited for the next chapter, though. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 4, Peculiar Nodes. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, for all her poise, didn't know what to make of it. Something about the entire encounter felt off balance, like a dream that veered off course without warning. But one thing she knew with absolute certainty, whatever came next, she would never forget this breakfast. The future Queen of the Seven Kingdoms watched as their guests calmly ate their food. This was further proof that they were of nobility. What she had in front of her was essentially a small feast, more than enough to beggar some knights and even some minor lords. It was made by some of the best cooks in the Seven Kingdoms, and yet, the Potters didn't seem especially impressed with it. Anyone who was not used to this would have been salivating despite themselves. She had done this small test with many lords and merchants, and it allowed her to quickly make some judgments about who she was meeting. Her children and Daemon's daughters seemed enthralled by the white owl, petting the disturbingly intelligent creature, who had, just as Potter stated, started to eat one of the sausages from Lucy's plate. That bird even turned towards her master occasionally and gave what she could only describe as smug hoots. Perhaps she was imagining things. Nevertheless, she did not invite them to eat her food. Instead, she spoke up, directly, "Lord Potter, I admit that I am quite curious about your name. Do you have any relations to House Potter from the Reach?" A wide, delighted smile grew on his face, and he asked excitedly, "There is a House Potter here as well. How wonderful." Daemon snorted, "A knightly house at best, barely more than a few decades old. I would not be delighted to be related to them." Harry Potter smiled at him, "Oh, I'm not related to them. I've traced down my lineage back centuries, and I know for a fact that I'm the first one to ever come to Westeros, let alone found a house. Yet, the world is full of coincidences, isn't it?" Her husband wanted to say something, but she decided to intervene. "You said that this is your first time coming to Westeros. So, where do you come from?" "Far away, very far away." "I very much doubt that you know of it," he answered with a slight smile on his face. "The world is far larger than most people know, and life blooms in even the most unlikely of places. One need only look." That was a vague answer if she heard any. "I am quite well educated, my lord. I might surprise you." "Oh, it's not my education I doubt, your grace, but the general knowledge of all Westerosi." That made Rhaenyra's hackles rise. "So, you're calling me and my people ignorant?" "No, I call you uninformed about certain matters." and I am sure that I am uninformed about matters that would feel trivial to you, such as the legends of old Valeria. When one believes that they know all there is to know, that is when they are truly ignorant. One must never stop striving to learn more, to understand more, the young man lectured as if he were a maester. Is that why you came here? To learn, Rena asked, while looking up from the owl she was so taken with. The man gave her a soft look. Well, of course. I'm a traveler of sorts. I explore ruins, civilizations, try to understand as much of the world as I can, and then I leave. Have you been anywhere interesting? Jacques asked. It was the woman who answered this time. Harry, let's not traumatize the children with your adventures, especially not while we're eating. The man rolled his eyes. Sorry, kids. I guess you don't get to know of the treasures and tombs I explored and the monsters I fought. Monsters? Bela scoffed. You don't look like a warrior. I don't, he replied in a falsely confused look, before turning towards his wife with an accusing tone. Why did you never tell me that? I thought that it was implied, my love, the blonde woman answered with a sly grin on her face. You've always preferred staying by a good book than fighting a war. The man's face fell, and he pouted. The children giggled at the byplay, before Lucius asked, Is that why you're wearing far eyes on your face? To read from far away. Now, that's a very interesting question. But no, these are not far eyes. They're glasses, or spectacles if you want to be fancy, and they're meant to cure blurry vision. You see, sometimes people are born with eyes that see the world as blurry. Most people, when they get older, end up with this affliction anyway, but the average lifespan in Westeros is a bit too short for it to be an issue on a large scale. Anyway, these glasses help unblur the vision, essentially correcting the world to allow them to see. The glass is warped, shaped in a way to achieve this, in a very similar way to how Myrish far eyes operate. A weakness. Rhaenyra did her best not to gape as the man, just casually admitted to a weakness, something that she had never seen before. He looked unbothered, as if no one could even make use of this weakness against him. You can't see without this contraption? Damon asked, perking up, probably coming to the same conclusion she had. Oh, I got that fixed after a few years. Now, I just wear them because Daphne grew to like the look. The blonde woman blushed slightly and hit him on the arm. Rhaenyra decided to take the initiative before her children could ask him more inane questions. My husband mentioned a name. Paviril. I do not recognize it, but much of Valeria's history was lost. The man snorted in amusement. Believe me, I'm not Valerian. You're right, though, Paviril is an old name, thousands of years old, I believe, who married into my family. I am the last of that line, I believe. Then why did you not take that name, if it has such a distinguished history? Rhaenyra pressed. Well, distinguished is certainly a correct word, but the truth is that infamous would be a more suitable description of the Paviril name. The blonde rolled her eyes at her husband's words. Don't dance around the subject, Harry. She then turned towards them with a mischievous glint in her eyes. They were all hunted down because of a children's story. That brought her short. I'm afraid I don't understand. There was an old story about 3 Paviril brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Paviril. The brothers, traveling together, came upon a traitorous river, one that took the life of anyone who tried to cross it. Yet, the 3 brothers were no ordinary men, but sorcerers. They used their magic to create a bridge to cross the river. Halfway across the bridge, a hooded figure appeared. It was Death, or as you call it, the stranger. It was enraged as it felt cheated of its dues. However, Death did not show its wrath towards the brother and instead pretended to congratulate them for their cleverness and offered them a boon each. The eldest brother, Antioch, a warrior, asked for the most powerful weapon in existence. Death took a branch of elder and gave it to the man, and so, the elder wand was created. The second brother, an arrogant but grieving man, asked for the power to recall the deceased from the grave. Death picked a stone from the river and gave it to the man, and so, the resurrection stone was created. The third brother, humble and wise, asked for something that would let him hide from anything, even from death itself. Reluctantly, death handed over its own cloak and handed it to the man, and so, the invisibility cloak was created. Luceris grinned and asked, "And did they work?" The man was the one who answered this time, according to the story, yes. The eldest brother won many battles, killing armies with a flick of his wand, yet after boasting of the power of his weapon, he was later slain in his sleep, the elder wand missing. The second brother, who had wished for the stone to see his deceased beloved, whom he wished to marry, was able to summon her from the great beyond. However, he lost himself to despair and madness, for the woman he loved did not belong in the living world. She was cold and sad. The brother couldn't handle it after some time and took his own life. As for the third brother, he was able to hide, even from death's gaze, and he grew old, passing the cloak to his son, and then meeting death as an old friend. Together, the wand, the stone, and the cloak make what we call the Deathly Hallows. Rhaenyra hadn't heard this story before, and it was definitely a grim one. There were often lessons in children's stories, and yet she couldn't find any, not really. Perhaps it was about accepting one's death, but that was hardly suitable for children. Instead, she felt unsettled by the story, as if something was telling her that there was some truth in it. Bela spoke up, obviously fascinated by the story, "And are they real, these Deathly Hallows?" They were real enough for people to kill one another over some myth or another, enough to hunt down every paviral they could find, hoping that they would lead them infinite power or some nonsense. Then again, they might be real. Who knows? He tapped his nose playfully, who knows? The children giggled at the joke, the mood of the room lightened significantly, yet Rhaenyra felt on edge. There was something about this man, about the story, the way he said it, that made her feel threatened. Yet, it was just a story. Wasn't it? Daemon seemed to feel it too. He hadn't touched his food once, his eyes fixed on Potter with a kind of wary intensity, like a man watching the sea for signs of storm. The children, blissfully unaware, had taken to arguing quietly about which of the three Hallows was the most powerful. Jace, predictably, was championing the wand, while Bela scoffed and insisted the cloak was cleverer. Rena looked down at her empty plate, thoughtful, likely imagining something that would let her speak with her mother, and Lucerys just tried to keep the owl from stealing his second sausage. But Rhaenyra couldn't shake the sensation, like they'd been shown something important and only half understood it. The story, the smiles, the harmless humor, it all felt too polished, too rehearsed. Like a mask placed carefully over something older and far more dangerous. She took a sip of wine, her eyes not leaving Harry Potter's face. He was still smiling. But she suddenly wasn't sure if it reached his eyes. He looked at them, still smiling. And yet, he had a knowing look in his eyes, as if waiting for them to do or say something. He stayed silent, and it was extremely disconcerting. Then again, why were they talking about a children's story in the first place? She had wished to meet him to get the man to share his knowledge of the indestructible metals these goblins were making, and of his method of construction. She was planning on leveraging his illegal construction of his manse in her island to force him to agree to her terms, which were frankly quite generous, given that she could execute him and his wife with a single command and no one would fault her for it. For all of Daemon's warning, she still had expected a very nervous man, meeting royalty who rode dragons, who could swallow him whole. Now, she needed to guide the conversation back to its main topic. She put a smile on her face and asked, "So, what brought you to Dragonstone?" "Nothing much. We needed a place to stay while we planned out our next expedition. This island seemed nice and quiet enough to do that in peace. Daphne wanted to study weirwood trees, and I wanted to study dragonglass, and this seemed like a good place to stay in the meantime, the man answered casually. You built an entire manse on my island, something that could easily cost you your life, because it seemed like a nice place to stay. Rhaenyra asked with incredulity in her tone. Well, that's not all of it, the man answered sheepishly. This island has a very impressive history, which makes sense, given that it stands on a mountain of dragonglass. Rhaenyra furrowed her eyebrows and asked, what does dragonglass have to do with Aegon's conquest? Harry Potter snorted in amusement. Believe it or not, history did not begin when Aegon conquered Westeros. This island, for example, has existed before the very idea of Valyria was born, let alone your house. No, dragonglass was used primarily by the children of the forest when they still roamed Westeros. From what I gathered, it also happened to be the main weapon used by them and the first men during the long night. Daemon snorted, you're japping, surely. What are you going to do next, hunting grumpkins and snarks? These are stories, legends told to scare children into behaving themselves. The cave I discovered on this island with paintings on its walls that are thousands of years old, begs to differ. Then again, I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. This is just to satiate my own curiosity. I just find it fascinating that religions, continents apart, all have the same account of a war against an endless winter, all the way from the north to Yeti. They're distorted, of course, but they are eerily similar. Of course, there's the wall. One does not build such a monument to keep away a few savages, do they? Nevertheless, we're planning on visiting it soon enough. Rhaenyra shivered as the man spoke. She remembered her father's words as if they were yesterday, of the seriousness in his voice, of the burden of House Targaryen, the shadow and ice, coming from the north, swallowing everything. The room seemed to also share her awkwardness. The children looked uncomfortable, and even Daemon looked slightly unsettled. But they're all just stories, her eldest asked. Every story ever told really happened. Stories are where memories go when they're forgotten, the man answered with surprising wisdom and a kind smile. In my travels, I found that the world is far larger than one would ever imagine. For example, I have been in places where the idea of riding a dragon is considered to be pure folly, and yet here you all are, a family of proud dragon riders. Even fewer would believe that an entire family could be so intertwined with fate as yours, guided all the way from the doom of Valyria, as if it were following a song woven by fate itself, one of fire and flames. Perhaps, that is what the world would need to battle the coming darkness and ice. That froze Rhaenyra completely. She could see it now, the small allusion to the long night being real, the story about death and its lessons, the mention of songs of fire, and battling ice. This man, somehow, knew of Aegon's prophecy. He knew of the secret only told to the king or queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the burden of House Targaryen. How was this possible? Had her father told him? Had her grandfather or great-grandfather? It was technically possible, even if it was very improbable. He didn't look much older than her, and Rhaenyra was barely more than a child when the old king died. This went beyond talks of Valyrian stone and building an illegal manse. This was her house's legacy. The mischievous look on his face all but confirmed that he knew exactly what she had realized. The future queen of the Seven Kingdoms slowly stood up, her eyes severe, and spoke up, out. Everyone gave her a confused look, and she yelled, everyone but the Potters, leave this room at once. The great hall emptied at once, and she motioned the king's guards to do the same, and yet Daemon didn't move. She glared at him, that includes you, husband. Do you think I could? She interrupted him, this is not a request, Daemon. He glared at her before turning and leaving, following their children out. Now, in an empty room, she turned towards the couple and their blasted owl, who still looked unconcerned with the dragon rider's anger. She spoke up in a neutral tone, I have questions, and you will answer them now. What do you know about the Song of Ice and Fire? And, that was surprisingly hard to write, and I'm not even sure why. The idea is to show the contrast between how Harry acts around children and around adults, and that while he knows what Rhaenyra wants, he's essentially confusing her and distracting her from actually asking anything important. As usual, I don't mind rewriting this depending on your feedback, so please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 5, Songs and Dreams. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Now, in an empty room, she turned towards the couple and their blasted owl, who still looked unconcerned with the dragon rider's anger. She spoke up in a neutral tone, "I have questions, and you will answer them now. What do you know about the Song of Ice and Fire?" Rhaenyra suppressed the urge to growl at the man as he ignored her question and took a bite of his food, uncaring that the future Queen of the Seven Kingdoms had commanded him to answer. She felt her temper flare and did her best to calm herself. She kept her voice cold and neutral, "I will not ask again. What do you know about the Song of Ice and Fire? If you do not feel talkative, then perhaps you will answer as Syrinx burns your manse." Harry Potter turned towards her, and finished chewing, with a calm smile on his face, ignoring her threat. "It's so easy, isn't it? To burn everything to ashes when you have a dragon at your disposal. I suppose it makes the act of murder feel more detached than if you did not do it yourself. Then again, as a princess, you probably had guards to do it for you. Perhaps, you've never been denied before, not truly, for you to feel like a couple of strangers owe you answers. The song is my family's legacy, and as its heir, it falls to me to secure it," Rhaenyra answered back in a frosty voice. The man rolled his eyes. "It is the height of hubris to think that a prophecy belongs to your family. I suppose a descendant of the man who thought that his line would save the world would think that. No, princess, the Song of Ice and Fire, as you aptly called it, is known far and wide in this world, provided that one can listen, of course." "Explain," she demanded, making Daphne Potter give her a disappointed look, one that hurt far more than it should have, given that it had come from a stranger whom she had just met. Nevertheless, her guest just answered without any protest, "Your ancestor, Aegon, had some talent in divination, a dreamer, as you call it. If I had to guess, it would be that such a talent exists in dragons, a way to perceive the world differently than other normal beasts. From what I gather, from a preliminary look, your line, and likely that of other dragon lords in Old Valyria, gain their ability of riding dragons through blood rituals, somehow merging an extremely small fragment of dragon's blood into their bloodlines, not enough to quite lose their humanity, but enough that the dragons saw them as kin. It actually explains quite a lot, including the few dragon-like stillborn children when the dragon's blood becomes too strong, overwhelming humanity." She stayed silent, processing the man's theories, which made a disturbing amount of sense. It was fascinating, and in many ways, information that her father would have craved about their ancestry, if the man wasn't a mummer, of course. "Thankfully," he continued, "it makes sense that, much like dragons, your blood could allow a few lucky, or perhaps unlucky few, to see visions in their dreams and remember them vividly. Your conqueror might have been one of them, but the act of seeing the future is not bound to your bloodline. Similar talents emerge all over the world, some even in Westeros. The vision itself would have existed regardless, but it is perceived differently with every method. Is it truly a surprise that a prophecy as large and as important as the one your ancestor had dreamt of would be perceived by others gifted with the sight as well? Renera's hand stilled as he finished this. The man had explained this in a way that was quite similar to a maester teaching a child. She would remember to write it down. Harry Potter proved himself to be a source of invaluable knowledge, given the certainty in his voice. Still, she had to focus on the subject at hand. What of the prophecy itself? What do you know of it? Potter actually chuckled at that. Trying to understand prophecy is a fool's errand. Fate is rarely powerless enough to need help being fulfilled. But even I have to admit that to have this prophecy spread around so far and wide, so far back from its source and too far back to prepare, it reeks of desperation. I do wonder if it has something to do with the state of the world. This time, it was his wife who spoke up, looking interested for the first time since the conversation began. I did feel that something was wrong, but I wasn't exactly sure if I was imagining it. It's subtle, if you don't know what you're looking for, the man answered. The world is broken. No, that's not quite it. The world is a remnant, what's left after a battlefield. Its very essence is fractured, kept afloat with some fading magic and good intentions. What did happen is something that I do not even know. Daphne Potter giggled at that answer. So, that's why you brought us here. You wish to solve the mystery. The woman's husband gave her a mischievous smile. You know me so well. There was a lot there that she simply didn't understand. The world did not seem broken, at least not to her, nor did she know of a war of this scale happening recently, not since Aegon's conquest. It didn't matter, not yet. She had to keep pressing on her family's prophecy. Still, Rhaenyra felt the rush to take back control over the conversation. I feel that we diverged from our conversation. As interesting as the nature of prophecy is, I feel it is more pertinent to understand my house's legacy. Potter rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard a word I said? This prophecy is not your house's legacy. Something as primal as this doesn't care about something as pedestrian as thrones and kingdoms, but it has use for you. Daenerys' dreams that allowed your family to escape Valyria, Aegon's dreams that pushed him to conquer Westeros. It's obvious that your line is intertwined with fate. But that doesn't guarantee that you are blessed, or that you'd even survive the next century. Somewhere down the line, a member of your family will do something. It might be some bastard somewhere, it might be some descendant of an exiled family member, but that doesn't matter. They will do what fate bids, and the prophecy will be complete. That is all. It might even be the last descendant of House Targaryen sacrificing themselves, with no dragons flying the sky, and even this doesn't guarantee that you would stop the coming darkness, or the next long night. Prophecy does not care. Fate does not care, and it isn't a good thing to be in its gaze, for this usually ends in tragedy. The man's short speech froze Rhaenyra's blood in her veins. Would Aegon's dream lead her family to ruin? She didn't know, and the accounts of dreamers and prophecies were extremely sparse. She hadn't truly tried to study the subject too much too preoccupied with securing her birthright, but it was something that she regretted now. She hadn't wanted to obsess over dreams like her father. She needed to speak with him, with this new information. His obsession meant that he had studied the subject extensively. Yet, she remembered something he had said, the long night? Is that what Aegon's darkness is? I thought it was just a tale. The man seemed to shrug. I'm currently studying the long night. The subject is quite hard to see. There seems to be a veil separating the world before and after it happened, blocking any sight of the matter. There is a similar veil appearing somewhere in the next 2 centuries, starting from the land of always winter, which points to it being a second long night. I'm hoping to see more when we visit the wall. That settled it? She needed to speak to her father. He was more experienced in these matters. As for now, she needed to make the man and his wife stay, which was challenging, since they were obviously planning on leaving soon. Perhaps it would be better to wait. I am more than sure that my father would grant you a royal protection for your expedition, should we meet him. He has always been ardent in my ancestors' dreams. The man chuckled, my dear, what makes you think that I need any protection? Besides, you have a much bigger problem than some prophecy that will likely take place after your death. After all, the coming civil war between you and your half-siblings will likely preoccupy you. For what felt like the 100th time since the conversation began, Rhaenyra felt out of her depth, as if the man before her could see through her completely. There will not be any wars. I am the rightful heir to the throne. The man simply shook his head in disappointment. This has been an experience, princess. I wish you good luck. And just like that, Harry Potter left the room, leaving her alone with his wife. The white owl gave her a dismissive look before turning and flying back to its master. Even the golden-haired woman seemed just as disappointed as her husband, but did not leave. Rhaenyra chuckled bitterly, do you have anything more to say before you leave as well? Your husband has a way with words. Daphne Potter snorted, he's quite proud of this little fact. He's a scholar now, always strived to be, but he used to be a warrior once. He doesn't look like one, Rhaenyra joked back, trying to bring some levity to the conversation. I suppose he doesn't. Yet, Harry has spilt more blood than most could ever imagine, and he hated every moment of it. He hadn't wanted to fight a war. He always wanted to travel around, see what every corner of the world had to offer and learn from it. We did that, of course, after the war, but ever since then, he has always won with words. He's quite a master at it. He could turn armies with just a few clever sentences and plans. People often think that most of our enemies' mistakes were to let Harry talk. There is some truth in it, to be honest. And yet, I know something they don't. It's when he doesn't talk, when he's silent, that you need to be very, very afraid. And should I be? The woman shook her head with amusement, clear on her face, no. He doesn't care enough to even get angry. You disappointed him, nothing more. It takes a lot to make him angry, and I'm afraid, I don't think you're quite capable of that. I disappointed him. Rhaenyra Targaryen answered with astonishment in her tone, I am the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, rider of Syrax, why would I care about some stranger's judgment, just because he doesn't think that there could be a ruler queen? Where we're from, we've had many ruling queens over the years, the Potter lady replied, surprising Rhaenyra completely. For example, Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth, and Queen Victoria all ruled over our home, and while historians debate whether they were perfect rules, their gender isn't regarded as an issue, not now. No, he isn't disappointed in your gender. He was disappointed in your answers and your actions, and I can see why. Civil war is on the horizon, and your father is ill. Your children's parentage is in question. I don't care if it's true or not, the rumors exist, and they will cause another succession crisis after your own death, even if you take the throne. Your side is not an attractive one, only enforced with an ill monarch's fondness for his first wife, and your dragons, which would have been enough, had the opposite side not had dragons as well. If you don't do anything, this will escalate into a war, one fought with dragons, and you probably know the consequences of something like that happening. Rhaenyra slumped down, both angry and afraid. This stranger, a woman she had just met, just poured salt onto her fears for her future. She had known that she would need to fight Aegon over her throne, but for the facts to be laid out like this, it was extremely unsettling. Thankfully, the woman hadn't expected a reply and continued, you shouldn't really care about our opinions. We never planned on doing anything. Like we said, we are travelers and scholars, mostly. This is not our land. You are not our future queen, nor is your half-brother our future king. But while Harry was obviously disappointed, he did offer you a boon. Consider it reparation for building a manse on your island. What are you talking about? I mean the necklace around your neck, Lady Daphne answered with amusement in her voice. What necklace? Rhaenyra answered while touching her neck. She froze when she realized that she was wearing a necklace. She removed it and took a good look at it. It was made of small strands of gold, as thin as hair, braided together. And instead of a special stone, there was a small sphere of glass, as big as a drop of rain. It was releasing a faint glow, which was oddly captivating to watch. She looked up at her guest and spoke up, "How? The sphere is a vial. Inside is a liquid, specifically a phoenix tear, an immortal bird of fire and light. Their tears are extremely rare and very sought after. This drop is likely worth more than entire kingdoms, perhaps even more. That's because of its effect. Phoenix tears are, by far, the single most restorative serum in the world. It could bring someone from the brink of death. Perhaps it could even heal a king who has been slowly dying from a seemingly incurable disease." Rhaenyra found herself breathless at the treasure in her hands. A part of her thought that it was a mummer's farce, perhaps even an attempt to kill her father, but she could feel it in her bones that the liquid could not possibly be harmful. While holding it, she felt comfortable, in a way she hadn't for years, not since her mother died. "This should give you more time to prepare yourself for what's coming, and this is the only boon my husband and I are prepared to give you. What you do with it is up to you. Now, I must join my husband before he ends up promising anything to your children. He always does have a weakness for preserving their innocence." And just like that, the golden-haired woman left the room without her permission. Yet, Rhaenyra didn't care. Instead, she was staring at the priceless treasure in her hands. And, I'm not sure about this chapter. The idea was for Harry to do his good deed for the day, while scaring Rhaenyra into keeping her shit together, without actually being committed to anything. Harry's actual long-term motivations will be revealed later, but I feel like he wouldn't have been able to help himself and not meddle. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 6, Gifts and Memories. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaena Targaryen knew that her father loved her sister more than her. It had been something that she had accepted long before her mother's death. He had personally taught Baela how to speak High Valyrian, had even secretly taught her how to use a dagger when their mother wasn't looking. Of course, her mother had taught her High Valyrian and told her stories of Driftmark and her childhood, but she could tell that she was frustrated with her father's behavior. She often claimed that the man simply didn't know how to interact with them, and since Baela was similar to him, it made it easier to be close with her. She could see it. After all, Baela was the one whose egg hatched. Baela was the one who liked to play with toy swords and run around everywhere. She knew that her father loved her, and Rhaena had accepted that distance between them, even if she craved his attention. She had decided that if Baela was their father's favorite, then Rhaena would be their mother's. Which was why her death had shattered Rhaena completely. Her father tried. She knew that. He tried to help them in their grief, but didn't know what to say. Then, he got married to Rhaenyra barely after her death, and everything changed. Rhaena didn't like Dragonstone. It was always dark. Baela got along with Jace easily enough, but Rhaena had never felt more alone. She felt like a stranger in her new home. The only upside would be the possibility of taming a dragon after her egg failed to hatch, yet her father refused to endanger her since wild dragons were often very violent. She missed Pentos, even if she was barely old enough to remember it. Maybe she just missed her mother, after all this time. It didn't matter either way. Her father would not let her go anywhere, and she didn't have a dragon to force the issue. For all of her father's love for her, there was no question that he thought that she was lesser. Her cousins tried to get to know her, but there was always this distance. She was the only Targaryen without a dragon, and there was nothing they could do or say that made it otherwise. And so, Rena was relegated to the background, spending most of the time in lessons, taking her dragon egg to the fire, hoping that it would, one day, hatch. No, she had lost hope a long time ago. She was doing it because it had become a habit at that point. Life had become monotonous, except for a few exciting days. This was one of these days. It wasn't common for Dragonstone to have visitors, and their new guests, Harry and Daphne Potter, were definitely not boring. She had heard the story from one of the servants who had been there when his father and his wife argued about what to do. Apparently, the man and his wife built an entire manse in secret near the beach. She had laughed herself silly, especially since the man had somehow convinced their father not to burn them to cinders with Caraxes, and instead, to make some dinner. It had probably something to do with how quickly they built the manse and the magic silver that they held. She didn't quite believe the last part, but then again, it was better than being boring. Lord Harry was funny and kind. He had obviously traveled all around the world, and his tales were ones that Rena had never heard before. He was kind and, most of all, he didn't seem to care that she didn't have a dragon. Or maybe he just didn't know that she was dragonless. Their meal was nice, the conversation was great. Lord Potter seemed to think that some children's tale was real, for some reason, but he didn't seem to try to convince them, so that didn't really bother them. But it did seem to bother Rhaenyra, as she asked everyone to leave, but the man and his wife. They all waited outside for a few minutes, away from their fuming father, who definitely did not like being dismissed in favor of a few guests. Rena wanted to ask him if he knew something about the reason for his wife's reaction, yet she had learned years ago not to bother him when he was angry. The rest seemed to agree with it. It was Jacaerys who broke the silence. "What do you think they're talking about?" "I don't know," Lucerys answered, "but Mother was angry. I don't think I've seen her this angry before." Rena spoke up this time. "Maybe they're talking about the Hightowers. We're always asked to leave when that happens." Bela shook her head. "Our father wouldn't have been asked to leave if that was the case." Finally, the door opened, and Harry Potter left the room, but without his wife. His owl, Hedwig, flew past him, made a lap around the room before settling on his shoulder. He turned towards them and smiled. "Oh, hello there. I'm sorry for making you wait. I'm hoping you all ate your fill." Rena suppressed the urge to ask to pet the owl again. Her feathers were just so soft, and there was intelligence in her eyes, yet she stopped herself. Her father had seen the man and looked like he wanted to speak with him, but stopped himself for some reason. Maybe he was waiting until they were alone. Nevertheless, the man was immediately hounded by the boys. Jace was the first to ask, "What did Mother wish to speak with you?" "Oh, many things, but mostly a few things I've seen during my adventures. It seems that she recognized something I mentioned by accident and wanted an explanation." "And what was it about?" Rena's father asked abruptly. "Oh, I can't possibly break the princess' confidence, can I?" "No, if you want to know, then you'll have to convince her to tell you." Her father looked like he wanted to argue, but stopped himself once more. It was odd, to see her father so restrained. He always let his feelings known, even his brother, the king, and especially the Hand, Otto Hightower. So, why did he seem to respect this strange traveler? There had to be something. Was the man powerful or wealthy? If so, why would they build a manse in her stepmother's domain? It didn't make sense. She didn't have time to think of things, as the man clapped his hands with a wide smile on his face. "Oh, I almost forgot, the real reason I came here." They all leaned forward, and Rena noticed her father motioning to draw his sword. Yet they all stopped when the man's grin grew mischievous. "Gifts." Rena felt a smile grow on her face as well. It was odd how comfortable she felt around that man. He was just so kind. She could see it in his eyes, a warmth that wasn't there when he was talking to her father and stepmother. Speaking of her father, he looked relaxed. As expected, a grinning Jace raced first towards the man. She could almost hear her Septa shake her head at how improper this was, and that made things even better. The man grinned, and kept trying to pat his odd cloak, as if trying to find the gifts, before smiling widely. "Oh, here it is." He knelt down and gave him an odd tube that looked like a small far eye. It didn't look especially luxurious, not like the ones from Mir. In fact, if it wasn't for the glass lenses, she wouldn't have recognized it at all. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, the far eye expanded, becoming almost as large as the one she had seen in her grandfather's solar. She hadn't seen a collapsible far eye before. She hadn't even known that they existed, and obviously neither did Jace, who was staring at the gift with stars in his eyes. "Thank you." Lord Harry then turned towards Luke and gave him a small black box. Rena leaned in and saw some sort of circle moving around, with a red arrow on it. Luke gave the man an odd look, and all he received was a soft smile. "The red arrow on the box will always point north. I heard that you're to be the next Lord of the Driftmark. Perhaps this will help you should you find yourself at sea." He then knelt down to Joffrey, and gave him a wide smile. "As for you, perhaps a smaller dragon would suffice." The man handed him a wooden toy dragon that looked very well painted. Joff giggled and waved it around, only to notice that the wings moved with the wind. Rena was awed by the toy, and a bit envious as well. She didn't know how that was possible, and Lord Harry didn't seem inclined to explain it. Bela received a small thin dagger, very expertly forged, with beautiful carvings of dragons near the pommel. Her sister seemed overjoyed with the gift, even if her father looked shaken slightly for some reason. She didn't understand why her father disliked Lord Harry so much. He seemed like a nice man with kind eyes. Eyes that had turned to her, making Rena realize that it was finally her turn. She was excited about what she would get. She tried to repress her reactions as the man took out a small box and gave it to her. She opened it, and a small bracelet made of gold, with a beautiful red gem inside it. She had probably imagined it, but the gem moved slightly, and it felt a little warm. It was a beautiful piece of jewelry, but Rena couldn't help but feel disappointed. Everyone had received something that they had never seen before, or at least, something that they couldn't easily find. Rena could easily get better bracelets by asking her stepmother, and that would be it. Her reaction must have shown, as Lord Harry knelt in front of her, and put the bracelet around her arm. "I found this gem in a king's tomb. It is thousands of years old, and yet, it looks almost untouched, a legacy of a forgotten civilization, and now, you'll wear it on your wrist. Perhaps it will aid you to achieve your dreams." She was about to thank the man, only for the door to open once more with Lady Daphne leaving the great hall. She gave her husband an exasperating look. "Please tell me you didn't give them priceless artifacts again, Harry. Did you give them any weaponry?" "It was just one dagger," he replied sheepishly. The woman huffed and turned towards them, before freezing for a fraction of a second at the sight of Rena's bracelet and turning towards her husband with an eyebrow raised. They seemed to have some sort of silent conversation before she rolled her eyes. "Well, I suppose this was a rather nice meal, but it's time for us to go back home. We still have a lot to do to prepare for our next expedition. I suppose this is farewell." Her husband seemed to agree. "I suppose it is. I hope that I'll see you again, children. It was very nice to meet you all. Feel free to visit. I know that Hedwig will miss you, too." And just like that, They walked out of the castle, leaving them all to stare at their new gifts. Her father, on the other hand, immediately rushed into the great hall, hoping to speak with his wife. Jace had given Luke his new far eye, while he was playing with the North Pointer box, spinning around, marveling as the box continued to point north. Jove was running around with his new toy. Bela was playing with her dagger, smiling, and yet, Rena did nothing but stare at her bracelet. Everyone seemed happier with their gift than she was with hers. All she had was a stupid old piece of jewelry that didn't even look pretty. Yet, her eyes couldn't leave the gemstone. It felt like it was moving, like it was breathing in time with her pulse. The warmth surged, just for a second, and something rushed through her, sharp and sudden, like a tide crashing against her skin. She gasped and staggered back, the world spinning. No one else seemed to notice. Jace and Luke were still laughing, Bela still twirling her dagger. Her mouth went dry. The warmth hadn't returned, it was gone now, quiet again, and there was no sign of anything wrong. The gemstone looked normal again. Without thinking, Rena turned on her heel and burst into the great hall, her breath shallow, eyes wide. She entered just in time to see her father and stepmother arguing. "I do not have time for this, Damon. I need to leave for King's Landing. I'll take Syrinx, and I'll be back soon. I'm not asking for much, Rhaenyra. Just an explanation. First, you send me and the children away, you choose to be alone with a man that I warned you was dangerous, and now you're suddenly leaving for the capital, into Otto Hightower's center of influence, our enemy, I might add, without even an explanation. I do not have to explain my actions to you, husband." Her father growled at her, "Yes, you do. I am your husband, and your actions could endanger your cause and even my children. You are acting rashly. Going to speak with my father is not a rash act, Damon. So, you're going to see Viserys, after he all but banished you to this island. And what could you possibly speak to him about that I can't know of? It is a matter between the king and his heir, a matter which does not concern you," Rhaenyra growled back. Her father reeled back, as if he was struck, and that was when Rena spoke up, "Father, my bracelet, it did something, I think it." Damon turned, his face still twisted in fury from his argument. "Not now, Rena." "But..." She tried again, clutching the bracelet as if that would make her words stronger, clearer. "It burned. Just for a second. I think it..." "I said not now," he snapped, voice echoing through the hall like a whip crack. Rena flinched as if struck. Her eyes burned, breath catching in her throat. She stared at him, at the man she had tried so hard to please, to understand, to be seen by, and all she saw was the fury that had nothing to do with her. Or maybe it did. Maybe it always did. She turned and fled the great hall, tears hot and fast against her cheeks. He was just angry, she told herself. He didn't mean to shout. He was angry at Rhaenyra. Angry at everything. Not at her. But deep down, she knew the truth. He never shouted at Bela. He had time for Bela. He looked at Bela with pride in his eyes. But for her? She wasn't a dragon rider. Her egg never hatched. She was the only one left without a dragon, without a bond. And maybe, just maybe, that was why he kept her at a distance. Because no matter how much she studied, how hard she tried to behave, she didn't belong. Not without wings. Fine, then. If she had no dragon, she would find one. A wild one. If no egg would choose her, then she would choose her own fate. Tonight, she would go to the Dragon Mont. Tonight, she would find a dragon and claim it. Tonight, she would prove herself a true Targaryen. Tonight, she would make her father love her. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 7, Foolish Choices. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Tonight, she would go to Dragonmont. Tonight, she would find a dragon and claim it. Tonight, she would prove herself a true Targaryen. Tonight, she would make her father love her. Rena always thought that Dragonstone looked best at night. The shadows were longer, deeper, and the wind carried with it a stillness that the day could never offer. It was also quieter. There were no septas scolding her for daydreaming, no cousins trying to include her in games that didn't need her, no Bela outshining her in everything without even trying. At night, the castle was hers and hers alone. Up here, under the sky, she learned to dream. It became easy to imagine a world where her mother had lived, a world where her egg had hatched, a world where her father would love her as much as Bela. She had always woken up feeling disappointed. Well, tonight, she would change that. She would claim a dragon, and she would earn her name as a Targaryen. Sneaking out of the room wasn't hard. Her guards weren't exactly the most vigilant in the castle. After all, they were in Dragonstone, away from the dangers of King's Landing, meaning that they were safe. During a few sleepless nights, Rena had distracted herself by imagining ways to sneak out of her room. There weren't guards constantly standing outside her room after a few hours into the night, rotating as a few guards slept. Instead, they started patrolling the floor, which gave her an opportunity to sneak out if she timed it right. Rena put on a cloak and gently opened her door, creeping along the outer paths in the corridor, and left just before the guards returned. Her boots were nearly silent on the stone, each step deliberate. It was surprisingly easy to escape the keep. To be fair, her stepmother had flown soon after the Potters left, and her father was too angry about it to care about their security. The entire castle was distracted, and it showed. Now, she only needed to find a dragon, which was harder than one might expect. But she could feel it in her bones. This time, she would be successful. She had to be. Bela often complained that she was too quiet, too careful. Well, she was done being careful. She was done being quiet. And now, she was simply too tired of waiting. If the gods had denied her a hatchling, then she would claim one with her own hands. She wasn't Bela. She wasn't the favored daughter, the sword wielder, the heir to Lena's fire. She was the one who listened too much, waited too long, and dreamed of things she was never allowed to reach. But not after tonight. Her father had never let her claim a wild dragon, claiming that they were too dangerous and unpredictable, and yet, if Imond could claim Viagar, stealing her mother's dragon, then Rena could claim a dragon of her own. And it wasn't as if Rena was planning on claiming the cannibal or something as absurd. No, her target was the Grey Ghost, barely more than a story, but one that Rena knew to be true. She had seen him once, diving to eat some fish from the ocean, before disappearing into the Dragonmont. He was smaller than most grown dragons, but he was more than mighty enough for her. She had heard rumors of the dragon's lair being on the eastern side of the Dragonmont, hence her destination. She moved with purpose now, each step steadier than the last, the cool wind tugging at her cloak. The path was steep, winding its way around the rocky slope, slick with moss and old sea spray. Her boots slipped more than once, but she didn't stop. She gritted her teeth and kept climbing, hands scraping against the stone when she lost balance. The world narrowed to the rhythmic sound of her breath, the crunch of gravel beneath her steps, and the ever-growing sense of heat. Not the warmth of the mountain's heart, she knew that feeling, the slow, constant breath of the dragon mont. This was different. This heat pulsed. It throbbed against her skin like a second heartbeat. It made the air feel heavier, made her blood sing in her veins. It guided her. She didn't know how to put it into words, but she could tell that there was something nearby, something more than just the heat from the dragon mont. And that's when she saw it, a narrow crevice carved into the mountainside, half hidden behind a tangle of dead roots and jagged stone. She stepped closer, breath hitching as the warmth grew. Not just warmth. Heat. Her hand brushed the edge of the rock, and she slipped inside, into the dark. The tunnel sloped downward, rough and narrow, and the heat grew thicker with every step. There was a dragon nearby. She could feel it. And then a loud rumble, and Rena thought what she had mistaken in the darkness as a spiky rock suddenly move and open a gigantic eye. This wasn't the calm, skittish dragon that she had expected. This wasn't the gray ghost. No, this eye burned green like wildfire, slit-pupilled and watching her with a predatory stillness. It blinked once, and in that blink, the darkness shifted. She saw the outline now, huge, sinuous, spiked. The beast was draped across the stone like a living shadow, each jagged scale absorbing the light. Black. She could see its back, which was filled with rows of uneven spikes. There was only one wild dragon who was as large as the one before her. The cannibal. Rena froze. Her breath caught, her legs screamed to run, but she didn't. After all, the dragon hadn't made any threatening moves, not yet, just stared at her with its green eyes, as if surprised that she was there in the first place. Instead, she straightened, heart hammering in her chest, and stepped forward. "If I can't have Grey Ghost," she whispered, "then I'll take you. I am Rena Targaryen. You will be mine." The dragon's eye narrowed. She raised her hands, feeling the old words on her tongue. Daharas, obey. For a moment, just one agonizing heartbeat, it stilled. It didn't move. Didn't breathe. Just watched her. No, she realized that it was staring at her bracelet, not at her. She barely had enough time to react as the dragon opened its maw, and a faint green glow illuminated the cavern. She knew exactly what that meant and threw herself to the side, rolling against the stone as heat scorched the edge of her cloak. The tunnel roared with the sound of fire, and she ran, scrambling, half crawling, desperate. Rena didn't know if it was the fear or an act of the gods, but she was able to leave the cavern. She was so grateful to escape that she hadn't noticed a loose stone and slipped, falling onto the rocks and tumbling down the narrow slope, skin scraping, lungs burning. A part of her wanted to stay there for a while, and yet she felt her bracelet warm slightly, followed by a loud shriek. She limped up and saw the familiar form of the cannibal fly down towards her. Despite the agony she felt in her legs, Rena limped away, with tears in her eyes. The desperation clouded her judgment. She didn't know how she could escape in the first place. Even uninjured, she wouldn't be able to go to Dragonstone in time to get help, and even if she did, how could they help her? Even her father was wary of the cannibal after all. Why was it so focused on her? The cannibal rarely hunted people. He killed them if they got close, of course, but he rarely actively followed them. And yet, that was exactly what the wild dragon was doing. Rena did her best to hide, to stay in narrow paths to avoid being seen, and yet the cannibal simply wouldn't let her. She was almost at the beach now. Perhaps someone could see and alert her father, or maybe she could hide underwater. She knew how to swim. Her mother was a Velaryon after all. She knew that her plans were foolish, but what else could she do against a dragon? Speaking of the dragon, she couldn't find it anywhere, even near the Dragon Mont. Had she lost it? Had it finally given up? Laughter bubbled in her throat at how close it was, until she heard a loud roar behind her. Clouded in the darkness of the night, the cannibal descended like a shadow made flesh. His wings barely made a sound as they cut through the air, but Rena felt the pressure of them heavy, suffocating, ancient. The sand lashed at her face, and her cloak twisted around her legs as she stumbled forward. But her legs gave out. She hit the ground hard, knees scraping stone and sea grit, her breath knocked out of her lungs. Her arms barely caught her, trembling, weak, bloodied. The air was thick with heat, and she turned over with effort, staring up at the monster above her. The cannibal was hovering above her, batting its wings with such strength that Rena felt the sand thrown by its wind give her a few cuts. And yet the young girl didn't move. She didn't scream. She didn't flinch. She knew that it was useless, that there was nothing she could do. Her father was right. She had been foolish to try to tame a wild dragon alone, and now she would pay the price of that decision. She stared at the dragon's maw as it opened, the green light illuminating the beach. The glow was brighter this time, beautiful in a way. Rena's mouth opened, but no words came. Just breathe. Just fear. And then, for the first time in what felt like forever, she thought of her mother's face. Laughing. Brushing her hair behind her ear. Whispering high Valyrian lullabies in the warm sun of Pentos. Bela would miss her. She hoped her father would, too. Then the green flames came. Rena wanted to be brave, but she even failed with that. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the heat and the pain, only for nothing to happen. Confused, she looked up, and saw a gigantic glowing circle with dozens of weird symbols that she had never seen before, and somehow, it was holding back the flames. She had never seen anything like it before, and yet, as the jet of green flames continued, the circle kept protecting her, even as the ground behind her started to melt from the heat. A familiar voice spoke up, "Are you out of your mind, kid?" Harry Potter stood there, in the same clothes he wore during his visit to the castle in the morning, yet he felt more. She didn't know how to explain it. He looked very different from the carefree, yet somewhat silly man who gave them gifts. For one, he looked more intense, more hardened. Perhaps there were some truths in his wife's words about him being a warrior once. If Rena had to describe it, it would be that he seemed more than a simple man. Was that why her father was so wary of him? Did he know anything about this? Rena wanted to say something, but sound refused to leave her mouth. The man's eyes softened. "We'll talk later." She had been so preoccupied with Lord Harry's arrival, and whatever magic he used, that she hadn't noticed that the cannibal's dragon fire had stopped. The glowing circle disappeared, and her savior walked forward towards the dragon, completely unafraid. It might have been her imagination, but the cannibal seemed to hesitate for a moment as he met the man's eyes. However, he still opened his maw once more, only for a bolt of lightning to appear from the heavens and strike the dragon's wings. The beast screeched and fell on the beach during the attack. Harry Potter walked towards the dragon, calmly, and the dragon seemed to do its best to get away, before it leapt into the air, and awkwardly flew back to the dragon mont. She couldn't help but breathe out, "What are you?" "I'm just a man, like many others." "Men do not make dragons flee in fear," she answered back dryly. "Perhaps I might be a bit different from other men," he replied with the familiar mischievous tone in his voice. "With that unpleasantness taken care of, now, let's get you healed up before anything gets infected. Then, I suppose you'll have a lot to explain, young lady." Rena couldn't help but gulp, feeling like facing the cannibal again would probably be easier than what was coming. And that was surprisingly hard to write. "I know that some of you won't like that Harry spared the cannibal, but I found no reason for him to do so. It will be explained in the next chapter, alongside the bracelet's properties. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions." If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 8, Comfort of Home. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rena couldn't help but gulp, feeling like facing the cannibal again would probably be easier than what was coming. Rena walked alongside her savior, feeling exhausted from her earlier adventure. The man hadn't said a word beyond putting a cloak around her and having her follow him. In a few minutes, they found themselves in front of a manse, and the sight of it made her understand why her stepmother was both worried and interested about its construction. Rena had imagined a small wooden home or a hut, not a large manse that looked like it was carved from the mountain itself. The cost, effort, and time needed to make something like this was immense, if they didn't have magic, of course. Yes, it had been quite an easy conclusion to make, given what she had seen, and yet, she wasn't scared. She didn't know why. She had heard of small snippets of what sorcerers were capable of, back in Pentos. It didn't sound that powerful, especially compared to a dragon, and yet there was always a cost somewhere, one that tended to be abominable. Her father knew much more about the subject, which was probably why he had been so wary of Lord Harry. Speaking of her father, she couldn't help but shiver at his likely reaction when he would see her. "He's going to kill me, isn't he?" "Who is?" her savior asked. "My father. He always warned me not to try to claim a wild dragon. He's going to take one look at my injuries, and he'll ground me until I'm a woman grown." "What injuries?" the man replied with an amused tone. She was about to give him an incredulous look, only to notice that her leg wasn't hurting anymore. Even the cuts on her arms had disappeared completely. She took off her savior's coat, only to notice that even her clothes were fixed, somehow. Rena stopped walking and stared at him. "You healed me. I said I would, didn't I? My wife was always the better healer. She has a natural disposition towards it, but I'm no slouch. Now, since you're all healed up, why don't you tell me what you were doing near a dragon this size without any protection?" Rena looked down at the sand. "I just wanted a dragon. Everyone else has one, and father." She didn't finish as the man knelt down and hugged her tightly. "Tell you what, I have a very special drink inside that's perfect to deal with feelings like this. How about you give it a try?" The young woman barely had time to register what he said before realizing that they were standing in front of the entrance of the manse. She could swear that they were further away, a few minutes ago. She shook her head and decided to follow her savior's advice. The doors opened on their own, and Rena did her best not to gasp at what was inside. It was luxurious, yet they're not overly so. There was a warmth there that made the manse feel like a home, instead of a display of luxury. Rena barely had time to take it all in before she was guided to a room with a few couches, one of which was occupied by the Lady Daphne, who was reading a thick tome in her hands. The golden-haired woman looked up and raised an eyebrow. "I was not aware that we were having guests, Harry." The man looked sheepish, a far cry from the powerful sorcerer who had fought a dragon just a few minutes prior. "You remember Rena, right? She was in a bit of trouble and had a bad day. Why don't you stay with her a bit while I make her some hot chocolate?" The woman's eyes brightened and motioned to talk, only for the man to raise his hands in surrender. "Yes, I'll make you a cup too." Lady Daphne's eyes sparkled in excitement, and the man rolled his eyes and left the room. The golden-haired woman gave her a kind look. "I'm assuming that my husband understated how much trouble you were in. He wouldn't have intervened if it weren't something that could cause some lasting harm." Rena gave her an awkward smile. "I went to the Dragonmont to claim a dragon. I found one, but he really didn't like me. Ah, I can see that. For all his talk of neutrality and leaving things be, Harry always had a weak spot when it came to children. It's why he gave you that bracelet after all. The bracelet? Rena asked, confused. She thought that her bracelet was barely more than an afterthought compared to everyone else's gifts. Jace and Luke had gotten something that they had never heard of before, even Joffrey's toy was new. Bela had gotten a weapon, and yet, Rena had gotten a plain piece of jewelry. She thought that it was a slight of some sort, a useless gift for a dragonless Targaryen. And yet, now that she looked back at it, there was some oddness in the stone, the way it heated up, the way there was something inside it, moving, the stone. It's magic, isn't it? A significant oversimplification, but an accurate conclusion, nonetheless. Harry and I found it in an ancient, abandoned shrine in Japan, dedicated to Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. I was surprised to see something like this, if I was honest, a fragment of a realm of fire and light, a spark, really. It is not extremely powerful, but more than enough to be dangerous in the wrong hands. I didn't know why he gave it to you, but I suppose that I can see it now. Why did he give it to me? Rena couldn't help but ask. Because you were sad and quiet. I don't understand. The woman's eyes softened. You have been sad for a long time. Grief and longing fill you, and yet, you were quiet. Children cry and rage because they want attention, because they're hurt or afraid. But when they're silent in their pain, it's because they can't stop. Harry saw you, and saw a girl in pain that wouldn't stop, and he decided to help, like the meddlesome man he pretends he isn't. Rena wanted to rage, to protest, but small tears gathered in the corner of her eyes. She barely had time to wipe them before Lord Harry returned with 3 steaming cups filled with an odd brown drink. He handed Rena one, who gave him an odd look. Did he expect her to drink this? Lord Harry rolled his eyes. It's called a hot chocolate. It's scientifically effective at making you feel better. Why don't you have a sip and tell me what you think? Rena did just that and gasped at the rich flavor that she tasted, as well as the warmth coursing through her. Her host gave her a smug look. I told you so. So, what were you talking about? The priceless artifact of power that you gave a child, his wife replied in a dry tone. We weren't doing anything with it, and it's practically harmless, especially in another universe. It just has some energy stored that I thought might help her a bit. The woman's eyes widened. Oh, so that's why you gave it to her. That explains a lot. Rena had no idea what they were talking about, and motioned to speak. I have a few questions. The man gave her a warm smile. Of course, dear. What do you want to know? Who are you, truly? She couldn't help but ask. I never lied, my dear, Lord Harry replied. We really are travelers, both of us are. We like to go see new places, discover new civilizations, maybe have a few adventures. We came to this place because it seemed interesting. We never encountered dragon riders before, and this place has a special place in history, I can tell. We built our little house, with a nice view of the beach, and geographically, it's a nice, central place in the places we want to visit. You scared off a dragon, Rena replied with an incredulous tone. Travelers don't just do that. I suppose we're not your average traveler. You've seen enough to make a conclusion, haven't you? Magic, the young girl asked hesitatingly. But at her host's nods, she continued enthusiastically, I've never heard of magic like yours before. And isn't magic supposed to be very dangerous? Oh, it's extremely dangerous, the man replied kindly, and it has killed many arrogant mages who thought themselves to be above the rules. And before you ask, magic isn't something that can be taught, but something you are born with, much like being a dragon rider. Rena couldn't help but be filled with disappointment. She had planned on asking the man to teach her. For magic was obviously more powerful than a dragon. Lord Harry had showed that to her earlier. But something niggled at her. Aegon Targaryen had conquered Westeros, not because it was his right, but because he was powerful enough to do it. A man who scared off dragons and summoned lightning from the sky had power akin to that of the gods. Wouldn't it be his right to conquer them, as her ancestor had over a century ago? She asked him just that. If you have so much power, so much strength, then why aren't you a king? Lord Harry knelt down and gave her a complicated look, as if seeing her for the first time. Power is such a fickle thing, Rena. Men crave it, the influence, to be remembered in the annals of history, to carve a legend that would be sung for thousands of years. It's something I dreamt of, once. But look at your father. Look at your stepmother, and tell me, are they happy? Rena remembered the constant frown on Rhaenyra's face, the way her father's eyes dimmed after her mother died, his constant rage at something that happened in King's Landing or another. It was the first time that she realized that whatever moments of happiness they had were brief. She shook her head, and Lord Harry smiled. Long ago, circumstances forced us to fight a war, one unlike what you had ever seen. People chanted my name and would remember me as a hero, my feats would probably be known for thousands of years, and yet, it felt hollow, especially compared to a single evening with my wife. People often dedicate their lives to power, but it's those who dedicate it to happiness, to joy, that truly live a full life. If there was one thing I could teach you from all of my experience, it would be that chasing happiness by pursuing power will likely never end well. Had you claimed that dragon tonight, do you think that anything would be different? Yes. I won't be dragonless anymore. I'll be true Targaryen, she protested. Perhaps, but I'm not talking about any dragon, but the cannibal itself. The moment you tried to claim him, you weren't thinking about your happiness but the power the beast would bring you. If you had returned riding this beast, perhaps your father would have paid more attention to you. Perhaps, you would get some attention, but it wouldn't be you, would it? It would be the rider of the cannibal that they would care about. Rena stiffened, tears growing in her eyes. I just wanted them to care. I wanted to have a dragon too. Lord Harry held her tightly and spoke up, and I suppose I do have to make up for that little fiasco, don't I? I don't understand, she muttered while sniffling. Well, I didn't expect you to go confront a dragon of all things, right after giving you your bracelet. You would have likely been nothing more than a curiosity for most of them, but you met the one dragon that would crave what's inside the stone. The magic from that sun goddess. Rena replied, vaguely remembering what Lady Daphne said about the stone. Not quite, but I suppose that's accurate enough, the man answered while laughing. In a way, this stone could empower a dragon massively, but the cannibal is not an ordinary dragon. I didn't have the time to study it completely, but the beast was wrong and malformed. Perhaps it was an act of chance, or perhaps it was a ritual that had gone wrong, that used the egg somehow. The dragon is constantly leaking its own magic, its own power. Dragons absorb magic to grow, yet this one keeps releasing it. I don't know if it's instinct, but it found that eating dragons and their eggs could allow it to absorb its magic, and it has done that for years and years, living from one meal to another, hoping to survive by eating hatchlings and dragon eggs. Quite the sad and tormented creature, huh? What you have in your hand is something that could feed it for centuries, and it recognized what it was, and chased you down. In a way, I played a part in your misfortune, even if I had not intended it to happen. Rena glared at him and exclaimed without even thinking, you almost got me killed. If you hadn't snuck out tonight, then it wouldn't have happened either, the man protested, but I suppose I should make it up to you, don't I? The young girl, who felt slightly embarrassed by her outburst, started to shake in excitement. Lord Harry chuckled, calm down, my dear. Let's get you home first. Gods, I'll have to sneak back in, she muttered, the cannibal would have made them more alert. The man was laughing at her panic. Before she could glare at him, she turned and found herself and Lord Harry standing in her room, back in Dragonstone. The man was still drinking that heavenly hot chocolate. She still had no idea what that was, but there had to be some magic involved in making it. He gave her an amused look as words failed to come out of her mouth. I would very much prefer if you don't mention our little adventure to anyone. I doubt most would believe it anyway, and the ones that do would hopefully be smart enough not to bother me. Then again, people can be so dumb sometimes. Now, it's very late, and it's time for you to go to sleep. Rena wanted to ask about the gift he promised to give her, but her eyes felt heavy all of a sudden. She felt so tired, and then everything went dark. She woke up feeling extremely comfortable but also sore all over her body. She had a very strange dream, with Lord Harry being some sort of wizard who saved her from the cannibal. That had to have been a dream, right? She moved around in her bed and felt something warm near her, which confused her. Her first guess would have been that she had slept with her egg again. She used to do that every night, back when her mother was still alive. In Pentos, it was a ritual of some sort for her mother and her to imagine the egg hatching in her sleep, and describe what dragon could lay within until she fell asleep. She had stopped after they went to Dragonstone. The ritual felt empty without her mother. Rena finally opened her eyes and sat up, only to freeze as she noticed the origin of the warmth. It was her egg, or at least, it used to be her egg. In its place were pieces of broken shell, and a white dragon hatchling took its place. The hatchling looked up, Rena having probably woken it up, and it stared at her, revealing the streaks of orange, yellow, and red around its body. It reminded her of fire and the sun, for some reason. She blinked. It wasn't a dream, was it? The young girl looked at the bracelet in her hands. The gem looked much the same, but it felt empty. The small pulses of warmth she felt while holding it, the small imperceptible movement, were all gone. That was Lord Harry's gift, the privilege of claiming a dragon of her own. A wide smile grew on her face, and she couldn't stop herself from laughing, softly at first, almost disbelieving, and then louder, as joy poured out of her like a dam breaking. She cradled the little hatchling in her arms, and it chirped at her sleepily, curling into her warmth. Her chest ached, and her cheeks were wet before she even realized she was crying. Not because she was sad, but because for the first time in her life, she felt whole. Her dragon. Her dragon. She had a dragon now. She was a true Targaryen. She didn't have to prove it to anyone. The door to her room creaked open, revealing her sister giving her a worried look. Rena, are you all right? You won't believe what happened last night. The cannibal. Bela froze as she saw the chirping dragon in her arms and the broken eggshell on her bed. Your egg. It hatched. And just like that, her sister ran towards her and embraced her tightly, babbling with excitement, but Rena barely registered the words. She just held her tighter, burying her face in Bela's shoulder as her dragon nestled into her lap. Thank you, she whispered, not to her sister, but to the quiet morning, to the bracelet on her wrist, to the man who gave her more than she ever thought to ask. She had been seen. She had been heard. And in the end, that was what mattered the most. And, so, Rena finally gets her dragon. The idea here was to show how much Harry changed over the years. He was a bit less serious than when he was younger, and a bit wiser. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 9, A changed path. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, King's Landing. It was almost dark when Rhaenyra finally arrived in King's Landing, atop Syrax. She hadn't made such a long journey, not since the Driftmark incident, at the very least. She looked down at the city, still flying, and couldn't help but feel like an outsider. This was supposed to be the future place of power, where she would rule over the Seven Kingdoms. This had been her home for half of her life. This had been where she had spent time with her mother before she died. And yet, looking down, she felt like a stranger, an intruder into Alicent's domain. It was a wonder how much a few years could change things. Nevertheless, she needed to face this with grace. Daemon was already angry enough because she refused to tell him what Harry Potter had told her. She was tempted to, if she was honest, but she remembered that day, all those years ago. Her father's severe face, the seriousness in his voice, the damning words he said, of the responsibility of the head of House Targaryen, of the King of the Seven Kingdoms, they were all etched in her memories. That and Harry Potter's words, the knowledge he held on prophecy and Aegon's dream. She needed to tell her father, and no one, not even Alicent or Otto, would stop her. Harry Potter's words were still on her mind, the absolute conviction that the darkness would come in the next 200 years, that Aegon's dream was not a gift, but a curse. Her father always knew more about the subject and had studied it religiously. Now, she needed his advice, and perhaps, he would need her help as well. With renewed resolve, Rhaenyra stopped circling the city and landed on the dragon pit. She could feel the tiredness of Syrax through their bond and frowned slightly. It was true that she hadn't ridden her dragon a lot recently. 5 pregnancies and being banished through everything but name had stopped her from riding as much as she did in her youth. She'd have to rectify this. The dragon keepers walked up to her and cautiously approached Syrax. Their leader addressed her, "Welcome back, Princess. May I ask if you will be staying long in the capital?" Rhaenyra shook her head. "No, I have no plans on staying for long. Just give Syrax some food. She tires from the journey." The dragon keeper nodded and left her without saying another word. Rhaenyra wasn't bothered by it. They were always blunt in their duties. It probably had to do with facing dragons every day. Nevertheless, she made her way through the familiar halls of the Red Keep, and it did not take long before the whispers spread ahead of her like wildfire. She hadn't sent word. She hadn't asked for permission. She hadn't come as a guest. The Greens were scrambling. And yet, Rhaenyra wasn't relishing it. She had grown up within these walls, and yet, the moment Rhaenyra stepped past the gate, she knew that this was no longer her domain. The corridors had changed. The rich crimson tapestries of old Valyria, the ones that had once hung like silent sentinels from the walls, were gone. In their place were banners of deep green and gold, trimmed in silver thread, each one adorned with the 7-pointed star of the faith. Where once the 3-headed dragon had watched from mosaic and marble, now came images of saints and knights jesting. She walked on, teeth clenched behind her smile, and realized something bitter and true. This was not her father's castle anymore. It belonged to Alicent. To Otto. Every step deeper into the castle was a reminder that her influence over King's Landing had withered like a forgotten vine. She was not heir here. Not truly. Not anymore. As if to prove her point, by the time she reached the outer courtyard, a small procession awaited her. Otto Hightower stood in front, face pinched in irritation, his hands folded behind his back. Beside him, Queen Alicent wore a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. Ser Criston stood to the side, hand on the hilt of his sword, flanked by gold cloaks whose eyes never left her. "Princess Rhaenyra," Otto greeted coolly. "This is an unexpected visit. To what do we owe the pleasure? I've come to speak with my father, she said, without flinching. Alicent stepped forward, voice gentle but firm. The king has requested no contact with you, princess. Not until he is better prepared. I wasn't asking for permission, Rhaenyra replied, her tone flat and unyielding. Ser Criston tensed, but Otto merely sighed. He is resting, princess. The king is unwell. Perhaps. She didn't wait for him to finish. With a flick of her cloak, she swept past them, her boots echoing loudly in the corridor. Her father must still be in his bedroom. She should have guessed that. She knew that his illness had progressed in the last few years, and he was barely able to walk at that time. They scrambled to follow her, and she could hear Otto protesting loudly behind her. She ignored him completely, each step more purposeful than the last. She wasn't here for their games, their rituals, their carefully measured pleasantries. She had wasted enough years dancing around their designs. No more. The guards made to block her path at the threshold of the royal wing, but something in her gaze must have warned them, because they parted without a word. Ser Criston's boots struck the stone with hurried steps behind her, and Alicent's voice rang out again, more insistent, more desperate, "Princess, you must understand, the king cannot." She glared at Alicent so heatedly that the queen stiffened. As if to push her point, Syrinx shrieked loudly in the distance and breathed fire into the air, illuminating the sky briefly. Ah, there it was, the fear. For all of the smugness of the high towers, it was hard to stay composed in front of a dragon rider. Normally, she would have been more diplomatic, as Otto would undoubtedly complain to her father about her behavior, but Rhaenyra knew that he would care much more about Aegon's dream than some useless courtly manners. The king's guard guarding her father's room stood in front of her, and she gave Alicent a pointed look. She nodded at them, and they let her pass. She opened the door to her room and gasped as she saw her father's figure. He looked like a shadow of the man she remembered, lying in bed, swallowed by layers of silk and fur that only served to emphasize how much of him had wasted away. His skin was so pale it was almost translucent, stretched tight over bone. She could count each rib beneath the linen of his nightshirt. His left arm was gone, cut further back than before, and there were raw, angry patches where chunks of flesh had clearly been carved away. Likely, the maesters, trying to stop the rot. And then his eyes met hers, and whatever reservations she had vanished as his eyes lit up when he recognized her. "Rhaenyra," he rasped. "Father. It has been a while." "I suppose it has. I have missed you, daughter." "And I missed you as well," she answered back, doing her best to hide the bitterness at the fact that he had been the one who banished her to Dragonstone in everything but name. And yet, looking at the man before her, she simply couldn't find it in herself to be angry at him. "Did you bring my grandchildren with you?" he answered in a stronger tone than she expected, given his condition. "I'm afraid not, father. I left them in Dragonstone. I have come here, urgently, asking for your advice on a delicate matter. I thought that you would be the most knowledgeable on the subject." Despite her father's smile growing, Alicent scoffed loudly, "What could be so urgent that you needed to come without even sending a raven?" Rhaenyra gave Alicent a cold look. "This is something that I will need to speak with my father alone." Otto gave her an infuriating smile. "You are in the presence of the queen and the hand of the king, princess. I assure you that if you need counsel, we would be very happy to provide it." "This is a matter between the king and his heir only," Rhaenyra gritted back. She could see Otto and Alicent stiffen, obviously wanting to protest, but she didn't let them. Instead, she looked directly at the Valyrian steel dagger, the one Aegon the Conqueror had commissioned. Her father followed her gaze, and his eyes widened. "Are you certain? This is about the song, father. I have news, and you are the king, the head of our house. You need to know and perhaps, even give me some advice," she simply replied. The expression on the king's face was complicated, a mixture of wonder, doubt, and panic. Perhaps he thought that there were signs of the coming darkness approaching, or anything of the like. He just looked at the room and ordered, "Leave us. I need to discuss this with my heir." Otto looked like he wanted to protest, but something in her father's gaze stopped him. He simply nodded, "Yes, Your Grace." The queen followed him, glaring at her while leaving, and they were followed by the king's guard. Her father gave her a severe look. "I trust that you did not use our house's legacy just to fuel your feud with Alicent, daughter." "No. This is true. I met someone, a traveler. He knew of the Song of Ice and Fire. He had more information on it, and you are more learned on the subject than I." That made the king stiffen. Someone knew of Aegon's dream. "Yes. Tell me everything. Do not leave out any details. Because, let me tell you, Rhaenyra, if you have been swindled into revealing our house's duty, our legacy." Rhaenyra didn't let him finish that threat. "I haven't. I swear it by all the gods, I haven't breathed a word of Aegon's dream to anyone, not even Jacaerys, my heir. Yet, Harry Potter knew more of it than even I did, father." His knowledge of prophecy was akin to that of a maester studying his craft, not some charlatan. "Then explain, daughter." She nodded. "My sword shield found a foreign coin in the hands of one of the small folk in a tavern. He asked where he had gotten it from, and he said that he had gotten it from a woman. He thought that it was a forgery of some sort, but no blacksmith or jeweler could scratch it. He tracked down the woman to a manse on the beach, where he met a man and his wife, Harry and Daphne Potter. They had built the manse in days at most, and it looked much like Valyrian stone. After Daemon paid them a visit, they agreed to meet with me. I had been hoping that they'd found some Valyrian treasures or the like, in their travels, and that they would share their finding with us." "And an indestructible coin," her father stated in a dry tone. She put the silver coin in her father's lone hand. "I've seen Daemon hit it with Dark Sister. It doesn't even have a scratch on it." The king seemed to look at it with wonder. "What of Aegon's dream?" "I don't know how he knew. In the middle of the conversation, he described our ancestors escaping the doom as a song woven by fate itself, a song of fire and flames, to battle the coming darkness and ice. I knew in that moment that he knew of Aegon's dream." "These might have just been normal words, Nyra," Viserys protested. "Well, the maester's lessons I got about prophecies, how dreamers get their ability from their dragons, the fact that this prophecy has been told and retold for centuries all over the world, confirmed things. Thankfully, I had the mind to ask for some privacy before the man started talking about the long night occurring somewhere in the next couple of centuries." "The long night?" Viserys questioned slightly. "I think I have heard of this before, but it slips my mind." "A very old tale. Harwin. Harwin Strong told me of it. It's well known in the houses descending from the first men. It speaks of the others, creatures of ice and darkness, capable of raising the dead, fighting living before being beaten back by the first men, the giants and the children of the forest, with them building a gigantic wall of ice to stop them from returning." Potter stated that variations of this story exist across the world, even in Essos and Yeti. Viserys seemed doubtful for a moment before muttering, "I never considered looking at the accounts of the first men." Thankfully, Rhaenyra had an answer for that. "Harwin told me that most of the stories of the first men are passed down orally. The very few written tomes were burnt by the faith or written in the old tongue, the first men's language before the common tongue spread out all over the Seven Kingdoms." "You've left me a lot to think about, Rhaenyra." "You're right. I am interested in understanding more of Aegon's dream, but I'm too unwell to research the matter with the discretion that our legacy deserves. Perhaps you could invite this Harry Potter to King's Landing and let me judge if there is some truth in what he said." "What did he ask in return for his knowledge?" "Nothing. He didn't seem to care at all. He even gave the children some gifts, although I didn't get the time to look too closely at them, as I flew here on Cyrix as quickly as I could. He even gave me a gift, something that he claimed was far more valuable than most kingdoms put together. Her father gave her an incredulous look, and she smiled, removing her new necklace, already missing the warmth and comfort it gave her. She took out the vial, with the drop of the glowing liquid inside it. The king stared at it, with an odd look on his face, and touched it with his lone hand. It's warm. It's supposedly the tear of a bird of fire, one that is reborn from the ashes every time it perishes. It is said that it could cure anything, other than death itself. The moment he gave this to me, I knew that I used to give it to you, that it wasn't meant for me, not truly, she finished, voice low, as she placed the vial gently into his palm. You once told me that a ruler must bear the burden for those they love. Well, this is mine, father. But it was meant for you. Viserys looked down at the vial resting in his remaining hand, its golden glow casting faint light across the pallor of his skin. His fingers curled around it slowly, almost reverently, and his breath hitched. You would give me this, he rasped. There was never a choice, Rhaenyra answered. You're the king. My father. You deserve more than to waste away, helpless in a maestus care. I wish for you to see my children grow, and the realm needs to see the king at his strongest. This is the correct choice. Rhaenyra took the vial from his hand and opened it. A lone glowing tear dropped slowly into her father's mouth, and then, for a few seconds, nothing happened. She was about to say something, only to notice that the flesh around his cheek began to shift. It was so subtle that Rhaenyra almost thought she had imagined it. But the change didn't stop. Slowly, the color of his skin warmed, the grayish tinge fading away. Slowly, the pale, paper-thin skin began to regain a touch of color, as if warmth had returned to blood that had been stagnant for far too long. And then his hair began to grow, not in length but in fullness, strands thickening, the brittle silver turning more lustrous. It reminded her of the man he had once been, still frail, still tired, but no longer a walking corpse. He looked younger, impossibly so. Not as she remembered him at her 10th name day, perhaps, but close. Stronger. Healthier. Alive. Even the rot, which had eaten into his arm, his back, and side, was fading. She watched with disbelief as the discolored patches lightened, the angry skin knitting itself, slowly healing, with the flesh that the maestus had cut returning. The scars around his amputated arm started to heal, and his breathing deepened, steadied. His spine straightened slightly. The tremor in his fingers calmed, and he was staring at them, as if not believing what he was seeing. Rhaenyra didn't blame him. She had some trouble believing it as well, despite Daphne Potter's words on the tear's effect. Magic. This was undeniably magic, impossible magic that she had seen with her two own eyes, a magic that had healed her father. Slowly, her father turned away from his bed, stood up without the help of his cane, and smiled widely at her. He walked up to her, each step steadier than the last, until he stood right in front of her, and wrapped his good arm around her shoulders, holding her tightly. She leaned into it, allowing herself that single moment of comfort. Thank you, Rhaenyra. And you were right to come to me with this. I suppose that a trip to Dragonstone is in order. It has been some time since I met my grandchildren after all. Rhaenyra smiled. Harry Potter's gift had bought her time, had saved her father. She had never expected the effects to be so extraordinary, so powerful, and despite her happiness, she knew that she needed to be careful when dealing with the man. After all, if he could heal her father from the brink of death, then what else could he do? In Viserys' portrayal gave me some trouble, but this chapter's purpose is to show the repercussions of Harry making decisions on a whim more than anything. There's more to his decision, and that will be explained in the future. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 10, The Call for Adventure. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaena Targaryen had to be one of the happiest girls in the Seven Kingdoms, and no one could say otherwise. For she finally had a dragon of her own. It had been a few days since the hatching, and even now, she could barely believe that after so many years, the same egg her mother had always promised would hatch finally did. Of course, Lord Harry and his magic had done most of it, but Rhaena liked to think that she had a hand in her little miracle as well. She had dubbed her hatchling Solaris because he reminded her of the sun. And hadn't Lady Daphne said something about the magic stone they had given her, being found in the temple of a goddess of the sun? It seemed fitting, especially given the color of her scales. Rhaena had never seen a dragon with multiple colors before, at least, with so many different colors as Solaris. White, yellow, orange, and red. It reminded her of the flames of the sun. Maybe her stone had changed her dragon somehow. To be honest, she didn't care. Her dragon was born, and that was more than enough for her. Still, she was slightly sad about the stone, which had quickly lost its light after her egg hatched. It wasn't exactly hard to understand what had happened. Whatever magic was in the jewel had hatched her ring, but the magic was gone now. It put Lord Harry's gift into perspective now. No wonder he hadn't thought that she would be in danger. All she had to do was to sleep with her egg for a day, and she would have gotten her dragon, even without her adventure in the Dragon Mont. Lord Harry had always planned on hatching her dragon egg. He had just planned on being subtle about it. She could understand why. If her family knew that Lord Harry could help them hatch dragon eggs, they would stop at nothing to force him to do it until his dying day. A part of her wanted Lord Harry to stay. He was kind, gentle, smart, and very funny. Another part had seen him stop dragon fire, summon lightning from the sky, and scare a dragon into hiding, with a scary look in his gaze, and she didn't want that gaze directed towards her family. Even now, she still hadn't told anyone of Lord Harry's involvement at all, or her adventure in the Dragon Mont. Bela had been happy for her, so much that she ran straight to their father and told him. Daemon Targaryen had never looked at her with so much pride and happiness in his eyes. She should have been happy. She should have been glad that her father seemed to care about her for the first time in her life. And yet, it was all tainted by Lord Harry's words. Why did a dragon change anything? She knew that her father loved her, but why did her egg have to hatch for him to do something about it? It wasn't fair, and even with Solaris hatching, she knew that nothing had changed, not really. And yet, everything did. "What are you thinking about, sister?" a familiar voice asked. "If you keep playing with your food, father might decide to dismiss the entire kitchen staff." Rhaena looked at her place. She hadn't broken her fast yet, her thoughts made her too preoccupied to feel hungry. "It's nothing, sister, just some thoughts in my head." Jace spoke up loudly. "Thoughts about your dragon, right?" "Yes. Solaris has just started to breathe her flames." Her father spoke up for the first time since they sat down. "That's unexpected for a dragon her age." "She's growing quickly, too," Rhaena bragged with a smile on her face. "You're right. It won't be long until you'll need to leave her in the Dragon Keeper's hands." That young girl replied with just a stiffened nod, nothing more. She didn't like the thought of Solaris being in chains somewhere. She knew that Bela didn't like Moondancer not being close by either. When they were younger, the young dragon had spent years trotting around their homes, following Bela around like some kind of cat. Their mother had once joked that Moondancer grew slowly because she didn't want to be separated from Bela. Thankfully, Lucerys changed the conversation. When is mother going to return? That was a good question. After the meal with Lord Harry and Lady Daphne, her stepmother, Rhaenyra, had gone to King's Landing urgently and hadn't returned since. Her father was opposed to it and loudly made that known. If she had to guess, he didn't care about his wife's absence too much but was simply angered because she refused to tell him the reason she left in the first place. He'd been quiet since the princess left, and Rhaena wondered if it had more to do with that or because of Lord Harry. Which made Rhaena suppress a flinch at Luke's change in subject. He'd always been attached to his mother and had been grumpy about her leaving. He had realized that she was gone the day after, when he'd gotten bored of Lord Harry's gift. Rhaena had to admit that their gifts were surprisingly useful. Rhaena had gotten the best one, of course, as it helped her hatch Solaris, but Bela kept playing with her dagger and had surprisingly not cut herself on it once. Normally, Rhaena would have called it luck, but with Lord Harry's magic being revealed, that was the more likely culprit. Joffrey hadn't stopped running around with his toy dragon in his hands and had behaved as long as he played with it. Jace liked watching the dragons with his collapsible far eye, something that he now kept on his person all the time. As for Luke, while he seemed to get bored with his gift after a while, a box that always pointed north was something that her grandfather would likely kill for. The sea is in her veins, and she could understand its importance, on both Dragonback and on a ship. Yet, as she expected, her father's expression darkened at the mention of his wife. He was about to answer, only for Maester Gerardis to enter the room silently, whisper a few things to her father, and give him a small scroll, likely a message from a raven. A strange expression appeared on Daemon Targaryen's face, a mixture of panic and anger, if she had to guess. The Maester had wisely walked away without saying another word. Gerardis had quickly learned how to navigate around her father's temper, who only tended to give advice when he knew that it would be heard. In a surprising feat of control, her father spoke up with a neutral tone. It seems that the king and his retinue are set to sail to Dragonstone. They should arrive in a few days at the most. I believe that your mother will join them as well. Silence. That was exactly what met her father's proclamation. She didn't remember the king, not really, other than during her mother's funeral. He looked like a sickly man and not really what she imagined a king to be. He was supposed to be only a few years older than her father, but he looked like an old man. Rhaena had been too distraught to care about him. Her mother's death, Viagar being stolen, and the fight with Emond overshadowed the sad old man with only one arm, yelling at everyone. She wasn't the best when it came to politics, but it wasn't hard for Rhaena to see why the king and the Hightowers were coming to Dragonstone. They were coming for Lord Harry. No wonder her father looked slightly panicked and angry. His brother hadn't come to visit him for years, he didn't come to see his grandchildren or his nieces. Instead, he'd come for the sorcerer after Rhaenyra flew all the way to the capital to see him. For some reason, Rhaena didn't like that. She didn't like that at all. She felt the need to warn Lord Harry, the kind man who had fulfilled her dreams. It was the last she could do, wasn't it? To stop the crown from making an enemy of a powerful sorcerer. She would be helping them both. That thought niggled inside her head for hours after the meal, until she decided that the best course of action was, in fact, to warn her savior. Rhaena snuck away from her septa when she was distracted and made sure that none of the guards would see her. She wished that she could have brought Solaris with her, but her dragon was asleep after she fed him, and she didn't think that sneaking around with a hatchling that could now breathe fire would have been a good idea. It didn't take long for her to make her way out of the fortress, dressed like one of her servants, and walk up to the beach, until finding herself in front of the familiar manse. Feeling slightly anxious, the future dragon rider motioned to knock on the door, only for it to open without any prompting. She slowly walked inside, only to be met with the smiling form of Lady Daphne. "Oh, Rena, it's wonderful to see you again." "Thank you, Lady Daphne. It's good to see you, too." She gave the older woman a quick smile before stepping inside, glancing around as if half expecting the walls to vanish or shift into something else. "I hope I'm not disturbing anything," Rena said, voice lower now. I I wanted to speak to Lord Harry." "It's important." Lady Daphne tilted her head, studying her carefully, and for a moment, Rena thought she would be asked to leave. But then the older woman simply nodded, stepping aside. "He's in the study. Follow me." Rena gave a thankful nod and followed the golden-haired woman through the hallway, her footsteps muffled on the strange floor. Rena had been a bit distracted during her previous stay in the manse, with the fact that she almost died and all, but now that she had a proper look, for a house of a sorcerer, this place looked oddly ordinary. There were no glowing cauldrons, no heads of evil witches, no body parts being displayed anywhere. Sure, there were some odd things and items displayed, and a lot of glass for some reason, despite how expensive it should be. There were some paintings of places she had never heard of, or some portraits that were extremely lifelike, but Pentos had been just as different compared to Dragonstone. Nevertheless, Lady Daphne finally arrived at the study and opened the door, letting them both step inside. Lord Harry was sitting by the window, staring at the sea, with a very large tome in his hand. He turned when she entered and smiled. "Ah, Rena, you're earlier than I expected. I thought that your new friend would keep you preoccupied." Something inside Rena warmed at the confirmation. "Thank you, Lord Harry. Solaris. She's everything I dreamed she'd be." "Solaris," the man whispered, "a beautiful name and a fitting one at that, given the source of your jewel. I'm glad to see you with so much life inside you." There was just so much kindness in the man's eyes that Rena just didn't know what to say. How would one bring up the fact that he would soon have the full attention of the king? The man had been nothing but kind, not expecting any reward in exchange. Still, Rena gathered the courage to speak. "I came to warn you. The king is coming. With the high towers. They're coming to Dragonstone. For you." Rena regretted the words as quickly as they left her mouth. That had been blunt, extremely so. She prepared herself for the reply, only to stare as she realized that Lord Harry was snickering. She huffed, "What is it?" "No, it's just that you look so scared of my answer." "Don't worry, kiddo, I can handle a couple of greedy nobles without too much trouble. This is the king, not some noble. And I think they know about your magic." Her host gave her a kindly smile. "It's a very kind thing you did, coming here, but you don't need to worry about me. I've been expecting this to happen, even if it's not so soon. I suppose Renera was extremely reckless. I expected her to think a bit more before making a decision like this. She wasn't exactly on a timeline. She left King's Landing just after our meal," Rena replied. "So, very reckless, huh?" Lady Daphne commented. "That's not a good quality in a ruler." Lord Harry rolled his eyes. "But it's also not our problem. We're not her subjects, after all." "But you're staying in Dragonstone," Rena replied. "That means that you have to obey her." "And does she expect the dragons in Dragonstone to obey her as well?" her host answered while chuckling. "Believe me, there is very little she or her father can do to make me do anything. All I've done is make sure that the continent won't go up in flames while we're still here. Besides, it's not like we're going to stay in this manse for very long." Panic soared in Rena's chest. "You're leaving?" "Eventually," Lady Daphne answered kindly. "As we told you, we're travelers. We like to go to new places, see new things, and solve a few mysteries. We have a lot of places we want to see, including Valeria, the Wall, Winterfell, Yeti, and even Sothorios. Then you'll need to speak with my grandfather, the sea snake. He sailed farther than anyone I know. He can help you if I ask him. I don't mind sending him and grandmother a raven, but only if you come back after your trip. And you'll have to give me a gift too, and you'll have to wait for him to come. Lady Daphne gave her a small smile, the kind that made her feel both comforted and like a child. We'll be here for a little while longer, don't worry. Rena didn't know why, but those words filled her with such immense relief that she almost sagged in place. She hadn't even realized how tightly she'd been holding her breath. The thought of them just leaving, without saying goodbye, without another word, felt wrong somehow. Like something important was slipping through her fingers. And about that gift, Lord Harry commented with a gleam in his eyes, we did find something very interesting here on Dragonstone. Lady Daphne gave her husband a pointed look. Are you seriously inviting a child without her parents' permission to one of our expeditions, one that could be dangerous? She'll be fine. And you know that we can keep her safe easily enough. This is technically her legacy as well, so at least one Targaryen should be there for it. Rena perked up instantly. Were they looking for some kind of hidden Targaryen treasure? She wanted to know, I can do it? The woman rolled her eyes and gave her husband an accusing look, come on, when we were her age, we did some silly things too. And just escaped a giant dragon attacking her. Harry, I told you many times that what we experienced as children was not normal. She then slumped, your mind is made up, isn't it? It's just a hunch I have. She'll be my responsibility, and if it really gets too dangerous, I'll just send her back. And I studied this place a lot, there should be no real danger in it. We'll just be exploring for a bit, and we'll be back in a few hours at most. Lady Daphne glared for a moment before turning towards Rena, let me get this straight, young lady. If we tell you to run, you run. If we tell you to jump, you jump. If we tell you to stay silent, you stay silent. If we tell you to leave us behind, you leave us behind. Do not touch anything without telling us, and when we're done, you are not to breathe a word of it to anyone. This isn't a joke. This is life and death, and a single mistake will kill you. Are we clear, Rena Targaryen? Rena couldn't help but feel smaller underneath that gaze, but she steeled herself and nodded silently. Lord Harry gave her a wide smile. So, Rena, what do you feel about going on a little adventure? I decided to move things along a bit. This arc is mostly supposed to be about Harry and Daphne exploring Planetos after all, and I'm excited about what I have planned on Dragonstone. Things should get a bit more exciting starting from the next chapter. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasperg. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 11, The Price of Fire. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasperg. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rena couldn't help but feel smaller underneath that gaze, but she steeled herself and nodded silently. Lord Harry gave her a wide smile. So, Rena, what do you feel about going on a little adventure? Rena followed Lord Harry and Lady Daphne as they left the safety and comfort of their manse and walked along the beach. They were going on an adventure, which she had to admit she had no idea about. She'd been excited to be part of it at first, to spend time with her hosts and maybe even see something that she would brag to Bela about. Lord Harry had said something about a Targaryen witnessing the act. Had they found some sort of Dragon Lord secret left behind by her ancestors? She had no idea. There were always stories about the island and how Queen Visenya hid her treasures when she ruled it. Rena wasn't sure, but she was excited to see it. However, after what felt like hours walking around the island, her enthusiasm had faded slightly. Lord Harry and Lady Daphne had been walking as if they were on a romantic trip on the beach, and Rena couldn't help but complain, "Are we close yet? We've been walking for so long." Lady Daphne rolled her eyes at her. "Rena, it's barely been 10 minutes. The young girl blushed and looked away. "Perhaps she had been exaggerating a bit about the time. Perhaps if you told me where we're going, I wouldn't complain as much," she muttered, trying to sound annoyed rather than sheepish. Lord Harry just chuckled, the sound far too amused for her liking. "Don't worry, we're here." He motioned to a small, narrow cave in the Dragonmont, and she took a sigh of relief. She was tired of all this walking. Lord Harry waved his hand, and the entrance started to grow wide enough for them to fit inside it. Rena couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the magic. There wasn't any ritual, blood sacrifices, or even long incantations, just a wave of a hand, and reality shifting. A part of her wanted to beg Lord Harry and Lady Daphne to teach her magic, but she didn't want to ask for too much. They'd already all but given her a dragon, after all. Nevertheless, they walked calmly into the cave, which was illuminated by a small ball of light that Lady Daphne created, and Rena gasped as she saw what was inside. It was far bigger than she expected, given the small entrance, which had shrunk down after they entered. And yet, it was the paintings on the cave's walls, of men with swords and what looked like children, that took her breath away. They looked very old and held some sort of significance that just made her blood sing. And yet, it seemed that time did not wither its shapes or colors. She couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "I forgot that you didn't know about the paintings," Lord Harry replied. "Before Valeria ever existed, before the Undulls even came to Westeros, the first men landed here and fought against the children of the forest. It was a bloody war indeed, one that ended with a stalemate, as they gained a new enemy." He moved away and allowed her to see a large group of men made of ice, whose eyes seemed to glow despite being paintings. The man continued, "The others, the White Walkers, whatever you want to call them, became the enemy of all life, and the two enemies worked together to fight back against them. Normally, that would be it, a nice story, but there are too many things that don't add up. For one, there is often mention of dragon steel being used, and yet, by all accounts, dragons only appeared thousands of years later in what would later become Valyria. Valyrian steel shouldn't have even existed at the time. This place, this island, is just too convenient. The dragon glass is also unnatural. One can make obsidian easily enough, but it shouldn't have the ability to channel magic like the one in Dragonstone does. These are all things I want to answer. And you think that there are answers in this cave? Not really, but I think that this will help a bit." The man snapped his finger, and what seemed to be a crack in the wall started to slowly move and widen, until it showed another section of the cave on the other side. He let out a wide grin. "Sneaky, isn't it? I think that this is meant to be used by the children of the forest. They were said to sing the earth into moving." Rena was about to speak, only for the older woman to interrupt her. "Now, Rena, we're in completely uncharted territory. That means that you'll need to be extremely careful from now on, and especially don't touch anything." They walked forward and realized that what they were seeing was a small corridor leading them down, until they found themselves in a large cave, with what seemed to be a wall made of smooth black stone as one of the walls. There was some writing on the wall. Rena immediately recognized it as a variant of High Valyrian. And yet, it was odd. She knew her Valyrian very well, but this looked somewhat crude. No, not crude. It was more poetic. She could barely make sense of it. "Let this blackened stone stand as witness, that even the brightest flame may gutter when kindled in blindness." She hadn't even realized that she had muttered this, and yet the moment she did, she felt the air shift slightly, as if it was both colder and warmer, something that Lady Daphne seemed to notice as well, given the odd look in her eyes. This was the first time Rena had seen the woman look anything but the odd mixture of strictness and kindness. It reminded her of a maester studying a book or trying to figure out which ointment to make. She could finally see the similarity with Lord Harry, who had the same look whenever he spoke of magic. Speaking of Lord Harry, he was staring at the words in the off-Valyrian dialect, and she heard him mutter, "Fascinating. This was written in blood. The magic is still there, the intent. Whoever wrote this was afraid. Very, very afraid." He stepped forward, brushing his fingers along the smooth surface. The moment he touched it, the glyphs glowed brighter, and the cave seemed to hum with power. Rena instinctively took a step back, though she couldn't bring herself to look away. The stone around the words shifted, disappeared without any issues, and in its place was a smooth black wall. Surprisingly, the words written in blood still remained on it. Lord Harry stared at it but didn't say anything. It was Lady Daphne who broke up the silence, not just afraid. He was dying. They peered to where the woman was looking and saw a skeleton who hadn't been there before, looking oddly clean for being hundreds of years old at the very least. The blonde knelt down and carefully took out a dagger from inside it. Sacrificial magic, very crude, but I can't deny that it was effective. If I had to guess, he used it to enhance the wall. I read about it. Valyrian stone, I think, said to be stronger than diamond. Rena was the one who spoke up. "I thought that you were travelers. How do you know so much about old Valyria?" "I don't know much," Harry muttered. "The library on Dragonstone had some books on old Valyria, even if it was sparse." "You stole my family's books?" she asked dryly. "Not really, I just copied them. Magic can be nifty like that. And to be honest, there weren't that many books in the first place, just a couple thousand at best. If you want to see a proper library, I'll let you see ours." Lady Daphne cleared her throat. "I'll make sure there's a section that isn't dangerous." Rena had no idea why a library could be dangerous and, to be honest, she didn't truly want to know. And instead, she looked at the skeleton and asked, "You believe that he killed himself to create the wall?" "Yes." "Was he a man?" "Yes, definitely a man. I can feel it in his magic. The man was probably already injured, and he used his life force to create a wall separating what's behind, probably something dangerous, from going to the surface. He was in a hurry. His bones are too well preserved. He accidentally overpowered the spell to affect his body as well instead of reinforcing the wall." "Could he have lived?" the young girl asked. "Likely yes. He died from a lack of life force, which he used for the ritual, instead of his injuries. He could have probably lived a couple of more years if he'd healed himself with the extra energy instead. But there's a much more important question to ask. The man was scared, terrified, even. So, what could be on the other side of this wall that scared a man enough to sacrifice himself?" Before she could answer, the black wall immediately crumbled into nothingness, and with it, the skeleton turned to ash. Lady Daphne gave her husband a look, and he grinned sheepishly. "What? You can't say you're not curious, can you?" The golden-haired woman rolled her eyes and walked up to Rena, giving her the dagger she'd taken from the corpse. The young girl immediately noticed the familiar ripples on the blade. After all, she'd seen it on her father's sword. "This is Valyrian steel." Lady Daphne nodded. "Yes. Keep it close, just in case." Whatever retort Rena had died in her throat, as he recognized the woman's tone. She immediately knew that she wouldn't accept any refusal. And so, she simply nodded silently and followed after them as they walked past the rubble where the Valyrian stone used to be. Instead, there was a tunnel that seemed to go downward into the very heart of the Dragon Mont. The first thing she felt as she moved past the barrier where the wall had stood was the heat. It wasn't the comfortable kind that came from a hearth or the sun on a summer morning. No, this was dry and suffocating, pressing against her skin like a heavy cloak. It smelled of stone, of ash, and something else, something that reminded her of old tombs and burnt bones. The walls pulsed faintly with veins of red light, not quite flame, not quite stone, which somehow illuminated the tunnel, but enough to see past a few yards forward. Then something illuminated the tunnel. There was some rumbling, and then, blue flames soared from the bottom of the tunnel, going towards them. Rena screamed, shielding herself with her arms, knowing that it would achieve nothing, only for the familiar circle of magic to appear in front of them, stopping the flames dead. For the first time since the start of their adventures, Lord Harry didn't look amused. He didn't look angry. He looked serious, especially as the circle of magic started to fade slightly. Instead, he released a beam of red energy that seemed to make the flames collapse onto themselves. Rena heard a loud shriek in the distance, more akin to a hiss than anything, which quickly stopped as the last of the flames dissipated. He and his wife shared a look and nodded to one another before continuing their walk down the tunnel. She couldn't help but ask, what was that? This was a flame, one that is alive, in a way. Things that stay near high concentrations of magic can be affected over the years. This likely started as a simple fire and started to feed on magic, enough to learn to seek it out in hunger when it developed a consciousness. There was magic in the Dragon Mont. Rena already knew that, as there was some kind of Valyrian sorcerer who had died to stop whatever was inside, but seeing it in person was different. Thankfully, no other magical living flames tried to attack them in the tunnel, not anymore. After some time, they finally exited the tunnel and found themselves in a large cave. It was filled with some sort of grey fog that seemed to move around. Before anything could happen, Lady Daphne raised her hand, and the entire fog disappeared, and with it, shrieks, similar to the ones she heard when the living flames perished, spread all over the cavern. She gave her companions a questioning look, and the woman explained, the fog was toxic, and it moved too suddenly. With the fog gone, Rena noticed a few glowing items all around the cavern. She knelt down and grabbed one. It was a ring, with dragons carved into it. It was also made of Valyrian steel. The man above didn't come alone, did he? Very good, Rena, Lord Harry complimented her with a wide smile. It's very unlikely that a single person came to explore this place. An expedition would have been far more likely. The question is, why did they come here in the first place? This was before the Doom, centuries before, at the very least. After the paintings that the children of the forest made, that's for sure, but still before your family came to this place. This place is too far from Valyria for them to explore randomly. They were looking for something here, and they knew exactly what it was. Given the Valyrian steel, the expedition was well funded, and there were wealthy members. Either way, they didn't get what they wanted and had to seal the entrance. There was a change in attitude now. Lord Harry didn't look as carefree as before. Sure, he was still kind, but there was a seriousness in every step he took that hadn't been there before, even when he'd come to speak with her father and stepmother. She understood why the Potters didn't seem truly apprehensive of her family's actions. Someone who delved into volcanoes and fought living fire and fog, just out of curiosity rather than anything, wouldn't fear someone wearing a crown. Rihanna found herself feeling useless in front of the mighty couple. She wanted to help. She wanted them to acknowledge her usefulness for some reason, and yet, she knew that what they were doing was beyond her. As if to prove her point, the man raised his hand once more, and a pulse of light appeared, seemingly fighting against invisible creatures, made of shadows, creatures that Rena hadn't even noticed. They looked more akin to the demons that her septa liked to harm about, and yet, the man seemingly turned them to ash with barely any effort. She hadn't even noticed the shadows until they were gone, hadn't seen their approach, hadn't felt their presence. They had simply been there, waiting, and Lord Harry had snuffed them out like candles in the wind. And then, just as casually, he turned back around and kept walking, as if what he'd done meant nothing at all. Rena followed, her grip tightening around the Valyrian steel dagger at her side. They kept walking in silence, each step heavier than the last. Rena felt like there was something pressing on her shoulders as they walked forward, and Lord Harry seemed to know where they were going somehow. She didn't dare ask. They finally stopped in front of a small entrance that Lord Harry widened with his magic somehow. She gaped as she saw what was on the other side. It was a cavern so vast that it defied reason. It was a hollowed mountain, taller than any sept, wider than any building in Dragonstone or Pentos, a place that should not exist, and yet here it was, hidden beneath her family's ancestral home all this time. They were perched on a ledge near the top, one of many entrances carved into the stone, high above the ground below. Rivers of magma crisscrossed the stone floor far beneath them, flowing like molten veins, pulsing and alive. The walls themselves wept fire, red light trickling down like blood. And at the very heart of it all, untouched by flame or ruin, stood something that made her breath catch. A nest. A nest of weirwood trees, impossibly alive in this furnace, their pale bark unburned, their red leaves fluttering gently in air that should have scorched them to ash. They were in a circle, and at the center of it all, resting atop a bed of pale roots and molten stone, was an egg. Not the kind she was used to seeing. No dragon egg of House Targaryen looked like this. It was massive, easily the size of a tower's foundation, and shimmered in colors that seemed to shift with every heartbeat, crimson and gold, sapphire and violet, green and silver. It was thrumming with so much power that she could taste it on her tongue. She didn't need to be told what it was. Some truths required no explanation. She simply knew. She didn't know how, but she knew. Down in the heart of the Dragonmont, resting in fire and shadow, was a dragon egg. Lord Harry let out a low whistle, lips quirking upward. Well, he murmured, eyes locked on the impossible relic below. This just got interesting. And, well, that's the first part of the adventure on Dragonstone. Like I said, I had a few ideas for the lore, and I hope that this would give you a taste of what it would be like. I don't think that I have done anything like this before, at least as far as I remember, so I don't know if you'll like this or not. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 12, Tales of Genesis. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. She didn't know how, but she knew. Down in the heart of the Dragonmont, resting in fire and shadow, was a dragon egg. Lord Harry let out a low whistle, lips quirking upward. Well, he murmured, eyes locked on the impossible relic below. This just got interesting. Rena didn't know how long she stood there, staring at the dragon egg, but it had to have been a long time. She would never claim to be the most knowledgeable about her family's history, but she did read as much dragon lore as she could, in the hopes that anything could have helped her hatch her egg. Of course, nothing worked, and in the end, all it took was a powerful sorcerer seeing the sadness that she constantly tried to hide from her family, to just give Solaris to her as a gift. Nevertheless, the knowledge remained. Sure, the reports could contradict one another, filled with more theory and opinion than actual fact. A lot of it looked to have been written by people who observed it from the outside, or dragon riders who had documented their journey. It had been somewhat useful when it came to training Solaris, but her precious dragon was growing far faster than what was documented before, breathing fire in mere days instead of weeks or months, as they should have. Rena had a hunch that the gem that Lord Harry had given her had done more than just hatch the egg. She would ask him about it later. All in all, Rena was somewhat knowledgeable about dragon eggs, and she knew for a fact that what she was seeing before her should have been impossible. The size alone should have been impossible, that was ignoring anything else. She wanted to get closer, and her companions seemed to get the same idea. Lady Daphne raised her hand, and small stairs of wood appeared beneath them, letting them walk slowly down to the cavern. Despite the seriousness of the situation, she asked loudly, "How is this possible? How could such a thing exist underneath the Dragonmont without my family's knowledge?" "You've got it all wrong," Lord Harry said, "this doesn't exist underneath the Dragonmont. This is the Dragonmont. There are many ways that a volcano could form, and I won't bore you with the details, but I couldn't find any of them. The dragon egg is generating so much heat, so much magic, that an entire volcano formed around it. The main question is why it is supported by weirwood trees. What do the old gods and the children of the forest have to do with a dragon egg, especially one like this? And did the Valyrians know what this was when they sent their expedition here? I think they did at least have an idea. There must have been a reason why they chose to make an outpost in this island of all places." Rena was flabbergasted by this. The castle of Dragonstone was famously built around the Dragonmont. Many did wonder why the Targaryens chose this place, as opposed to a more prosperous island, to settle on when fleeing the doom. It did complicate things. Very few things grew naturally on the island, and it got uncomfortably hot during summer. Most postulated that it had to do with their dragons growing better around the heat, and that the environment was somewhat similar to the Valyrian Peninsula. Now, to think that so much of her family's history came because of this dragon egg, Rena couldn't help but feel small, but that did clear up a few things. The castle was built to guard this place, not as an outpost for old Valyria to invade Westeros eventually. Lady Daphne was the one who answered, "That's very likely true. The castle is old. Very old. And if it were built to invade Westeros, they would have done it a long time ago. No, your family likely didn't build it, but settled on it after the doom, when people had all but forgotten about it. And as you noticed, Westerosi are very stubborn in their culture, even after Aegon the Conqueror united the realm. They would have seen it as being uselessly problematic, with very little to gain from the effort, especially the outright hate against slavery and magic." By the end of the speech, Rena found herself at the bottom of the cavern, right in front of the weirwood trees. There were faces carved into them, of course, and strange symbols as well. Nevertheless, Lord Harry seemed to be mostly focused on the egg. How curious. "What's curious?" Rena couldn't help but ask. "This egg is natural." "I don't understand," she asked, confused by that answer. "Weren't all dragon eggs natural? Your family's dragons were not born like a normal living being. They were created using blood magic. It shows in their magic. It feels patched together with an artificial taste. It doesn't mean that they're bad, only a product of man, not nature. However, I can feel the history of this egg. It's more complete, more natural. There are some similarities, of course, but in the sense that your ancestors probably used that magic to create their dragons. Their dragons were not natural?" That was the first time she ever heard of it, and as much as she wanted to deny it, Rena felt her blood sing as the dragon egg pulsed what must have been magic. It felt more raw, more primal, than any of her dragons, even Solaris. She would need to research it a lot more. A part of her simply craved to understand what was before her, to understand her legacy, her family's legacy. This was already worth the danger that she had gone through. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lord Harry continuing as a part of a lecture, "The creatures we saw here, the elementally charged ones who gained sentience, they're all security measures for the egg. The magic it radiates creates life, in a twisted way, and that life protects its energy. A very clever mechanism, to say the least. Lady Daphne, on the other hand, seemed mostly taken by the weirwood trees, specifically the symbols on them, the first men's runes. Do you recognize what they say? Her husband responded, I haven't learned them, but I can sense the intent. He hummed for a few moments, his hand hovering over the tree before muttering, they're using the egg to power something. No, it's more than that. It's an exchange. They're refining the magic to power some sort of protective ward. It's very raw, but I can tell it wants to attack anything with traces of necromancy in it. Oh, it was protecting the egg from the White Walkers, probably. And they used some of the remaining magic to power something. It's just channeling some energy, nothing more. It might be somewhat unrefined compared to what we can do, but it's surprisingly robust. It hasn't been altered for thousands of years, as far as I can tell, which is pretty impressive. Rena barely understood half of what the man said, but it seemed that the children of the forest had protected the egg against the others somehow. That was a guess at best, of course. Yet, Lady Daphne seemed to understand it completely, given the nod she gave her husband, and she knelt down, near the roots of the weirwood trees, and tried to reach for something. The stone around the tree seemed to melt around her hand, as if it thought that it was unworthy of touching her skin. She knelt down and retrieved what seemed to be a sword, made of some sort of black steel. The hilt looked very worn down, but it looked mundane, but it was the blade itself that looked extremely sharp, almost unharmed, despite its age. The golden-haired woman lifted it casually and gave it a careful look. I guess we found out what it's powering. The trees are infusing some of the egg's magic into thousands of these things. She threw it at Lord Harry, who grabbed it casually, and seemed to stare at it for a few minutes. Yes. The material is oddly natural, just some bronze infused with the power from the egg and dragon glass acting as a focus. I guess the name dragon steel was mistranslated. It originated from dragons, of course, but there isn't any steel in it, just bronze whose color and properties changed. It's very strong, reinforced by magic, and the energy inside would make it extremely difficult to alter or shatter like normal weapons do against the White Walker's magic. Still, it's not supposed to spend thousands of years here, just a few months would have been enough for a blade to be serviceable. This isn't the work of a single people, but that of both the children of the forest and the first men, a way to fight against the White Walkers. So, it's like Valyrian steel? Rena asked, still barely understanding half of what Lord Harry said. He wasn't kidding when he said that he was more like a maester than a warrior. Despite scaring away a dragon and defeating the beings that guarded the dragon egg, he didn't look as happy as he did when he was staring at this sword, solving the mystery of its origin. No, this predates Valyria, the man replied, but I can see some similarities in its construction. The Valyrians obviously tried to replicate it, probably having found a similar weapon somewhere else. For one, they used steel instead of bronze, as opposed to the first men. In my opinion, they did exceed it, as far as the weapon's power would come. Valyrian steel requires sacrifice, specifically 14 lives and that of a dragon egg. No matter the ingenuity, infusing a weapon with a dragon's magic will not be as powerful as the act of sacrifice. It's an absolutely horrible way to forge a few weapons, of course, especially since very few people would be able to tell the difference in the first place, but dragon steel would lose its power over centuries without magic recharging it, while Valyrian steel would not. That made Rena sick in the stomach. People died to make Valyrian steel. Yes, I think I told your father when I met him and saw his sword. Although I'm not surprised he didn't tell you. The young girl thought back at the pieces of jewelry that her father had gifted her during their time in Pentos. What about jewelry? Would it need the same? It would depend on the piece of jewelry. Theoretically, once you create the ingot using the sacrifices, you could separate it however you wanted, but that would weaken the enchantments, or maybe they could be used to connect all pieces of jewelry in some way. I can see some interesting applications of this, even if it's extremely inefficient. I think it would depend on whoever commissioned it and how much they'd pay for it. Rena didn't answer and instead focused on the molten earth surrounding them. She didn't want to think of the blood on her hands, of the horrors caused to create a few things that she had casually worn at a few feasts. She had treasured them, of course, for their values, but unknowing of the true price of their creation. By the gods, there were hundreds of Valyrian steel swords in Westeros alone, that was thousands of slaves killed just to forge the swords alone, that's not counting the daggers and jewelry. Her thoughts were interrupted as she saw something move in the molten earth. She had thought that it might have been her imagination, only that it kept happening. Something told her that it wasn't normal, and she spoke up, "Lord Harry." She barely got time to finish as what seemed to be a serpent of molten earth rose from the pools and tried to kill her. She closed her eyes and saw a barrier appear, killing the beast immediately. Rena turned and saw that their small isle seemed surrounded by similar creatures as well, burning anything in front of them. And yet, Rena didn't have time to feel any despair as the sea of molten earth rose from the ground, and kept turning around them, taking with it all of the attackers. She looked towards Lord Harry, and she saw him having done nothing more than raise his hand. Yet, the world around him obeyed without question. A few seconds later, the storm molten earth returned to the pool, and she couldn't find any of the attacking creatures. She gave him a questioning look, and he spoke up, "Lava elementals, like the fire and wind ones we encountered before. A bit more powerful due to the proximity to the egg, but not much so." His wife gave him an unimpressed look. "I believe that's enough excitement for today, Harry." Lord Harry gave her a confused look before looking at something on his wrist, some sort of strange contraption, and spoke up, "Oh, right. Daphne is right. This has been very informative, but we've been here for long enough." "What about the dragon egg?" Rena asked. "What would happen if it hatched?" "The egg is still incubating," Lady Daphne replied. "It will still take thousands of years for it to hatch." "But what kind of dragon would it hatch into? I've never seen anything of this size again." "And that will be something that we will discover at a later date." "But couldn't anyone find it?" she protested. "Don't worry, kiddo. I'll make sure no one does. And in the strange case that they do, there are still thousands of elemental creatures in this place that would protect the egg." "Will?" She spoke up hesitantly. "Will you ever come back here?" she asked, voice soft, almost lost in the lingering hum of power that still throbbed through the cavern walls. Lord Harry glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitching upward, though the weight in his gaze belied the casualness of his smile. "Perhaps. Perhaps not. But if we do, how about we take you with us again?" "Really?" she answered, exclaiming. "Yes. How could we explore the origins of dragons without a child of Valyria in our midst?" he answered teasingly. "I wish we didn't have to leave so early," she murmured, despite that feeling of warmth that spread through her at the man's previous statement. Lady Daphne placed a hand on Rena's shoulder, gentle but firm, and gave her a nod. "You've seen more today than most maesters will ever dream of. Your father, your stepmother, even your uncle, the king, would weep in envy if they knew what you've seen. But sometimes, seeing too much is a bad thing. You've had a small look behind the curtains, seen how the world works outside of kings and castles. Your view of the world has changed, and that isn't something that can be easily accepted." Rena nodded, though a small part of her still longed to linger. Still, Lord Harry and Lady Daphne had told her explicitly to do as they said during their adventure, and so far, they hadn't failed her at all. She was safe despite the dangers she had faced, and if it wasn't for them, she wouldn't have gotten to experience this in the first place. And so, they turned, retracing their steps toward the winding path they had conjured, back through fire and stone. Yet Rena lingered, just a moment longer, gaze locked on the slumbering egg. She looked at it and imagined a dragon larger than a mountain, older than empires and kingdoms, older than even many myths. Despite the treasures, despite the excitement and the adventures, as she looked at that magnificent egg one last time, she knew deep down that Lady Daphne was telling the truth. Her life would never be the same again after this. And I know that some of you will not like the fact that I didn't explore the egg properly in this chapter, that I haven't gotten Harry to hatch it or anything similar, but I do have some lore-related plans for it, and it will be important in the future. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 13, A King's Failings. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Viserys Targaryen had often thought himself cursed by the gods, being found unworthy of the crown that he had taken from Rhaenys. Every son he lost, every time he was cut by his throne, every moment he found his body slowly rotting away, he imagined that it was punishment from the gods, proof that the Great Council was wrong and that Rhaenys should have been queen. It was a doubt that niggled inside his mind for years, and yet, for what felt like the 100th time, the King of the Seven Kingdoms moved his fully healed hand, marveling at the lack of pain he had felt. Despite his love for Rhaenyra, he had to admit that he had thought that she'd been swindled by some charlatan who had gotten her to reveal their house's greatest secret. He had thought to disinherit her, as he had many times during his reign, but stopped himself. His daughter, Aemma's daughter, would sit on the throne. He couldn't imagine her death, her sacrifices, to be in vain. He had made an impossible decision, a horrible decision, one that made him lose Aemma. Alicent's presence was comforting in a way that he needed after his wife, in a way that allowed him to move forward and accept the loss of his wife, but she could never compare. She would never compare. Making sure that Rhaenyra would sit on the throne was the best he could do. And he had forgiven much to make sure that it would happen, and yet, he didn't know if he could forgive her for being tricked into revealing Aegon's dream to a stranger. That wasn't to be, for, despite the protests from the Maestas that it should have been impossible, he was healed with nothing but the single drop, a glowing tear of a bird of fire, that she had gotten from this strange traveler, who was apparently an expert in prophecies. He still had his doubts about this, but if the man knew of the Song of Ice and Fire, Viserys would need to know, which was now that he was sailing to Dragonstone. They would arrive soon, in just a matter of hours, and the king had to admit that he had missed his grandchildren and even Daemon. His brother was beyond infuriating to deal with, but despite it all, Viserys loved him, and he knew that Daemon loved him as well, in his own way. Viserys' thoughts were interrupted by his wife's voice. "Ah, husband, even now, it is a wonder to see you standing there in good health." "In a way, I am, too. Never, in my wildest dreams, did I imagine this. Even my seasickness was healed, somehow. The seven truly are generous, your grace." She simply replied. Viserys chuckled at the memory of Alicent's reaction as she had seen him leave his bedchambers on his feet, looking decades younger, while completely healed. She had almost screamed in fright and accused Rhaenyra of replacing him with a faceless man. He would have been furious if the circumstances weren't as extraordinary as they were. Otto looked just as skeptical until they spoke to one another and realized that he was, in fact, healed and not some hidden Bravasi assassin masquerading as their king. Of course, the Maestas ran their tests and found nothing. The disease seemed to have been purged in some way, even some of his flesh had returned, healed, without any of the rot or infection. Nevertheless, they had angered him after prodding him one time too many and insisting that the journey to Dragonstone could wait. His hand and wife were in agreement on that front, and so was most of the small council. It didn't help that all that Rhaenyra said was that she had acquired it from a traveler and used it on their king. From an outsider's perspective, it would have looked bad, but they didn't feel the tear, the warmth, the comfort, the light. Nothing that felt so pure, that soothed the dragon's blood flowing through his veins, could have ever harmed him so. He had trusted Rhaenyra, his heir, and she had shown the entire realm why he had done so. She had done the impossible, healed him, completely. Soon, word would spread through the 7 kingdoms of the blessed princess who had saved their king. And in this move, Viserys felt vindicated in his decision to choose Rhaenyra as his heir. She could have kept this cure for herself, and if she lusted after the throne, would have waited for his disease to take him. And yet, she didn't. Her first decision, just after receiving such a priceless gift, was to give it to her king, like the loyal daughter she was. Yes, the gods must favor Rhaenyra to guide her into healing me. Alicent's expression tightened slightly before relaxing. I still do not understand why you wish to meet this sorcerer. No good can come from this, my love. Old Valyria was built on magic, dear Alicent, he replied dismissively, and we do not know of the man's abilities, not truly. Perhaps he is only a merchant who somehow got his hands on magical items. And even if he were a sorcerer, I would be in no danger. We have dragons after all. Viserys might have bent the truth there, slightly. Given Rhaenyra's testimony, it was very likely that this Harry Potter had some skill in magic. He misdirected his wife because he knew that she was extremely wary of magic. It made her uncomfortable. She was a pious woman who had been told all of her life that magic was an affront to the 7. To her benefit, Alicent likely thought that he wished to give a position of power to the sorcerer as a reward for his healing, and he was tempted to do so, even if it was for a different reason. He wished the man to be close due to his alleged knowledge of Aegon's dream, of the coming darkness that his house was destined to fight. A dreamer, much like Daenerys or the Conqueror, could be a valuable ally to have. Viserys had spent much of his life haunted by his ancestors' prophecy of possibilities and dreams. If this Harry Potter could give him answers, then that would be worth the risks. His wife, on the other hand, did not seem to agree. I can understand wishing to reward the man who has healed you, but it would have been more prudent to send an envoy. He could be dangerous. Some things must be done face to face, Alicent. This is one of them, Viserys replied. His tone was perhaps harsher than it should have been, something that he regretted slightly, but his wife must know not to push the issue, especially when she had kept doing so during most of the trip. It didn't help that he was nervous about his conversation with the sorcerer. It wasn't the magic, but his supposed knowledge of prophecy. Viserys' house had always been entangled with dreams and fate, and now, according to his daughter, this Harry Potter seemed to know enough to unnerve her. Still, the suppressed anger on Alicent's face showed him that perhaps he should have been more diplomatic with his frustration, and so she simply curtsied and spoke up, "By your leave, your grace. Helena has asked for my help with the babes." And so, she left, without saying another word, and Viserys suppressed a wince at her tone. Despite this being a small, planned trip, Alicent has insisted that Aegon come with them. He had agreed in exchange for Aemond and Otto staying in King's Landing. His hand hadn't been happy with this decision, but Viserys had learned after years of experience not to keep Daemon and Otto in the same castle. It rarely ended well, especially since Otto was visibly unsettled by his healing and seemed on edge. If Viserys had to guess, the visible display of magic had unsettled the man too much. He would have to get used to it, in time, something that he didn't think would happen with Daemon near him. Aemond's obvious distaste for his nephews wouldn't have helped matters either. Nevertheless, the king had been surprised when Helena of all people insisted on coming with him, despite just giving birth to her twins. He had argued that a ship would not be good for the babes, but she had insisted in a way that she had never done before. In the end, he relented, thinking that arguing would only push back their trip, something that Viserys wished to avoid. From Rhaenyra's words, the man was a traveler and did not state that he had plans of staying in Dragonstone, even if he had built a manse on the island. If he had somehow used magic to build it or just hide it, which was the only way he could think he had built the manse in the first place, then it was perfectly possible that he'd be able to do it elsewhere just as quickly. As for the meeting itself, Viserys had no idea what to ask the man. He was extremely grateful to be healed, but the man must have had an ulterior motive for his actions. Perhaps the man simply wanted his attention. If that was the goal, then he had it. He had so many questions about his own dreams of his son with Aemma wearing a crown, of his legacy, of the coming darkness. From what Rhaenyra told him, the man believed that it would be a second long night, an old legend from the first men, which his grandmaster told him what he knew of it with an odd look on his face. Viserys could understand his reaction. It was a children's tale, after all, and not something that a king should be concerned with. Nevertheless, Viserys found concerning parallels with Aegon's dream, mainly the fact that it would come from the north, where the White Walkers had supposedly been pushed back, that they bring winter with them, and that they even blocked out the sun, an eternal night and winter. It was right there, in front of him, in front of his ancestors as well, and it made a very concerning amount of sense. This was the identity of his family's enemy, of his line's destiny. This information alone would have made the trip worth it, and yet, according to Rhaenyra, it was nothing more than a small fact, told casually, and Viserys couldn't help but wonder what else the man could share with him. "Still thinking of your meeting with Harry Potter," a familiar voice spoke up behind him, which made Viserys smile as he recognized it. "Rhaenyra, I am surprised to see you awake so early in the morning. You are not the only one who is apprehensive of this meeting, father." Viserys turned towards his daughter. "It will be a fruitful meeting, I can almost feel it." Rhaenyra's face looked hesitant, but she still spoke up after a few seconds of silence. "Be careful with them, father. Both the man and the woman. I have no plans on taking unnecessary risks, Rhaenyra. I know that you are curious about the song, of our legacy, but they are not to be underestimated. There is something about them that is unsettling, and even the dragons are wary. They do not fear the dragons, father." That made Viserys freeze slightly. "Truly? You did not mention this to me, daughter. Because I do not know if it is a fact or not. They didn't interact with the dragons other than when Daemon rode Caraxes to confront them. My husband returned very unsettled, something that wouldn't have happened had he thought that they were afraid." Viserys could see the wisdom of this statement. Very few people understood Daemon. He was impulsive, but he was not a fool or some sort of feral beast. He loved his reputation as a bloodthirsty warrior, as it unsettled everyone around him, giving him a clear advantage. He also loved his dragon to intimidate any potential enemy and often looked smug as men looked like they were a few seconds away from soiling their breeches. For him to be unsettled by them, well, that made it more likely that they were very skilled in sorcery. But then again, Viserys had not come this far to turn back now. He gave his daughter a reassuring smile, one that did not quite reach his eyes, and laid a gentle hand atop hers. "Then it is a good thing I did not come alone, nor without purpose." The conversation died there, and just as well, for the bells rang above the mast, and the cry of Dragonstone echoed across the deck. Soon enough, the ship pulled into the small harbor nestled beneath the black cliffs, and Viserys, king of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the first men, disembarked with the slow confidence of a man returned to a home that had never truly been his. They were waiting. Daemon and Rhaenyra's son stood proudly on the pier, her sons at her side, dressed in fine silks as befitted princes of the realm. Guards and knights seemed at the ready, and likely most of the household had gathered, lined in reverent silence beneath the shadow of the volcano. The air was thick with tension, not of fear, but disbelief, as if the realm itself held its breath. Guards, lords, and servants alike froze as they caught sight of him. Not the bent, withered monarch clinging to life they had come to expect, but a tall, hale man walking with steady steps, shoulders straight, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. His flesh had color, his steps had strength, and the sickness that had hollowed out his cheeks and clouded his gaze was gone. Entirely gone. Whispers rippled through the crowd, disbelief turning to awe, awe into reverence. Even Rhaenyra's children gave him disbelieving looks, openly gaping at him. Viserys suppressed the urge to smile at their reactions. Even Daemon looked visibly surprised, before turning to Rhaenyra, who stood behind him as his heir. She nodded to him, and his brother seemed to accept whatever unspoken interaction took place. Viserys walked forward, his gaze sweeping the courtyard until it found the one it sought. A man stood at the edge of the gathered crowd, half shadowed by the stone archway, wearing some odd clothes. At his side stood a golden-haired woman who seemed to watch him carefully. Their eyes met across the courtyard, green against violet, and in that single glance, Viserys knew that his world was about to change. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 14, A Debt in Blood. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Their eyes met across the courtyard, green against violet, and in that single glance, Viserys knew that his world was about to change. The hours after Viserys' arrival at Dragonstone were surprisingly dull. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, there were certain expectations of him during his visits, especially since Viserys had no plans on announcing the true reason for his trip, proclaiming it as nothing more than wishing to celebrate his miraculous recovery with his beloved daughter and her family. And so, he feasted with most of the nobles on Dragonstone, this time, refusing to drink any wine in anticipation of his conversation with Harry Potter. He had expected to be approached by the man. After all, the attention of a king was something that most of the realm craved. Yet, nothing came of it. Viserys had to restrain his irritation as countless nobles came to him, wishing him well for his recovery, proclaiming that the gods favored him. The few highlights were at the sight of his grandchildren and nieces, whom he had missed terribly after Rhaenyra decided to leave for Dragonstone. That didn't change. His frustration and anticipation grew with every minute that passed, and he hoped to meet the sorcerer, whom he hadn't seen since his arrival. Most people likely realized that some form of magic had healed him, and Viserys knew that he would have some trouble with the faith because of this. Perhaps a conversation with the High Septon could change the details of his recovery as some sort of miracle of the gods, wishing the realm's king a good and long life after testing him with disease. It was all nonsense, of course, but it would help appease the masses. Even then, he had planned on publicly rewarding the Potters and his daughter, proclaiming that they had found the elixir that healed him, an elixir which was likely worth more than a kingdom. He had no plans on making any offense, but to tie the travelers to the realm, to bring fame, and perhaps even infamy onto their heads, from inside and outside the Seven Kingdoms. He could offer his protection should they stay in Westeros and perhaps pave the way to act as his advisors in magical matters. Viserys knew that he wasn't the smartest man in the realm, but he had been the king for long enough to learn to play this game, even if he had been too ill to care for it in the last few years. However, he could not find the travelers, which derailed the advantage he wanted to cultivate, and yet he could not move, with the countless courtiers coming to greet him at his table. Finally, when the people stopped, he leaned towards Rhaenyra and asked, "Where is he?" Find him. His daughter's face soured, but she nodded, nonetheless. She got up and walked up to speak with one of the guards, who went out of the room immediately after. A few minutes later, he returned and whispered something to Rhaenyra, which she repeated to him with a quiet yet baffled tone. It appears that the Potters are entertaining the children. Viserys froze at that. Why? From the expression on her face, Rhaenyra didn't know the answer to that question either. The children of lords were often sent to a small hall of their own after the basic introductions. It didn't happen too often, and even then, it was only for very young children, but it was for their own good, as most nobles tended to drink too much wine during feasts. For a man to leave the company of royalty to spend time with children, it was a strange concept. Then again, sorcerers could have their strangeness, even if he was slighting Viserys with his absence. Every political instinct in his body bade him to ignore the man and meet him later, but the Targaryen in him, the young boy whose grandfather left an entire burden on his shoulder, the man who had been healed by Harry Potter's miracle, he wanted to speak with the man who saved his life. And so, he stood up, followed immediately by his daughter, and walked out of the hall, his Kingsguard following him. Even after all these years, he remembered Dragonstone well. His daughter hadn't changed much in her decades of staying there. He walked towards the smaller hall and stopped as he heard the sounds of laughing children. He motioned the guards to open the doors silently, and found the dark-haired man wearing his odd clothes, kneeling over one of the children, and pretending to take out a silver stag from one of their ears. There was obviously no magic involved, just basic misdirection, and yet it wasn't to trick anyone, but to give joy and wonder to children. The woman, Lady Daphne, if he wasn't mistaken, was sipping a porcelain cup with a soft smile on her face, a very different expression from the severe woman he had seen when he first arrived in Dragonstone. The man had obviously noticed his presence and ruffled the child's hair while giving him the coin. The small child marveled at his newfound treasure and ran to speak with the other children. Lord Harry walked towards him, and Lady Daphne joined him. Both of them nodded, facing him, and spoke up. King Viserys. You will address the king as his grace, Ser Criston Cole spoke up harshly while palming his sword. It was odd to see a man looking at a warrior, visibly capable of cutting him into pieces in seconds, and smiling as if he was addressing an unruly child. Now. There's no need to be this sensitive, and over names of all things. I have to say, this whole name thing is so confusing. We've traveled a lot and met our share of royalty. Most of them don't care, and actually, a few would have been insulted. Apparently, one addresses non-royal nobility with your grace. I just always stick with saying the title. It saves the confusion a lot. Viserys raised his hand to placate Ser Criston. It is all right, different cultures have different traditions. The Lady Daphne snickered at that. Don't I know it? I still remember the time you accidentally asked a woman back in Greece to marry you when you threw her that apple. And to think that you did that right in front of your wife. Her husband blushed slightly and answered in a whining tone, that wasn't my fault, and you know it. I thought she was hungry and threw her one. I had no idea what that meant, and even then, we happened to be on an expedition on one of the few islands that kept that tradition. You only figured it out when her entire family chased you off their island when they found out you were married to me. Despite himself, Viserys couldn't help but chuckle at the display. For the first time in a while, people weren't speaking to him as a king. And he couldn't help but be curious about other cultures, and where is this Greece? Oh, it's very far away, Lord Harry replied, with an odd look on his face. So, why is the King of the Seven Kingdoms coming to see me, a humble traveler? Why, to thank you for your potion. I feel like a new man. I believe you called it a phoenix tear, which came with some sort of magical creature. The man nodded. Ah, yes. I found some kind of den of phoenixes at the top of a mountain. I was chasing some rumors of an extinct civilization, the dwarves, where the stories said that they lived inside mountains, hollowing them out over hundreds of years. It wasn't where I expected to see birds of fire. They were lovely, and a few offered me their tears. In a way, you are a new man. Phoenixes exist in an endless cycle of death and rebirth. It was an honor for them to give me their tears. It isn't a very common occurrence. You speak of these phoenixes as intelligent creatures, Rhaenyra stated with a hint of surprise in her tone. Are your dragons not intelligent creatures as well? Lord Harry replied, I'd say the phoenixes will most likely be wiser, at the very least, something that comes with age. No one even knows how old phoenixes are, but they are thousands of years old at the very least. That statement, especially the comparison with their dragons and the age of the phoenixes, told Viserys that he was dealing with a man who was experienced in the arcane. Most of Westeros believed that their dragons were nothing more than mere beasts, ones that they had tamed. They didn't see the intelligence in their eyes, nor their obvious individuality. Nevertheless, Viserys decided to change the subject. He had come to see the man for a reason. After all, you were missed at the feast. The traveler waved his hand. I try not to interact with too many nobles. I find that children make a much better company. Viserys chuckled. That was all too true, but there was also a knowing look on the man's face, which meant that he had probably seen through Viserys' little scheme to tie him to Westeros. Nevertheless, he decided to push one more time. I had planned on rewarding you for your feat. Oh, it wouldn't be right to reward me for something that I didn't do. I gave the tear to your daughter as a gift. She was the one who chose to give it to you, which is a very wise decision, in my opinion. And what a reward it is to have a healthy father once more. The king suppressed the urge to grimace at the man's seemingly innocent reply. This was a good deflection to what he wanted, and so, he spoke up, I am blessed to have a daughter as loving as Rhaenyra. And yet, she did mention a few nuggets of information, knowledge that you told her, that I wished to discuss with you privately. Sure, I don't mind, the man retorted calmly, but I'm afraid I don't know the layout of the castle enough to know where to go. The painted table should suffice, Viserys replied, while looking at his daughter. Of course, father, his heir replied immediately, and she led them towards the room that he most likely missed the most from Dragonstone. For some reason, Lady Daphne elected to stay with the children. Perhaps it was for the best, and Viserys took the decision to do the same, and would not ask Rhaenyra to come with him. It was better to do this man to man. The chamber was dim, lit only by sconces along the dark stone walls, the air thick with age and salt. In its heart stood the painted table, impossibly large, carved from a single massive trunk of black wood, sanded smooth until it gleamed like obsidian beneath the flickering candle light. It bore the shape of Westeros in exquisite detail, every river, every mountain range, every holdfast etched into its surface with care and precision. Viserys rested his hand near Dragonstone's outline, fingers brushing the carved isle with reverence, before slowly turning to face his king's guard. Leave us. Your Grace. Ser Criston protested. That is an order, he insisted harshly, that includes you, Rhaenyra. His daughter's face reddened faintly in embarrassment and anger, but she nodded, seeing the resolute look in his eyes. Finally, Viserys turned towards Harry Potter, the smile vanishing from his eyes, and asked, Well, Harry Potter. You have my attention. What do you know of the Song of Ice and Fire? Viserys didn't expect the man to burst into laughter. Did you and your daughter rehearse this? Because she said it exactly like you did. This is hilarious. I'm glad you find the end of the world to be amusing, the king spoke back while gritting his teeth. There's always an end of the world, some inescapable disaster happening at some place, at some time, Harry Potter replied casually. You get used to them after a while. Though I have to admit that I haven't seen fate being this heavy-handed when it comes to your line. Viserys found himself struck back at the thought, my line was blessed indeed, since before the doom of Valyria. Oh, you poor man. Fate paying attention is rarely a good thing. You're a small fragment of a tapestry that's larger than you could possibly comprehend, one that needed your family, your line, for something. Did you wonder why your family was chosen out of all of the other dragon lords in Valeria? There were families with stronger dragons, specifically designed to fight battles. There were families that had specialized in magic far stronger than whatever pittance Visenya could perform. So, the question remains. Why you? Viserys thought of the question for a second before coming up with his best answer, because we were the only ones who would have fled Valeria for just a dream. Do you seriously believe that a civilization of magic users wouldn't even entertain a prophetic dream? No, they would have taken it very seriously and would have likely been convinced to conquer Westeros as well. What this tells you is that the prophecy doesn't care about the strength of a dragon or the power of your magic. It doesn't care for kings or small folk. It cared for your blood, and only your blood. You might think that you have some large role to play, and perhaps you do, but a descendant of a bastard of your house could play a much bigger one. This prophecy has existed from before the Doom and has been in motion for even longer. Civilizations continents apart know of it. You're a small fragment of a whole, and obsessing over it will not help you or anyone. In my experience, prophecies are rarely fulfilled in the way you expect anyway. That brought Viserys short, in both anger and fear. I will not have my ancestors' feats and sacrifices be discarded as if they have no meaning, nor did I come to speak of vague prophecies or promises. Tell me what you know of the Song of Ice and Fire, tell me the specifics. All right then, Harry Potter replied, before he suddenly touched Viserys' temples. The king was about to call for his guards, only to notice that the scene around him had changed completely. He found himself in the Red Keep, the Iron Throne reduced to molten slag as fire raged in the night sky above. The first vision came in flame. 2 dragons, one black and another green, spiraled through the skies over King's Landing. They tore through the clouds, roaring with fury, their bodies crashing against one. Every breath scorched the earth. Beneath them, the Red Keep burned, its spires melting into slag, before the 2 dragons killed one another, falling into the city. Then came the second. The throne room, shattered and wild, cast in the sickly glow of wildfire. A man stood before the Iron Throne, barefoot and caked in ash, hair dirty and tangled. His eyes, a familiar form of violet, were filled with madness. He was laughing, cackling, really. Burn them all, he howled, again and again, as green fire licked at the walls and pooled around his feet. Burn them all. His voice cracked with frenzy, a shriek that echoed against stone and shadow. And yet, no one came to stop him. There was no one left. And then came the silence. The third vision. Winter, long and unending, had taken the broken city. The fire was gone. The ash had settled. Snow blanketed all, white, untouched, endless. Viserys couldn't help but shiver at the sight of it. Moments later, the painted table returned, and he found himself gasping as Harry Potter removed his hands. What was that? A future, he replied, a possibility in a sea of others. I told you that prophecies rarely ended well for the people involved. Can I stop it, any of it? Of course you can, the man replied, the future is always in flux, always changing from one choice to another. Prophecies are not absolute, visions even less so. How? Viserys practically begged. Well, for one, you can start by being a better king, Harry Potter replied in a neutral tone. And, that was harder to write than I expected, and I'm not sure about a few things, especially Harry being this hard on Viserys. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasperg. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 15, Waking Up. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasperg. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Of course you can, the man replied. The future is always in flux, always changing from one choice to another. Prophecies are not absolute, visions even less so. How? Viserys practically begged. Well, for one, you can start by being a better king, Harry Potter replied in a neutral tone. It took Viserys a good few seconds to grasp the man's statement fully. Never, in all his years as king, had he been told that he could be doing better, that he'd been doing a poor job in his governance of the Seven Kingdoms. He had secured the peace that his grandfather had fought to bring. Other than the issues at the Stepstones, his reign had been remarkably peaceful. Not one person would ever dare to say that his actions were wanting. A part of him wanted to lash out. A part of him wished to exclaim at the sorcerer before him, especially given the feat of magic that he had just experienced, and yet, the memory of the visions halted him. Instead, he restrained whatever emotions he felt, whatever slight Harry Potter meant with his words, and answered clearly, "Are you insinuating that I am a bad king?" "Not really," the man replied, ignoring the slight threat in the king's words. "To be honest, in another life, where the Targaryen dynasty was more cemented, where your first wife would have lived and birthed you a son, your reign would have been nice enough. Sure, it wouldn't be remembered for long. People always did prefer to remember the wars fought and how they were resolved, but that would have been it. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and the way that you handled a lot of the messes, especially ones regarding your family, could have been much better. I have done my best. It is not my fault that every attempt I make to mend the cracks in our family is always rejected by some side or another," the king protested loudly. "You don't need to convince me. I don't care how or why you made your decisions. It's not my business, and it wouldn't be anyone's had your family not had dragons at their disposal. You're the king, the head of the family, one where each member could burn a small city to the ground in just a few hours. That means that you're responsible for what they do and should stop rifts from forming, which could escalate things. For example, your grandfather was a good king, a great one, even, but he wasn't well liked by your family, and that was because he kept you all in line. Every single one of you was a danger to the realm on your own, and he knew that." "My family is not a danger to the realm," Viserys yelled out. The sorcerer had the audacity to shrug in response, "It's your family, you would know. Then again, I wonder what these two giant dragons were. Green and black, these colors are definitely familiar, aren't they?" Alicent and Rhaenyra, Viserys realized. He knew that his daughter and his wife did not like one another, but to go so far as to go to war against one another, to fight one another, that was something that he didn't expect. If anything, he had thought that they would be akin to the relationship between him and the Valyrians at the start of his rule. There would have been some tensions, but he had fully expected Rhaenyra to understand the dangers of potentially enemy dragon riders and bring them into the realm, perhaps by tying both branches of the family through marriage. Kinslaying should have never even been considered, let alone dragons fighting one another. It would have been complete folly. And yet, he remembered Alicent trying to attack Rhaenyra during the Driftmark incident. He remembered Aemond glaring at the sheer mention of his nephews. He remembered Daemon's tensions with Otto, and suddenly realized that there were signs of this, signs that he had ignored, dismissed as simple incidents. The possibility was there, and if nothing changed, according to the sorcerer, it would become a certainty. As if to cement the point even further, the sorcerer continued, "You are not blameless for this mess either. The moment you remarried and had a son, you should have declared him the heir and been done with it. A lot of lords of Westeros would not cement a ruling queen, not unless there was no other choice. You tried to use the Velaryons to support her by marrying her to their heir, who ended up being a sword swallower. You gave her main opposition permission to claim dragons, not that it would have changed much, and gave too much authority to people who would help push Aegon's claim. Even her heir's parentage is in question, obviously not Laenor Velaryon's son, making her own succession too insecure for a lot of lords to bet on. You should have disinherited her the moment she gave birth to Jacaerys, and you know it." "Rhaenyra's children," Viserys started. But Harry Potter interrupted him, "Look, I don't care about them being bastards. Where I'm from, we care about magic, about certain traits being carried forward. They are dragon riders, so they are Targaryens, that is all there is to it. They're good kids, and I like them a lot, but your lords obviously care about their parentage, and they will use it against young Jace if he ever becomes king. But hey, if you're so sure that they're Ser Laenor's sons, I've traveled in enough places that I know of ways to definitely prove someone's parentage. I could see if Jace is, in fact, related to Corlys Velaryon. We can even make an event of it, do it in public somewhere for everyone to see." "No," Viserys protested, only to curse his reaction. He had always known, deep down, that Rhaenyra's children with Laenor were not legitimate. It was one of his greatest secrets, one that he would never admit to anyone. He knew that Rhaenyra had been foolish to bear children who did not look like her or Laenor. It was even more foolish to do it 3 times and expect different results. He hadn't known of Laenor's disposition, the Velaryons having done much to hide that fact, and he admitted to feeling betrayed that they didn't tell him and risked his heir's legitimacy without his knowledge. Viserys knew that he should have intervened, that he should have done something, but the moment he looked into the babe's eyes, he had fallen in love with the lad. Rhaenyra had blessed him with a grandson, and baseborn or not, he had Aemma's blood. He knew that it would bring trouble. He had hoped that Rhaenyra would learn her lesson, to see the threat to her birthright that she was solely responsible for, and at least try to get a son of Laenor's seed, or even choose a lover with a Valyrian disposition to try to bury the taint. Young Jace could join the Citadel as a Maester, a suitable future for a prince of the blood. Unfortunately, she didn't. Viserys adored his grandchildren, but he knew that Rhaenyra's actions had made things worse. His only hope was that as Rhaenyra would grow into her role as queen, she would learn to deal with her own mistakes. The only upside was that the Sea Snake couldn't protest the whole affair, as it would bring shame onto his name, and since they agreed to the betrothal while knowing of young Laenor's disposition, they would have to accept that their next Lord of the Driftmark would have no Velaryon blood in his veins. It was petty, but Corlys Velaryon had a hand in the current instability of the realm. And so, Viserys had no choice but to deny any accusations of bastardy, not just for Rhaenyra's sake, but for the stability of the realm. Admitting the boys' parentage would lead to him calling them bastards, both offending the Velaryon and, since Ser Laenor was dead, a chance of a Velaryon on the throne, even if his name would be changed to Targaryen during his ascension. That would lead to tensions with one of the richest families in Westeros, one who also happened to have a dragon rider in the form of Rhaenys. It would also result in baseborn dragon riders, which would set a very dangerous precedent. Leaving things relatively unknown, denying everything until Rhaenyra, herself, secured her rule, and Jacaerys showed his valor somehow, perhaps through bringing Dorne into the Seven Kingdoms, would grant him legitimacy to ignore the whispers of bastardy. Viserys slumped, feeling strangely defeated before the sorcerer before him, a stranger in everything but name. I will not trust some foreign sorcerer to interfere in my kingdom's succession. Whatever trinket you have is unknown to us, and its results would not be accepted by anyone, let alone me. Instead of getting angry, the sorcerer let out a smile. Good. At least you're not fooling yourself. I would have been concerned if you had accepted. But the fact remains, your succession is uncertain. No matter how much you command it, people will try to put Aegon on the Iron Throne the moment you die. The fact that you have Otto Hightower as your hand is already very problematic. Otto has been nothing but a loyal friend, Viserys protested. I don't care about your friendship. But giving a supporter to your chosen heir's rival, so much power and influence, is a very stupid thing to do. My hand has been nothing but an exceptional hand. Harry Potter raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously telling me that the moment you die, he would gladly stand aside and let Rhaenyra become queen, especially with Daemon supporting her, a man that he dislikes immensely, and I'm understating things? Do you think that he would set aside his grandson, a man whose claim half the realm would support, just because of your friendship, and just agree to give Daemon power over him and his family? No lord would ever consider it. Ever, and you know it. Perhaps if Rhaenyra had more support, if she didn't make things problematic, he could have hesitated, but Viagar changed things, and your daughter's actions since being named heir definitely didn't endear her to the lords of the realm. Viserys found himself frozen, with every sound refusing to leave his throat. He couldn't admit that he was right, that no lord would refuse to seat their grandchild on the throne. And Otto had shown that desire before, when he insisted on Aegon being declared the heir. He slumped, with irritation and frustration growing within him. Are you going to suggest naming Aegon as the heir as well? No, the sorcerer said, surprising Viserys. The kid has a making of a drunk and a whoremonger and definitely wouldn't make a good king. Your second son, Aemond, is too bloodthirsty and would massacre his nephews if he ever could, without question, because of what happened in the Driftmark. Rhaenyra is too problematic given her gender and her actions, and jumping her straight to Jacaerys wouldn't work, due to the rumors of his parentage. Your third son, Doran, is too young, and so is Aegon the Younger, Rhaenyra's first true-born son. You can't jump to the boy without saying why you didn't choose Jacaerys, which sets the precedent of illegitimate children claiming dragons. Also, your daughter marrying Daemon was a smart move on her part and removed a lot of your choices. Their children would be in danger from the Hightower supporters, who could assassinate them as threats to the throne, if Aegon ever becomes king. Your brother would defend them with everything he had, which would lead to war. This means that you can't choose Aegon as the king. All in all, you have half a dozen potential claimants, each being more problematic than the other. Each one will lead to a side. The king found himself frozen in both realization and shock. How could this have happened? This happened because you were too ill and trusted Otto Hightower at your most vulnerable. He took advantage of that and stoked the flames, discrediting your heir's reputation, not that she didn't help with her recklessness. The fact remains that the moment he was reinstated as hand, this was set in motion. You should have made Rhaenyra your hand to prepare her, or even Rhaenys with Rhaenyra shadowing her. Then again, it doesn't matter, does it? The fact remains that you're in a very delicate situation. Then how should I deal with it? I cannot risk the realm being fragmented, not with the coming darkness. For a fragment of a second, Viserys felt small as he looked at the man's green eyes. It felt like they were glowing. It was akin to feeling something heavy on his chest. It was gone so quickly that he felt like he had imagined it, and the man replied with his voice strangely neutral, "You could start by ignoring the prophecy completely." "Are you asking me to ignore my family's purpose, our destiny?" the king asked incredulously. "Yes. Because if you don't stop caring about some dark future that will come over a century after your death and start caring about your family's actual future, then you'll lose both. You have a crisis coming, something that will shape this entire continent, something that will have ramifications for centuries to come, perhaps even the extinction of the dragons. The choice is yours. Then how do I stop it? You described this as an impossible situation. The sorcerer smiled slightly. It's not my place to tell you what to do, but if I had a suggestion, I'd look at how your predecessor dealt with his succession crisis. You're talking about another great council. Do you think it will work? Perhaps it will, and perhaps it won't. But it's better than letting things be, isn't it? Again, you'll have to do a lot to even justify having one, let alone enforce the result. It's just a suggestion, nothing more than that. You could have other ideas. I'm not from this continent. I don't know their culture or their lords, not like you do. Think very hard on what path has the lower risk of a war and go through with it. Viserys thought about it slightly, and the idea of a great council did have its appeal. He had always wanted to emulate his grandfather, and there was some wisdom in letting the lords choose their future king or queen. It did soothe much of the unrest that came, and Rhaenys' graceful loss did set a good precedent for everyone accepting it. He would need to enforce the decision in some way as well. It wasn't a perfect idea, but it was an idea, a foolish hope for peace in what could be the greatest civil war in Westeros history. He still wished for Aemma's blood on the throne, but after the council, he would have ample time to ensure it in some way, perhaps through betrothals, should Rhaenyra not win the council's vote. The king of the Seven Kingdoms nodded to the sorcerer with a smile on his face. This conversation has likely been the most unbiased one I've had since my previous hand, Lionel Strong, perished. You have given me advice, enlightened me to a threat to my family's rule, and even showed me the coming darkness. If I am to dismiss Otto Hightower from his post, as you implied I should, then I will be in need of a new hand, an unbiased advisor to help me face the coming crisis. I refuse, the man responded without even taking a second to think. You refuse? Viserys answered, not believing what he was hearing. This was one of the most powerful posts in Westeros, an honor that very few families could ever boast to having, and yet, the man had just refused so quickly. You don't know me, but I dislike politics. I can be good at them if I cared, but I don't. If I were interested in this, then I would have stayed at home, not some foreign lands that I came to on a whim. I'm a traveler, an adventurer, a scholar, that is who I am, and I refuse to force myself to do otherwise. I did my duty, fulfilled my prophecy, defeated the threat to my people, my reward was my freedom from it all. I already did enough by saving your life. I delayed your death and with it the coming war. By the time any fighting happens, my wife and I will have likely left the continent completely. That means that what comes next, how you handle things, will be up to you. It is your burden as king after all. The man turned and motioned to get out of the room, before turning to him one last time. If I've learned something in my life, it's that everyone is in this life for themselves. Consider this whenever you speak to anyone, everyone, and you'll find that things become much clearer. Good luck, Viserys. You're going to need it. And with that done, he turned back to the door and exited, leaving Viserys alone, staring at the painted table, pensive of the future of his family and of the Seven Kingdoms. And, that was harder to write than I expected, and I'm still not sure about Harry being so strict with Viserys. The idea was to essentially scare him into picking himself up and thinking for once, which would have some weight to it, as Harry is a dreamer. It's also why Viserys accepted things so easily. He always put more weight on magic and dreams. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 16, No more. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Alicent Hightower was the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, arguably the most powerful woman in Westeros, and yet, She rarely felt like it. She had always been overshadowed by Rhaenyra, formerly her childhood friend, and now the usurper to her son's birthright by the rightful laws of succession. She rarely felt in power. At first, she felt under the authority of her father, even when she became queen. There was a reprieve when he was sent back to Old Town for arguing for her son's birthright, and it was then that she realized just how alone she was. She spent years watching Rhaenyra commit one scandal after another, trying to put her obviously bastard children on the Iron Throne, pushing to reduce what little birthright Viserys had allowed their children. Alicent had been fighting for her life, her children's lives, and their rights, and she grasped just how much her father had shielded her in her time as Hand of the King. It didn't help that Viserys was dismissive of their children and that he barely spent any time with them. He hadn't spoken to Helaena for years, and Aegon kept rebelling to earn his attention, not that he got it. Aemond was supposed to be her perfect knight, and yet the strong bastard had maimed him for claiming his birthright as a Targaryen, as the son of a king. And Viserys had done nothing. Their son had been maimed, and yet he hadn't even punished Rhaenyra's children in any way. And finally, when the king had become too ill, when her father returned as Hand and she started to gain some influence in King's Landing, Rhaenyra came uninvited, looking slightly shaken, and spoke to the king of matters that he still refused to share with her. Over a decade of marriage and 4 children, her husband still kept secrets from her, ones that obviously impacted their children. Of course, Rhaenyra had healed her father with some sort of vile magic. It was unnatural, the way that his flesh had grown, that his hair returned, that his disease disappeared in mere seconds. The Grand Maester couldn't find anything, as if the disease never occurred, only the missing limbs as signs of injuries, a hand and a few toes. That was it. Maesters were coming from Old Town at her father's behest, specialists in healing, and they had found nothing. Of course, Viserys had proclaimed it as a miracle from the gods, and soon, word would spread of the brave crown princess doing what the entire might of the citadel couldn't by healing the king. This was grave news for their side, both as it enhanced Rhaenyra's reputation, something that they had spent years slowly tarnishing. Most people now thought of Dragonstone as the second coming of Lys, with Rhaenyra bedding any willing man and bearing their bastards. Her father had been especially concerned with the idea that Viserys would live for too long. The Maesters had kept him apprised of the king's condition, and they gave him a handful of years, a decade at most, until his death. He had planned around this, and now many of his plans were in ruins. As he was trying to salvage their plans in King's Landing, Viserys wished to go to Dragonstone and meet the sorcerer who had saved his life. So far, she hadn't seen any sign or hide of him or his wife. Viserys had obviously sought them out during the welcome feast, and yet he couldn't find them either. In the end, he stood up alongside Rhaenyra and left the hall. She waited for an hour until she decided to go look for him. It didn't take long to find him, near a balcony that was watching as the sea spun around. She motioned for the king's guard to leave them, which they did immediately, and took a longer look at Viserys' face. He looked far more serious than she ever remembered him being, simply staring at the waves. Immediately, she knew that something had changed, and there was one thing that could have had such a drastic change: you spoke to the sorcerer. I did. You were wrong. He wasn't a charlatan. Alicent had never thought that the man was a charlatan. She hoped he was a merchant who had given the healing draught to Rhaenyra to earn her favor, but that hope had been dashed from the look on her husband's face. What did he say? Something that I dearly needed to hear. She winced at the king's tone. He looked tired, but there was something there, simmering in the background. He continued, he told me why he arranged for me to be healed, why he gave Rhaenyra exactly what she needed, knowing that she would fly to King's Landing to heal me. She's making a spectacle of it now, the princess who healed the king. I saw a few bards during the feast writing songs about it. I am healed because Harry Potter wished for me to live for as long as possible. It isn't because I am a good king or a good man. It isn't even because of some loyalty to the royal family, for he is a stranger to us and our ways. It is because my life is the only thing that is stopping a war between dragon riders, which would decimate my family and the dynasty of the conqueror. Imagine that. I only live because my death would be inconvenient. Truly, I have failed as a king. She blinked, startled. You've kept the realm at peace for over 20 years. Peace built on silence, on avoidance, he interrupted, finally turning to face her. His violet eyes, once dulled by sickness and age, now burned with something she hadn't seen in years, clarity. I closed my eyes to the schemes around me, trusting the loyalty of my subject to the crown above all else. I let my family drift apart, dragon riders who hate one another with a passion, not just feeling a spat between family members. No more. Alicent couldn't help but gulp while wondering what this damnable Harry Potter had said to her husband. Given his fury, the way he glared at her, the man had obviously said something against her own family. Rhaenyra's plan suddenly unfolded before her eyes. This was always the plan, wasn't it? Viserys could be extremely stubborn whenever he needed to face something that he did not like. He refused to admit the parentage of the strong bastards. He refused to deal with Daemon beyond a slap on the wrist, and he refused to see that Rhaenyra was not fit to be a queen. Her father had exploited this stubbornness to maintain his grip on power. Even Rhaenyra had suffered from his stubbornness and had learned to work around it, letting a man, someone who knew something that Viserys obviously cared about, something that he refused to share with her, do the talking for her. It was very clever from Rhaenyra's part, something that she had never expected. Using some abominable sorcery, likely steeped in blood sacrifices, to heal her father, trying to paint herself as being chosen by the gods to succeed the king, while also using this feat to convince Viserys that Alicent and her father were traitors of some sort. She needed to get everything under control and quickly before Viserys did anything drastic. Are you insinuating that I have been disloyal to you, Your Grace? Because I assure you that I have been nothing but a loyal and dutiful wife. I do not know what Rhaenyra convinced that man to say, but this is a severe escalation of our strained relationship, to say the least. I have given you 3 sons and a daughter. My father has served as your hand for years, and the realm prospered for it. Is your trust in us too weak that you would believe the words of a stranger over ours? Normally, this would have made Viserys start to doubt the sorcerer's words, even if it was a marginal doubt at best. Instead, the king scoffed, "It's very curious. I did not mention you or your father." Seeing the error, Alicent quickly explained her claim. What else could it be? You spoke to a man, obviously Rhaenyra's creature. She would not have invited you to speak with him if it didn't suit her purpose. I would not be surprised if he said that Aegon plotted to kill her children in their cradles, she finished, biting the words like they tasted foul. That we whispered poison in your ears, that we dream of crowns and thrones stolen in the night. It's what she always accuses us of, isn't it? Lies spun to turn you against your own blood. She expected Viserys to jump to defend his daughter or even the foul sorcerer, and yet, all he did was look at her. His face held no anger, no grief, no warmth either, just tired disappointment. Believe me, he was as critical of Rhaenyra as he was of you and Otto. All Harry Potter did was open my eyes to what I didn't wish to see, that I am not a good king. My grandfather would have never let Rhaenyra's behavior go unpunished. He would have never let your father build a faction in my court, not for the realm, but for his grandchildren. He would have never let this divide between our families happen in the first place. He was a far better king than I ever was, than I ever would be. I live because a sorcerer from strange lands found my death to be inconvenient during his visit. Do you understand how maddening this feels? And yet, I cannot deny that I feel as if the gods themselves have brought him to our shores, to force me to accept the truth. What truth? Alicent asked, not knowing what else to say. I thought I could choose peace, and it would be enough. But peace is not born of silence. It is forged, with fire and truth and hard choices. And I've made none of them. I am going to change that, starting by making the very difficult decision of removing your father as my hand. What? She yelled back at him, my father has done nothing but serve you faithfully. You can't dismiss him on the words of a sorcerer, Viserys. I am the king. It is my prerogative to choose my hand, and I am dismissing your father because it is what's best for the realm. This rift between you and Rhaenyra needs to heal, Alicent, and it will never happen with your father staying as my hand. My court is divided, and I will not have it, not anymore. And this is nothing but the start. Alicent thought that Viserys' ambition was foolish. The court was divided. It had been divided for over a decade, since the moment Aegon was born, truly. Nothing, not even her father's dismissal, would change that. And yet, a chill ran down her spine at what he could have been planning next. Would he send their children away as well? Would he send Gwaine away as well? She would need to send him a raven quickly. He would know what to do and arrange things so that her children's birthright would not be usurped, and perhaps tell her how to deal with the situation. She bit back a sharper retort. Viserys was too resolute tonight. Better to wait, watch, and let her father react. And who are you planning on replacing him with? Is it Daemon? Alicent asked with trepidation, please tell me it isn't the sorcerer. No, Viserys answered, his face souring, I need someone who will help me mend this rift, someone that I can trust to see the realm's need before their own. I have decided that my new hand will be Rhaenys Velaryon. I have sent a raven to the drift mark. They should arrive tomorrow at the latest. Now, I believe it's time that I return to the feast. The king turned and left, leaving his wife looking pensive, as she stared towards the sea, as he had just minutes prior. Rhaenys Velaryon. That wasn't the name that Alicent expected. If she was honest, while Daemon was her worst fear, she expected Lyman Beesbury, the current master of coin, to be appointed in her father's stead. He had always been steadfast in his loyalty to Rhaenyra's claim to the throne, despite her father's many attempts to change his mind. This wasn't as bad as she expected. Of course, there were the coming issues of a woman being the hand of the king, but Rhaenyra had all but alienated the Velaryon when she married Daemon so soon after Laena's suspicious death. She didn't expect Rhaenys to support Rhaenyra as blindly as Viserys, at the very least. She could be swayed, but not easily. Her father's dismissal was a blow, but perhaps it would be salvaged. She had to admit that it was a smart decision on Viserys' part, one that would take most of the court off guard. She turned and saw Ser Criston staying behind, waiting for her. He was such a dutiful knight, one who had seen Rhaenyra's true nature in her betrayal of him. What did the sorcerer say to him? I do not know. We found the sorcerer was entertaining the children. The king asked for them to be alone. Even the princess was not allowed in. They were alone for a few minutes in the chamber of the painted table before the sorcerer left. The king was shaken. The princess demanded that he tell her of the conversation, but he yelled at everyone to leave him alone to think. He has stayed here until your arrival. Alicent nodded. She wished to find some fault in Ser Criston's actions, or anyone's really, but he really couldn't have refused her husband's commands. It was curious that Viserys had also been angry at Rhaenyra. He hadn't been lying then. It was extremely concerning that a sorcerer, after a small conversation with Viserys, had gained so much influence over the king as to get him to act like this. Things were changing, and she would need to keep an eye on the sorcerer, or even his wife. She spoke up to Ser Criston, do you know where the sorcerer went after his conversation with the king? I cannot be certain, but I would guess that they went back to entertaining the children, given the direction they left in. Alicent nodded and made her way to the room in question. They walked in silence, but before she could enter, the king's guard spoke up, sounding hesitant, Your Grace, if I may. This man, Harry Potter, is odd. He is disrespectful, foreign, and unknowing of his customs. He doesn't have the look of a warrior, but he does not fear the king's guard, and according to Rhaenyra, he does not fear the dragons. By all accounts, he looks harmless, but I do not know how to explain it. There's something in his eyes that unsettles me. I would advise caution should you interact with him. Alicent paused at the threshold, surprised. Ser Criston rarely gave her counsel beyond matters of blades and discipline. He knew his place, loyal to a fault, and his hesitation now only made his words feel heavier. She turned to face him fully, watching the tension in his jaw, the discomfort etched into the sharp lines of his face. "Thank you," she said sincerely, her voice softening. "I value your counsel, Ser Criston. I know you would give your life for me, and for that I am grateful." The knight inclined his head in a bow but said nothing more. Together, they stepped through the arched doorway. The warmth of the hearth and the soft laughter of children met them as they entered the room, and for a moment, everything seemed peaceful. Lady Daphne sat near the children, smiling as a young boy regaled her with the history of some legendary knight. But then Alicent turned, and the sight made the blood freeze in her veins. The sorcerer sat at ease, speaking softly. And across from him, her daughter, sweet and strange Helena, laughed like she'd known him forever. And, I know this is a bit of a slow chapter, but I needed a transition for what came next, and Alicent's POV felt suitable for that. The idea was to show Viserys' change, Alicent being worried for her children, while also being terrified of any potential magic. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 17, Dreams and Wine. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspergr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. But then Alicent turned, and the sight made the blood freeze in her veins. The sorcerer sat at ease, speaking softly. And across from him, her daughter, sweet and strange Helena, laughed like she'd known him forever. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms stared at her daughter's face as she walked closer. Helena looked happy. There was always this melancholy to her, ever since she was a child. Alicent had always thought that it was her delicate nature. She was more at home in the gardens, playing with her insects, than she was in court. She had a tendency to say some odd things, completely independently from her conversations, something that grated Aegon to no end, but that Aemond found charming. A part of her wished that Aemond had been the one to marry her. Alicent knew that Aegon would not be a good husband to her, but having a Targaryen wife would give him some legitimacy. She wished it wasn't so, but women had a duty, and she was sure that Helena would fulfill hers. She had already done so, having just given birth to the twins Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, although they had an extra finger on each hand and an extra toe on each leg, and they were quiet. Too quiet. The babes were small and delicate, and should never have come to Dragonstone, and yet Helena had insisted that she would come and refuse to be separated from her babes. Helena rarely smiled, let alone laughed, and yet, she did in the company of the man before her, a sorcerer of all things. As she came closer, she overheard the end of the conversation. "So, here I am, flailing around, while Daphne tries to hold me down so that I don't float away, only for her to be stung by one of them as well." Her daughter burst into laughter. "So, what did you do?" "I threw a rope at one of the trees and the other end at Daphne. We waited for the effects to wear off and then hid away, pretending that it never happened. Don't tell her I said that, but I think she hated Australia because she was so embarrassed. Weren't you embarrassed as well? The man snickered. Why would I? I had fun, didn't I? Helena giggled, and Alicent spoke up. Hello, Helena. I thought you would have stayed at the feast. To her dismay, the smile on her daughter's face faded away quickly enough. I wished to meet Lord Harry. Of course, Alicent spoke up dryly. Lord Harry. I am glad that he entertained you so. Oh, nothing much, just a small story of an adventure I had with my wife in Australia, where we got stung by billywigs, a species of insect found almost exclusively there. It wasn't exactly the safest space to go, but there were so many fascinating creatures there. Helena perked up. Insects as well. Like you would not believe. I have a few books on them back in the manse. I don't mind you borrowing them for a bit. Really? The princess asked with a vulnerable look on her face. Of course. Who am I to deny a young girl her passion? Helena is not a girl, Alicent remarked, she's a woman grown with children of her own. The jovial smile disappeared from the man's face for a fraction of a second. I apologize. Where I'm from, children attain their majority at the age of 17, or 7 and 10 as you call it. It's hard to look at your daughter and see nothing but a child. Marriage at that age, let alone having children, would definitely raise some eyebrows. Hell, marriage before being considered an adult is illegal. At least, I think it is. I never really checked because it never happened. I personally didn't get married until I was in my 20s. Did your people not care about securing your line? Alicent asked, harsher than she meant to. It was Helena that answered this time, in a dreamy voice. Threads of black, threads of death, a stranger slipping past the threads of fate and destiny forgot his name. Alicent was about to chastise her for what she had said, only for the sorcerer to nod with a wide smile on his face. I suppose that's an apt description. But nothing is absolute, not until the ink is dry. You listen. You understand, Helena stated, looking at the man with a strange intensity. I don't blame you. Not many do. You're a very strong girl, Helena Targaryen. But the rats, the blood and cheese, she replied with some heat in her voice that Alicent had never heard coming from her. As I said, the ink is not dry until it is written. I am proof of that, right? Spool of green, spool of black, she muttered back, father is healed now. They will wait. The man gave her a kind smile. There's a saying. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. They will be safe. Helena asked, looking vulnerable. As safe as anyone can be. I can help if you want. Children should never suffer for the greed of violent men. You know what they say, these violent delights have violent ends. These are not your words, Helena spoke up with a mischievous smile on her face. Perhaps, but they're suitable, aren't they? Do you wish for them to stop, the dreams? Maybe once, when they didn't change. But they do, and everything will be different. The man nodded. The offer stands, should you require it, but I will not stay here for a long time. We're planning on traveling soon after this. Bring me a gift, Helena demanded, sounding far more childish and more demanding than she ever had before. Of course. We're planning on going to Sothorios eventually. I think there might be a few interesting bugs to bring back. Helena smiled excitedly, and Alicent found herself frozen completely in her tracks. She had been completely set aside during the conversation, and if she was honest with herself, she barely understood most of the conversation. No, she didn't understand a word of it. The man. The sorcerer. He spoke like Helena. Alicent had grown used to her daughter's odd mutterings over the years. She often ignored it, as most people did, but if the man seemed to respond with his own cryptic words. He and her daughter seemed to hold an entire conversation that Alicent simply didn't understand. And worse, they both seemed perfectly aware of it. The moment she had seen her daughter speaking with the sorcerer, she wanted to pull her away, to shield her from his influence. A princess of the blood, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, had no reason to consort with someone like him. And yet, during the conversation, if one could call it that, there was a light in her eyes that Alicent hadn't seen in years. It terrified her. Because it was not born of duty, faith, or obligation. It was born of recognition. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms stood still for a long moment, then stepped forward with all the quiet authority of her station. "Helena," she said, voice gentle but firm, "your children must be growing restless. Go see to them, sweetling." Her daughter blinked, gaze flicking between her mother and the sorcerer, reluctant to leave, as if torn from something only she could see. But after a pause, she nodded slowly. "Yes, mother," she said at last, casting one last wistful look at the man before walking away in silence. "That was rude," the sorcerer casually commented, "we were having a very interesting conversation." "And what was this conversation about?" Alicent asked, curious. "If you do not know, then you'll have to ask Helena. She's a very brave girl, that one. Very brave indeed. Perhaps, but a princess of the blood should not consort so freely with a known sorcerer," she said without preamble, her voice low and controlled. "The faith would take grave issue with such familiarity, as would many lords of the realm. I hope you understand the position you are placing her in. I never did understand your people's aversion to magic. People often fear what they don't understand, but magic is a fact of life, one that you have lived with for all your lives, and so did your ancestors. Hell, your daughter is a dragon rider, and dragons are magic. Aside from breathing fire, their wings would never be able to support their weight without it. The very act of flying is magic in itself." "We are not Valyrian," Alicent replied in a clipped tone, "dragons are remnants of the magics of Valyria. You will find no other magic here." "You're joking, right? Your very seasons are magical in nature." That brought her short. "The seasons?" "Yes, it's naturally impossible to have seasons that last years at a time. And believe me, I checked, the planet's orbit is stable. The seasons here feel more like a battle, a fight of influence, one that could go either way, a magical effect, to say the least. The point is that your very history is steeped in magic. Your seasons are influenced by magic. Valyrian steel is also magic. To deny it and condemn it would be akin to denying the existence of the sun and moon. Is that what you said to my daughter, convinced her to practice magic?" The sorcerer snorted, "You truly are a paranoid woman." "No, we spoke of my travels a bit, of a few interesting insects I've seen, and then I reassured her that everything will be fine." "She wouldn't have been so worried if you hadn't convinced Viserys to remove my father as hand," Alicent replied with a harsh whisper. "Huh, so he's really going through with it?" "Color me surprised. I didn't think he had it in him. I guess that's where Rhaenyra gets her impulsiveness." "Your actions have endangered my children," Alicent hissed, "and I am not a woman who forgives or forgets easily." The man had the gall to roll his eyes at her. "Honey, your father would have gotten you and your entire family killed, just for a chance to put his blood on the throne. The sad thing is that he was ruling the continent in everything but name when the king was ill. He had everything he could have ever wanted. Eventually, Rhaenyra's descendants would have had to marry other dragon riders, and his blood would inevitably sit on the throne. The throne is Aegon's by the laws of. You seem to think that I give a shit about you and your laws. But your words show that you have no understanding of what wars are. War isn't such a glorious purpose. It isn't something to be celebrated. It is death. And what do you think a war between dragon riders would be like? The chances are that both riders will die. How many of your children are you willing to sacrifice to put a crown on an unwilling king's head, all for the greed of your father? I genuinely want to know what the plan is here. This will not escalate to war. With enough support from the lords. Alicent protested. Only for the sorcerer to interrupt her. Do you seriously think that Rhaenyra and Daemon will just stand aside if you somehow turn the entire realm against them? They would go out while taking as much as they could from you. Your husband's decisions created a succession crisis. Perhaps Aegon should have been heir. Perhaps he shouldn't have. Perhaps you shouldn't have married the king. Perhaps it doesn't matter at all, the past is written, the ink is dry, and you have to deal with the consequences. Alicent stood silent for a moment, breathing shallow, her lips tight. The worst part was that there was a twisted sort of sense to his words, buried deep beneath the arrogance and foreign bluntness. But she would not, could not, admit it. Instead, she said, "And you presume yourself fit to pass judgment on matters of succession? On our customs? You, a man with no ties to Westeros, no understanding of our people." The man took a deep breath. "You asked me why I advised Viserys to remove your father as hand. I didn't do it because he was some monster who would kill everyone in his path. From what little I know of him, he is a competent hand and a clever man, but he is a biased one. Viserys asked me how to stop the growing rift in his family, and having a biased hand would be problematic. And yet, by doing so, you have also endangered my children," Alicent almost yelled. For a fraction of a second, the world froze, and Alicent's breath caught in her throat. She felt like she was standing in front of a dragon, who could kill her with nothing more than a thought, and then she saw them, flashes, barely more than that, of her children's corpses, every single one. Her breath shuddered, and everything returned to normal, as if it were nothing more than a brief nightmare. Alicent felt her face pale and her fingers tremble. And yet, the sorcerer before her looked unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. "You're angry. I weakened your political position, after all. You have every right to be. But I want you to look at your children, at your daughter and your grandchildren, and tell me what you think their fate would be if things had escalated into a war. I am not one of you. I am not Westerosi, and I have no attachments to your traditions. I have no stakes in your Game of Thrones. I am a traveler, and I will continue to travel, to see the world and its wonders. I will not suffer the consequences of this succession crisis either, you will. I quite literally have nothing to gain, while you, Queen Alicent, have everything to lose. Now, if you excuse me, I have ignored my lovely wife for too long this evening." He walked over and spoke to his wife, who smiled brightly at him, before grasping his hand and leaving the room, with the children looking slightly disappointed at their departure. Alicent took a seat, alone, and watched from the window much like her husband had when she found him. She had been too shaken by what she had seen, by what she had just seen, hoping that it was just a fragment of her imagination. Yet the fear, the panic, it had been real. It was some kind of magic, wasn't it? Could it be a trick? She didn't return to the feast, nor did she call for wine or company. The sorcerer's words and what she had seen echoed in her mind. Her gaze drifted to the heavy stone walls, to the carved window slits overlooking the sea. She sat still as stone, unmoving, alone but for the silent figure of Ser Criston standing guard by the door. She had almost forgotten that he had been there during their conversation. She wanted to speak to him, perhaps to ground herself, after being unsettled by this conversation, but every time words almost left her mouth, she saw her children's burnt bodies and stopped herself. And then came the horns. They sounded thrice, and Alicent stood without thinking, walking to the outer balcony. Ser Criston followed close behind. Far below, in the darkening bay, a small fleet arrived floating, with the banners of House Velaryon fluttering proudly and defiantly, much like the sea snake himself. Above them, soared the familiar form of the Red Queen, Melies. Alicent narrowed her eyes. The Velarayons had come. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 18, Deep Tempest. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athaspark. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. 123 AC, Dragonstone. Rhaenys Velaryon, the queen who never was, as many still called her to this day, stared at Dragonstone from her husband's ship, feeling some very conflicting emotions. She had once loved this island when her own father, Aemon, had ruled it, as his right as Prince of Dragonstone. Her time there hadn't been long, she barely remembered most of it, but she knew that whatever memories she had were happy ones, especially compared to being under her grandfather's eye when her father was summoned back to King's Landing to serve as Master of Laws. She had always felt stifled in the capital, and was one of the main reasons she chose to marry Corlys, despite knowing the man's flaws, including his ambition and pride. There was something attractive about a man who had worked for his own wealth, who had traveled the world, seen wonders, and ensured the enrichment of his house, especially compared to her many courtiers, who loved to brag about the achievements of their ancestors. Her marriage was a happy one until her father's death, and she had been passed over in favor of her uncle Balon. Looking back, her grandfather had made the correct choice. The faith had barely been appeased, and putting a woman on the Iron Throne would have jeopardized that, and Corlys was already too influential in certain circles, and there was always the risk that he would rule in her name, essentially usurping House Targaryen as the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. And yet, she was enraged at the time. It wasn't until she had given birth to Laena that she realized that the throne would pale against the feeling she felt as her daughter grabbed her hand for the very first time. She had given up on the throne before the Great Council ever happened, knowing that Viserys would be victorious, but she had done it for the sake of appearances and knowing that her husband wouldn't refuse. She had expected that this would be the end of the story, and yet here she was, returning to an island that in another life would have belonged to her children, at the summons of the man who usurped her, and his daughter, who had probably arranged the murder of Rhaenys' son. And yet, she could do nothing. It wasn't about legacy, as Corlys liked to harp about, but about her two granddaughters, who were still under Daemon's authority. Rhaenys often dreamed of just taking them and flying away to the Driftmark, but she had gotten rid of her impulsivity a long time ago. Rhaenys was so caught up in her thoughts that she didn't notice Corlys standing next to her. "Do you know why Viserys is summoning us?" The dragon rider rolled her eyes. "I showed you the letter, Corlys. It did not change from the moment we had read it hours ago." To say that the summons had been unexpected was an understatement. They hadn't even known that Viserys had sailed to Dragonstone. His health shouldn't have allowed it. A part of her thought that it was some sort of scheme from Rhaenyra or Daemon, as if the two loathsome creatures hadn't taken enough from her already. A son and a daughter, dead, and their granddaughters staying in Dragonstone to ensure their support. Corlys nodded, used to her sharp tongue. "We'll likely find out soon either way." Rhaenys didn't answer. She would lie if she said that her marriage to Corlys hadn't been trying, especially after the death of their children. His insistence on Lucerys to inherit his seat instead of Baela or Rhaena had been the cause of much strife between them, as did the consequences of his insistence on tying their children to Rhaenyra's claim. The girl had always grated on Rhaenys' nerves. She was arrogant, very untrained in the ways of the court, and definitely unprepared against someone like Otto Hightower. Her main advantage was the number of dragon riders supporting her, something that was quickly losing its luster as the Greens claimed dragons of their own. She had squandered everything that Rhaenys would have begged to have at her age. She had ruined her reputation during her tour, insulted one suitor after another, while birthing obvious bastards, and trying to put them on the Iron Throne. Her son's proclivities likely didn't help, Rhaenys would admit that, but even then, she should have at least taken a Valyrian lover, and not Harwin Strong, and even then, the first child should have shown her the foolishness of this path, and yet, she had done it thrice. When war inevitably started, Rhaenys would spirit away Baela and Rhaena, and stay away from the conflict brewing between Alicent and Rhaenyra, which had escalated because of Viserys' refusal to reign in his family. For them to turn her daughter's funeral into a spat, with one child attacking and maiming another, was unacceptable, and Laena's death was the last straw. She would not support a child who had squandered every advantage she could ever have, nor would she support the grasping Hightowers who sought to usurp Viserys in everything but name. Finally, they docked, and Rhaenys mentally commanded Meleys to land near the Dragon Mont. As they exited the ship, she found herself standing in front of Rhaenyra, who had greeted them with a neutral expression. "Lord Corlys, Princess Rhaenys, welcome to Dragonstone. I was not aware that you were coming." She could feel Corlys starting to shake with rage at the disrespect shown, and she responded in her stead, "Nor were we aware that you were hosting the king. He sent a raven summoning us to your island, princess. He asked us to come promptly, and we did as the king commanded. And they had come as quickly as they could." It was only the fact that Corlys liked to make sure that a few ships could leave the Driftmark at any moment. Had it been anyone else, they would have taken at least a day to arrange everything, even for such a short trip. It was the sudden summons, especially given the clear urgency, that had put both Corley and her ill at ease. However, the expression on Rhaenyra's face was far more curious. What had started with annoyance had morphed into surprise, irritation, and then realization. She truly didn't know, did she? Her father had sent a raven from her own stronghold without informing her. To her credit, Rhaenyra quickly controlled her expressions and motioned them to enter. "My father is currently resting after the welcome feast. I will inform him of your arrival. In the meantime, I'm sure that you wish to spend some time with your grandchildren." Corlys wasn't satisfied with the response, and Rhaenys spied her good brother Viamond bristle as well. But Rhaenys spoke up loudly before anything more could be done. "We'd be glad to. It has been some time, hasn't it?" Her husband relaxed and nodded, and Rhaenys noticed that their host slumped in relief. They were quickly led to Dragonstone's great hall, barely tidy, with the obvious signs of a feast having taken place there a few hours prior. It was extremely improper and definitely an easy way to slight someone as prideful as Corlys, but for all of Rhaenys' dislike of Rhaenyra for her actions and her recklessness, she knew that the crown princess would not dare to push things, not after what happened to Laenor. This was unusual, and Rhaenyra had truly not expected them to arrive, and if the king was there, then Hightowers might be there as well. She was likely distracted by another spat with Alicent again. Thankfully, Corlys didn't make an issue of it, even if Viamond looked like he wanted to say something. That didn't mean that he was angry. Rhaenys recognized the signs and knew that she would have to endure another rant about slights in private. Nevertheless, the tense atmosphere was broken as the children arrived. They were smiling widely as they ran at them, Baela reaching them first and throwing her arms around Rhaenys with enough force to make the princess stumble back half a step. "Grandmother," she exclaimed, eyes shining. "Rhaena's dragon egg hatched. She has a dragon now? Tell her, Rhaena." "I didn't think it would," Rhaena said, catching up, quieter but unable to stop the grin tugging at her lips. "But it did. She's white, yellow, orange, and red. I named her Solaris." Rhaenys blinked, a rush of warmth filling her chest despite herself. For a moment, she didn't see two young girls in fine dresses and tangled hair. She saw Laena again, younger, running across the sands of Driftmark, cheeks flushed and voice full of laughter. Baela looked so much like her mother, it hurt. Then she registered what her granddaughter had said. Rhaena's egg had hatched. Renis had resigned herself that the egg wouldn't hatch. After all, cradle hatchings didn't happen often, and she expected her to wait and claim an older dragon of her own eventually. Eggs this old rarely hatched, and she was bewildered that it happened in the first place. Finally, the queen who never was, smiled a true, warm smile. "That's wonderful, Rena. Soon you'll both soar the skies with your dragons. Moondancer and Solaris, the sun and moon, how wonderful. How I wish your mother could be here to see you. She would have been so proud of you, Rena. So proud." Rena saw her granddaughter's eyes water slightly at her words. But whatever response should have been made was interrupted by Corlys exclaiming loudly, "By the gods!" Jackaris was showing him some odd far eye, which her eyes widened as she noticed it collapse into a very small size. She hadn't seen something like this before, and she'd married the sea snake himself. And yet, Corley seemed more taken by a small black box in young Lucy's hands. "How did you get this, lad?" "Lord Harry gave it to us," Jackaris explained. "He gave us all gifts. Joffrey got a toy dragon that could move its wings, and Bela got a knife. Rena got an odd bracelet, too." "And who is Lord Harry?" Rennis loudly asked, pretending not to see Rena freeze slightly at the man's name. "He's a traveler," Bela loudly spoke up. "He's staying on Dragonstone. They say he has a magic manse that he can move whenever he wants to." Rennis looked down towards her other granddaughter. "What about you, Rena? Do you know something else about this Lord Harry?" Her granddaughter gave her a panicked look, but Rennis didn't get the opportunity to hear her answer, as Rhaenyra entered the hall, and they spoke up. "The king will see you now." Rennis and Corley stood up to leave, and she whispered to Rena, "We'll finish this later." Then they followed Rhaenyra. In the meantime, she couldn't help but ask, "It seems that there was quite a feast before our arrival." "Ah, yes. We had to entertain my father and Alicent's family. Thankfully, only Aegon and Helena came. And their babes, of course. Iman's presence would have complicated matters." That was a very unsubtle way to say that she thought he would attack Lucerys with Viagar the moment he arrived in Dragonstone. Still, Rennis decided to press her slightly. "How was the queen, if I may ask?" "Quiet," the younger princess retorted. "I suppose I can understand why. And I trust that Daemon behaved himself in her presence. Daemon has been asleep for an hour since the feast began. Too much wine, I believe." Rennis doubted that, but didn't say anything, just gave Corlys a look which he mirrored. Something had happened, yet they didn't know what it was. Their interactions since coming were extremely odd, to say the least. They didn't have time to speculate. As they approached the steps leading to the painted table, they were met by two Kingsguard who wordlessly stepped aside to let them pass. The stone corridor was cool and quiet, save for the soft echoes of their boots. Rennis narrowed her eyes as they walked. The air felt different somehow, like something was pressing down on the castle itself. Magic, maybe. Or memory. She'd stood in this hall before, years ago, when Iman was still alive and the world had made sense. And then they entered the chamber, and all her thoughts came to a halt. Viserys stood at the head of the painted table. Not sat. Stood. He was upright, unaided, no cane, no maester hovering at his side, no wheezing gasps for breath. His face was not pallid or drawn or dying. There was still age in him, yes, but he looked younger, like a man who was a few years Daemon's senior, not some living corpse. His eyes were clear. His hands were steady without a hint of trembling. For the briefest moment, Rennis forgot how to breathe. Corley stopped beside her, stunned into silence. The doors to the chamber closed behind her, and yet, she didn't say anything. Thankfully, Viserys did. "Ah, Rennis, Corlys, and Viamond, I am glad to see you at last. I did not expect you until tomorrow, but I suppose I was rather urgent in my letter, wasn't I?" Renus spoke up in his stead, "Cousin, you look better." "I suppose it did. My daughter acquired a marvelous potion, one that could heal all ills. It's likely worth more than the free cities combined, and yet she gifted it to me. I would have called it a mummer's tale if I didn't experience the effects firsthand." "What is this potion?" Corlys asked. "I have traveled far and wide, but I have never heard of such a miracle." "Phoenix tears, I believe," Viserys answered, "birds of fire and healing. I can feel the fire coursing in my veins again. But I did not summon you here, in such a hurry to talk of my miraculous recovery. I know that this must have inconvenienced you, at the very least. Then, your grace, might I ask the reason of our presence here?" Corlys asked. "Ah, yes. I come here with an offer. It had been brought to my attention that my hand has taken liberties in his position during my illness, which has skewed the balance of power of the realm. I have decided on a new hand, one of Valyrian origins, and capable of being objective in advising me." To say that Renus was surprised would have been an understatement. Once, she would have said that the chances of Viserys removing Otto from his position would have been akin to his being miraculously healed of his ills. As the latter happened, then why not the former? This meant that Corlys would become hand. Her husband would jump at the opportunity, of course, but Renus refused to return to King's Landing. Perhaps she could get Corlys to leverage his position so that Renus could take her granddaughters as wards. She could gain some advantage from that. As she predicted, Corlys knelt and nodded. "This is an honor, your grace." For some reason, Viserys gave him a confused look. "Forgive me, Lord Corlys, but while I believe you would make a fine hand, I was extending the offer to my cousin, Princess Renus." The silence that followed his statement was deafening, to say the least. Corlys looked embarrassed, and so did Viamond, but their greatest feeling was shock. Renus didn't blame them. She felt the same way, and she was barely able to mutter, "Why? Do you not wish to be hand, Renus?" Viserys replied. "If you had asked me this decades ago, I would have jumped at the chance. Now, I would ask why before giving you my answer." For some reason, Viserys looked pleased at that before giving Corlys and Viamond a look. "I would like to speak with Renus alone." Corlys looked like he wanted to protest, but nodded and left the room. She gave Viserys a questioning look, to which he answered by slumping down onto his chair, "You should have been queen." Renus was startled at that, but he continued, "I have always feared that the lords of the realm chose wrongly during the Great Council. But now, I know, that you would have been a far better queen than I ever was a king. I have made a mess of things, my succession, Rhaenyra, Alicent. I know how this will end if I do nothing. War. One between dragons." She never said it out loud, but she had agreed with this statement. While diplomacy could work, war was just as likely to occur, and you think that I can stop it? Her tone was incredulous, and she was right to be. Stopping this would require an act of the gods. No amount of goodwill, especially after the Hightowers would dislike Otto's dismissal, would help mend bridges. Renus had no plans to act as peacekeepers between Rhaenyra and Alicent, let alone their children. To her surprise, Viserys shook his head. "I don't think anyone can. But I need someone competent enough to advise me, someone who would stay impartial in this feud, someone who has the good of the realm at heart, someone whom I can trust. There's only you, Renus." "I can't do this, Viserys. Not anymore. I'm tired of the politics, of the games," she confessed, "and I don't think I want to spend the rest of my days staving off your wife and your daughter from burning the realm away. The conflict is inevitable, Viserys. You must realize that. I don't need you to stop the conflict, just delay it until I call for another great council." Viserys planned on removing Rhaenyra's position as his heir and calling for one. It hadn't been a move that Renus would ever expect from him, and there was some brilliance to it. It was raw and it would need a lot of work and delicate maneuvering, but it might just work. She could almost see it. But did she want to waste her life stopping the blacks and greens from ripping each other apart? It did not seem like an attractive endeavor. Then the king said something that removed what little doubts she still had. If you accept my offer, I will make Bela the heiress of the Drift Mark, followed by Rena. In the end, what other choice did she have but to accept? For her father, for Lena, and her children. She looked at the painted table and felt the weight of history pressing on her. Once, this had been her father's war room. Now, perhaps it could be her instrument of peace. This chapter got away from me a bit. I tried to make Rena's appointment as hand more compelling, and the consequences of a single conversation with Harry. But I think that's enough straying away from Harry and Daphne. The next chapter should be a bit more magical in nature. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions.